this the coffee machine?
Can I get an espresso macchiato?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you want to wait over there?
Yeah, sure. clicker.
So when it comes on,
Yep.
you'll slide on there.
Good. Okay.
Hello everyone, just a quick word saying we'll be starting in about 2 minutes, we're just waiting for coordinated riders to come in. Thanks.
jobs revolution. I'm delighted to see such a packed room today. My name is Matt Farquharson. I am Editor-in-Chief here at the Conduit. Green jobs tend to be defined as those that preserve, protect, and help to restore our environment. And that's what we're looking at today, where those jobs come from, how we can create more of them, and how we can do that in a way that ensures that no one is left behind. So we have a packed agenda, and I will step aside, and I'm delighted to introduce our co-founder and CEO, Paul van Zyl.
Good morning, London. Welcome to the Green Jobs Revolution. It's wonderful and inspiring to see a wonderful band of co-conspirators here in the house. I'm Paul van Zyl. I'm CEO and co-founder of the Conduit. And the goal of the Conduit is to gather change makers to accelerate solutions to the world's most important challenges. During the course of our deliberations today, we're going to focus on two specific challenges that are vital to a healthy planet. First, we need to navigate a plausible path to net zero carbon emissions as quickly as possible. Second, we need to grow and shape a more inclusive economy, an economy that offers its citizens a fair bargain. If you work hard and assume responsibility, we will offer you both opportunity and the chance to live a life of dignity. The simultaneous achievement of these two goals has been termed a just transition. And this conference is designed to explore and articulate the specific policies required to facilitate this transition. We want to take an evidence-based approach and perhaps subject conventional wisdom to some friendly scrutiny. Although the exercise is of global relevance, we have decided to focus predominantly on the UK for two reasons. First, in the UK, we have a new government which is committed to this project. We are living in a real-world experiment, and we want to contribute to its success. Second, what happens in the UK doesn't have to stay in the UK. If this project succeeds, it can be a template for other governments elsewhere. Conversely, if it encounters challenges, we want to analyze our shortcomings so that others can avoid our mistakes. We've also chosen to focus on the UK because we thought it would introduce too much complexity to tackle these issues in a multi-state context. However, in order to widen our intellectual and moral lens, we've included a session that examines these questions from an African perspective. We believe, for reasons of principle and self-interest, that Europe should want an adjacent continent to afford its citizens a sustainable and dignified future. We hope that this conference will provide answers to a series of vitally important questions. Which jobs, where, and in what quantity will be lost as we move away from fossil fuels towards net zero carbon emissions? Which green jobs, where, and in what quantity will correspondingly be created? Who will specifically be impacted adversely, and who will benefit? And what will a balanced scorecard between green jobs and all other jobs look like in 10, 20, and 30 years? To answer these questions, we will look at case studies of labor markets in three sectors of our economy: power systems and renewable energy, the built environment, and food and agriculture. An examination of these sectors will quickly reveal that the creation of green jobs is a necessary but insufficient condition for creating actual employment. Our next panel will therefore explore how to invest in human capital and how to embark on the skilling and reskilling of a generation of employees. Our skills panel will offer insights on the future of work in the green economy and beyond, and will consider the impact of AI on labor markets. The radical and foreseeable changes that are already happening as a result of this novel and disruptive technology might dwarf and possibly erase any net gains made by green jobs. Even if AI produces in aggregate as many jobs as it destroys, something that in itself is subject to considerable debate, the gains are likely to involve different workers in different geographies who require different skills in different industries. So, if over the next 10 or 20 years we make significant progress on the path to decarbonization and create millions of good green jobs, we are likely to simultaneously experience radical ruptures in our labor markets that may disrupt employment, opportunity, and inclusion, particularly at the base of the economic pyramid. How will policymakers and politicians explain to voters impacted by this disruption that the net zero transition has or will work for them? What will happen if parties on the right, and possibly even the left, begin to use grievances that emerge to delegitimize the policies and platforms that are vital and necessary to sustain the net zero transition? We have witnessed this strategy before, and while it's almost certainly cynical and deliberately distorts both cause and effect, it's grounded in a lived experience that is socially and politically salient. Our next panel will grapple with this conundrum. We want to explore how we can forge political and social consensus around just transition policies so they are underpinned by a degree of policy stability and continuity. We know that faith in democracy is corroding, and that many no longer regard post-war democratic systems as fit for purpose. We have seen the rise of populists and demagogues who condemn the system, capture power, enter the House, and then, like termites, eat away at its foundations. We need new systems that return power to the people and give them greater proximity to decisions that impact their lives and an ability to exercise agency with greater frequency. How do we break through polarization? By giving people the facts and then allow them to choose and own the political outcomes of these decisions. We also know that facts are upstream from democratic deliberation, and that the reform and re-architecting of our democratic systems cannot be separated from the repair and reimagination of our information systems. Put simply, if we want democracy to work and citizens to provide informed consent for the just transition, then we need to actively combat the disinformation and the polarization that our current information systems exacerbate. Our final panel will grapple with all of these issues, and then our final keynote speaker will wrap this all up with a bow. If this all sounds rather complicated, multifaceted, and interdependent, that's because it is. Nothing of any consequence is ever simple. Our job today is to discern the signal amidst all this noise, to coordinate a set of realistic policies, and to appreciate that net zero, jobs, skills, democratic innovation, and information markets are all intrinsically linked. Fortunately, we have on the podium and in the room some of the finest minds one can assemble. So fasten your seatbelts and listen attentively. And finally, for some thank yous and some housekeeping. First, to our partners, a huge thank you. We could not have done this without you. Systemic, the Crown Estate, the BMW Foundation, Renewable UK, the Family Business Network, Green Alliance, and Impact Europe. Second, a thank you to our remarkable speakers. Third, a thank you to you, our star-studded audience. It's vital that you meet each other, network, and then collaborate. To our treasured members, thank you for being such generous, curious, and accomplished and energetic bunch. And to the non-members in the audience, you've made a tragic mistake. You could have this all year round and more. Please look for a Conduit team member if you're interested in remedying the situation. And finally, to our wonderful team, to Perez and Jay, to Eddie, to Katya, to Raki, to Beth, to Hess, to Duna Films, to Matt, to Megan, to Meljo, and to our full front of house team. This doesn't happen without you. A million thanks. Lastly, some housekeeping. Please turn your phones on silent. Please turn your phones on silent. There will be photography and filming taking place throughout the day. Teas and refreshment will be provided on the second floor throughout the day, with seating provided for guests. Lunch will be at 1 to 2:30 on the second floor, and guests will have access to the Ubuntu Lounge snugs on the third floor throughout the day. It is now my distinct pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Lord Adair Turner. Lord Turner has had a remarkably distinguished career in business and public service, working in senior positions at McKinsey and Merrill Lynch, as well as chairing the Financial Services Authority, the Committee on Climate Change, the Pensions Commission. He served as Director General of the Confederation of British Industry and is currently the chair of the Energy Transitions Commission. Lord Turner.
Paul, thank you very much. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, although I have to say I've had quite a challenging morning so far, and a challenging morning which is going to create potentially a challenge for you as well, because I set off from home. I got halfway here on a Lime bike, and I realized I'd forgot my laptop. So I went back home and I picked up my laptop, and I set off on the Lime bike. And then I realized that the Lime bike motor wasn't working. So I switched the Lime bikes. And when I switched the Lime bike, I left my bag with my laptop, my notes, and my passport in a Lime bike. Fortunately, I have just rung my wife, told her where the Lime bike was. She's rushed out, and she's found the bag with the wallet and the passport. The only thing that the consequence of this is, I have no notes of what I'm about to say. Now, what this may illustrate, this little story, is that with age, no, not age, the progression into what I like to think of as mature middle age, comes a slight loss of short-term memory. Where are my spectacles, where are my laptop, but usually good long-term memory. Your challenge is going to be how good is my medium-term memory of what I wrote down as notes to this presentation last night. But if as we go through, I am showing a bit of surprise when one of the slides turns up. You'll know why that is. I don't have clear notes of where we're heading. However, it is a great pleasure to be talking on this issue of the green jobs revolution. I talk as chair of the Energy Transition Commission. For those of you who don't know, the Energy Transition Commission is a coalition now of about 55 companies, financial institutions, think tanks, globally across the world, and we work on how to get to net zero. We've been going for 8.5 years. We were set up really at the instigation of Jeremy Oppenheim, who 8.5 years ago came to me and said, Adair, would you be chair of this thing I'm going to set up called the Energy Transition Commission? I think it'll take about 4 days a month. This was the biggest lie that anybody has ever told. It absorbs all my time because it's so fascinating, and I work with a fantastic team at Systemic, analyzing how we get to net zero. And the good news is we are very optimistic that it's possible. We are very optimistic that it is possible for all rich developed countries to get to net zero by 2050 at the latest, and all developing countries to get to net zero by 2060 at the latest. By the way, that probably won't be enough to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, but if we try hard enough, we can probably still limit it to 1.6 or 1.7. Why are we so optimistic? The core of why we're so optimistic is the extraordinary progress of a set of technologies which have progressed far faster than I dreamed was possible when I was the first chair of the UK's Climate Change Committee back in 2008. Solar PV costs have come down in the last 50 years, not 90%, not 99%, but 99.9%. Solar PV per watt of power costs 1,000th of what it did in 1980, and that cost is going to keep on coming down. The cost of batteries, both for EVs and for stationary storage, is down about 90% in the last 10 years, and it is continuing to fall, with some absolutely stunning news coming out of China about the pace of the cost reduction of LFP, lithium ferrous phosphate batteries. As a result, EVs, at least in China, but this means it will eventually happen in the rest of the world, are collapsing in price. This is the BYD Seagull. It sells in China for $9,800. $9,800, about 8,000 quid. It's not like a smart car. It's not a little two-door thing. It's a full car. It can go at 70 miles an hour if you want. It's got 4 doors. And in China now, EVs are cheaper on average than the equivalent ICE. So we're getting to the stage where we no longer have to say your EV is more expensive up front, but the good news is it will have a lower operating cost. We're getting to the stage where EVs are already in China and within 5 years across the world will be cheaper than internal combustion engines. As for heat pumps, which is illustrated down on the right-hand side there, heat pumps are a technology which we think is going to revolutionize the heating of buildings, but also medium temperature industrial heat. For those of you who don't know it, always sounds like magic, a heat pump. You put in 1 kilowatt hour of electricity and you get 3 or 4 kilowatt hours of heat into your home because you suck it out of the air outside in the inverse process to an air conditioner. Here you do have a higher upfront cost than a gas boiler, but potentially lower operating costs. So we spend a lot of our life at the ETC telling a very optimistic story about a set of transformative technologies, these ones, but also technologies in the area of the ability to make steel with hydrogen as the reduction agent rather than coke and coal, the ability to run our ships on ammonia rather than heavy marine oil. We tell an optimistic story that this is possible and that the costs are absolutely manageable. The best estimate of what this will do in negative terms to conventionally measured living standards, GDP per capita in 2050, is well less than 1%. I sometimes tease my friend Nick Stern that when he produced the Stern report back in 2005, he said the cost of climate change by the second half of the 21st century might be somewhere between 1.5% to 2.5% of then GDP forgone. Nick, you totally overstated it. It'll probably be less than 0.5%. Indeed, it may be a positive effect even on conventionally measured GDP. All of which is very optimistic, but the trouble is, some guys don't get it. They just don't seem to agree with us. They don't believe it. This is a report about how in East Germany and the recent elections there, Alternative for Deutschland have managed to get a lot of votes by worrying people about the transition from residential boilers to heat pumps, or the phase-out of internal combustion engines. The one in the middle is huge tractors in the Netherlands successfully opposing the imposition of a fertilizer price to deal with the extraordinary problems of fertilizer runoff as well as the climate change effects of fertilizer in the incredibly energy-intensive and incredibly environmentally destructive Dutch dairy system. And one on the right is the famous Gilets Jaunes, who rioted in response to President Macron's imposition of higher gas and diesel duties and successfully got those reversed. So across the world, we have a lot of opportunity for people on the right, but Paul said also on the left. If you look at the Sarah Wagenknecht party in East Germany, emergence of a party which is left-wing in its sense of redistributive, but very Eurosceptic, rather pro-Putin, and against action for dealing with climate change and against immigration. A different, interesting pattern emerging on the left there, which overlaps with this point of view. So basically, we aren't winning this argument. We're tending to win this argument among ourselves, right? We all know that this technology is there. We know the costs will come down. We know we're heading to deal with the problem of climate change, but we are in danger that we're not winning the argument. And that raises the question of why, and what is this thing called a just transition? What are the distributional effects of getting to net zero? Are there costs which we have ignored, either on jobs or on individual income or cost, because we better recognize them and we better work out how to manage them, or we will get political opposition which will prevent us getting there. And so the Energy Transition Commission, for the first time next year, we're going to actually look in detail at this issue of the costs of transition, the jobs effect, the income effect, the cost effects, both within country, between individual income groups or occupational groups, and also internationally. And so I don't have the answer to present you today. You'll have to invite me back in a year's time in order to do that. But I do want to put forward today some of the things that we're beginning to think about, and I've been beginning to think about in this issue about a just transition, and perhaps also be a little bit provocative about whether we're focusing on the right things, whether indeed there is going to be a green jobs revolution. And I did warn Paul in advance, you've asked me to be open speaker on something about this glorious green jobs revolution. Am I allowed to say hang on a minute, are we absolutely sure that we're focusing on the most important issues? Finally, in introduction, let me say one thing. The Energy Transition Commission focuses its work on the energy system and industry, the sector which is responsible for about 35 or 40 gigatons of CO2 and CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas emissions. We have not focused in the past on the agricultural sector, and we have not focused on mitigation. And I suspect that some of what I'm going to say reflects that bias, because I'm beginning to suspect that the biggest jobs issues across the world are in the agricultural sector and adaptation, rather than in the system that produces energy or uses energy in an old and new fashion. And I'm sure that you will be looking today at those food and agriculture systems and maybe adaptation as well. And so maybe some of what I'm saying, which reflects the bias of the ETC, will not be applicable to those. But let me begin then with the issue of jobs. What is this revolution going to do to jobs? Is it indeed going to be a revolution? Well, let's start with, what do people do in a rich, developed society? There are about 33 million people employed in the UK, and this is what they are employed in. Very small numbers in agriculture or mining or the energy system, 2.7 million in manufacturing, about 2 million in construction. What is this one? This is wholesaling, repair, including repair of motor vehicles, transport and storage, accommodation and food services, a whole set of things which are to do with finance, real estate, etc., and then really big ones, public administration, health and education. How many of those jobs, those 33 million jobs, will change as a result of a green transition? The answer is very, very few. About 97, 98% of jobs are going to be completely unaffected by the fact that we will eventually use green, zero carbon electricity as our predominant energy source rather than fossil fuels. This green revolution is not going to change the jobs of a lawyer, a banker, a ballet dancer, a street cleaner, a cook. Yes, the cook will use electricity, not gas, but it's not going to change how many restaurants there are. It's not going to change how many doctors there are, or nurses there are, or teachers there are. And when I've gone through these job categories, I end up believing that the vast majority of jobs are not going to change. Think about how many jobs, and how many of your jobs, fundamentally about information processing. Oh, hang on, we run out of this. Information processing. Oh, that's because I'm wandering around, is it? You've given me that, sorry, okay. Think about how many of these are information processing. You sit in front of a screen and you manipulate information. You send memos to people. You argue a particular case. You do what I've done today, which is develop a presentation and then present it. In future, we'll do that using zero carbon electricity, not carbon intensive electricity, but not much else will change. So how many jobs on this 33 million will change? Well, within the 2.7 million of manufacturing, there's about 450,000 in automotive manufacturing. That will change. Within this category here, wholesale, retail, and repair services, there are about 200,000 people who repair motor vehicles, and that will change. Within the energy bit, the bit down there, mining energy, which is about 559 in total, there are about 120,000 people who work in the UK continental shelf oil and gas sector, and that will change. But beyond that, I don't think many of these jobs will change all that much. And I think we need to know that to make sure we're not overstating the case. Overstating the case either in absolute terms or in terms of what this revolution is compared with revolutions in the past. Because I think it is much less than revolutions in the past. This is what happened to UK employment in coal mining from 1880 to 2010. As late as 1958, 3.3%, 700,000 of people in the UK workforce were coal miners. Think about that. 1 in 30 people in Britain, as late as 1958, were coal miners. And eventually that went to 0. There is nothing about this jobs revolution in a rich developed society which is in the same order of magnitude as that decline in coal mining. And then the higher order of magnitude still is the great 20th century migration from the agricultural sector to the urban industrial sector, which took workforces which were 30 or 40%, it says essentially farmers at the turn of the 19th to 20th century, to only 2% or so farmers in rich developed countries today. So I hope that's not too much of a sort of dose of cold water on the idea that the jobs is the most crucial thing, but we need to place it in context. And I think we also need to realize there may well be a jobs revolution coming here, but it's not going to be primarily driven by the energy transition. It's going to be driven by AI and automation, and all sorts of changes could occur in what those people are doing as jobs, but that's what's going to change it. The technology will be IT and automation, not the fact that the electricity you're using is zero carbon electricity rather than carbon electricity. And if that's true in rich developed countries, I think it is true even more in the developing world. The developing world, many parts of the developing world, face an enormous job creation challenge. But that challenge is there already, and it's going to continue to be there, and it's primarily driven by things unrelated to the energy transition. And the energy transition will make a small impact on it, either positive or negative. Consider, for instance, the Indian labour market. There are about 800 million people of working age in India. There's a very, very good study done by some people at Azam Premji University called The State of Working India back in 2019, and they try to work out how many of those people are working in what type of work contract. And the answer is they can only find 460 million people who apparently have any jobs at all, though the others probably have all sorts of informal jobs. But even within those 470 million, only this number here, 45 million, have a regular employment contract and a regular wage. Some of them have regular wages but no formal contract. Some of them are casual daily wage earners. They're simply paid to do it, but they can be fired tomorrow. And about 240 million are the informal economy and the self-employed economy. And if you look at the change from 2012 to 2019, a period of great economic growth for India, GDP went up by 58%, the working age population went up 130 million, and identifiable jobs went up 2 million. Because the way that India is developing at the moment is it has brilliant companies in the steel sector, in the chemical sector, in automotive, in renewable energy. But as they grow, they are applying global standards of productivity. They grow, they're surrounded by an enormous workforce of potentially low-income labor. But interestingly, it doesn't change the decisions they make between labor and capital. They grow in exactly the same capital-intensive way that we would grow here. India has a huge job creation challenge. It's had it for 20 years. It will go on having it. And if India has a huge job creation challenge, my God, Africa has a bigger one still. There are 600 million people in the working age population of Africa in 2020. There'll be 1.3 billion by 2050. 2 billion is reflecting the latest information from the United Nations, which is beginning to predict a slowdown by the end of the century. In the previous version, before the UN just produced their latest world population prospects, you'd have put that at 2.5 or even higher. And you start with, in Nigeria, only 7% of the current working age population are in formal employment. In Kenya, only 17%. And even in South Africa, which is in a sense the most advanced economy south of the Sahara, only 46%. These countries face an enormous, enormous challenge in creating enough jobs to deal with the demographic expansion, and they do that quite independently of what will happen in the energy transition. But nevertheless, although it might be small relative to the totals we're dealing with, it's still important that we think about where the jobs are going to come from and which jobs we're going to lose, because even small numbers can create significant challenges in political management. So let's think about the UK. Where will we lose jobs and where will we create jobs, and how does the balance look like? In the UK continental shelf, oil and gas workers, something like 120,000, either directly employed or first order indirectly employed. There is, of course, a game here where every industry lobby group claims all the jobs in the economy. They say, well, there's 50,000 jobs in my sector, and then there's another 50,000 indirectly employed, but they spend money on restaurants, so I'll claim another 50,000 from all the restaurants they've ever visited to. If you add up all the claims for all the jobs created, according to that way of working out jobs, you'll find that there's sort of 10 times all the jobs in the economy, because everybody's trying to claim their slice. So I think you have to start with what I call direct and first order indirect, about 120,000. That will decline in any case, even if we didn't have a commitment to get to net zero in the UK. But with the UK government, the new UK government's commitment to have no new exploration licenses, there will be a slight acceleration of that. And I think by sometime in the 2030s, we may be, that 120,000 may be down at 60,000, and it will eventually go to around zero. The good news is that if you then work out what should happen to jobs in the UK continental shelf from new technologies, either carbon capture and storage or the installation of offshore wind, the aggregate numbers of the new jobs that we will create in the offshore environment in itself and in the onshore centres that service that are roughly an offset. And they are roughly an offset which looks manageable, particularly because you always have to remember, in any economy, there is always job churn. Go back to my figures of 33 million jobs in the UK, about 15% of people every year leave one job and get another job. They often do it in the same industry, but at any one time, quite a lot are moving to other industries or other regions. Their personal circumstances are changing. They're moving around the country. So there's always a lot of job churn. And when you look at the UK continental shelf, it looks manageable in macro terms. And all the problems really, though I'll come back to one other problem later, they end up as particular regional concentrations, like the Grangemouth refinery, which has just announced that it will close. The total number of jobs which will go at Grangemouth are in the hundreds, not thousands. So in terms of the churn of a labour market, that sounds manageable, but it's still on the front pages, at least of the business news, that those jobs will be lost. What we're dealing with here is not an aggregate problem. In aggregate terms, the numbers look fine. We are dealing with problems of specific regional concentration effects. Similarly, let's think about prospects in the global and the UK automotive industry. In manufacturing terms, the ILO, International Labour Organization, says there are about 14 million jobs, direct jobs, in automotive manufacturing across the world. And the EU says the 2.4 million direct and 3.1 million first order indirect. So that's the sort of scale of the automotive industry. Let's be clear, the number of jobs in the global automotive industry is going to decline. And it has to decline because I told you earlier, electric vehicles are going to be cheaper than ICEs. Well, they're only going to be cheaper than ICEs if we employ less people, because we can't make them cheaper unless we employ less people. And we are going to employ less people because electric motors are just far, far simpler things. They have, I can never quite work out what the figure is, so I've said there are 20 times less moving parts. I haven't actually counted them myself, and if you Google, you'll get some people who say there are 100 less moving parts, or there are whatever. There are a lot less moving parts in an electric motor than an ICE, and they're much simpler to make. And the most expensive bit of an EV, which is the battery, I don't know whether you've ever visited a battery cell manufacturing plant. I'm actually on the board of a battery cell manufacturing company. There are very few people in our factories because it's a very precision thing, and you want a high level of cleanliness, and people are bad for cleanliness. It's not quite as clean as a solar cell manufacturing plant, which is not quite as clean as a semiconductor manufacturing plant, but the more you go down having to have incredibly high levels of performance, the more that you basically design your factories to have as few people as you possibly have. And some of the Chinese manufacturers of batteries are talking about dark factories. What I mean by dark factories, they don't have lights, because they don't need lights because there's nobody there, right? Battery factories, never kid yourself, they don't create many jobs, because if they did create many jobs, the quality would probably go down because people get in the way of incredibly high precision. But actually, I suspect the biggest issue in jobs, and one we haven't really focused on yet, is on motor repair and maintenance. There are about 200,000 jobs spread across the UK in motor repair and maintenance. All the places of, you know, the garage with 5 guys who know how to fiddle around with your carburetor and all those other things that I don't really understand about how internal combustion engines work. There's going to be fewer of those because electric motors don't break down. There are electric motors on Swiss mountain railways which have been chugging away for 100 years not breaking down. Because they have less moving parts, because they're less hot, because they're more efficient, they don't need all that oil, they don't need lubricants, etc. They are much easier to repair. And probably, we're going to have 100,000 less people in motor repair, the UK CCC estimates, by, you know, within 30 years' time. Those jobs, interestingly, maybe we won't notice that problem because they're spread all the way across the regions. They're not regionally concentrated in particular areas, and they will be offset by what I think in the UK is actually going to be the biggest area of employment creation, which is not going to be wind turbine factories, it's not going to be battery factories, it's going to be installing heat pumps in homes. So these are figures from the Climate Change Committee of how many people we need if we are to take 25 million homes, remove their gas boilers, and put in heat pumps with new radiators, with new insulation, etc. That could be a significant number. Not transformative compared with 33 million, but still significant. 200,000, 250,000 jobs spread across the whole economy. And the good news is they also occur wherever there are homes. They are precisely proportional to where the population lives. They're not regionally concentrated. And to some extent, they are the same category of jobs as motor repair. I mean, of course, they're different. I mean, a heat pump is a different technology than an internal combustion engine, but they are high-quality mechanical skills with a manual, but also, you know, an intelligence, a thinking element to them. They are skilled manual jobs. They're in that category. But we won't get them into that category. We won't take them from the rest of the economy unless we think this through in advance, unless we have skills programs to develop that. The present government is committed to accelerating the progress to get the boilers out and get the heat pumps in. And I know that Ed Miliband is hoping that money for that will be available within the budget, despite the austerity signs being put forward about the budget, because we will need money to support the installation of heat pumps in low-income countries. But I can tell you, if all we did in the heat pump arena is have huge amounts of public money and put it there without a skills program to develop these jobs, all we do is make a small number of people quite rich because the supply chain isn't there. I put a heat pump in my cottage in the country in last year, and I was 15 months from the point where I accepted the quote to getting to the top of the queue of one among the almost only suppliers in the region in Hampshire who was capable of doing this. So supply chain management of those jobs that we need, the development of the supply chain and the development of the skills, is hugely important. Let me say something about the global level. I know Paul said you're not going to talk about that today, but I've got a few slides on it, and I think it's important to just cast our eyes on it. What will be the big minuses and pluses in the energy transition? And again, I'm not talking about food and agriculture. I might come back to a quick comment on that, across the world. What's going to happen in the energy system? Well, obviously, we're going to lose jobs in coal mining. These are figures taken from the World Bank Global Perspective on Coal Jobs 2021. It's got about 5 million jobs in total here. What you'll notice, however, is that the job numbers are already declining quite significantly. And the one I draw your attention to is the biggest of all, which is China. About 12 years ago, China had 6 million jobs in coal mining. There are now 2.7 million because they're automating. Because China, unlike India, has quite a tight labor market, and it's going to get tighter because they've got a falling population. And they're automating, and they're closing down, and they're consolidating. And so they have already achieved a reduction in coal miners from 6 million to 2.7 million. And I suspect within 15 years that would be below 1 million, even if China said, I don't care about the energy transition, and I'm going to keep you burning coal forever. Because in an automated fashion, you just don't need 2.7 million people to use all the coal they want. Broadly speaking, there will be regional specific challenges on coal mining. If you have 50,000 jobs less in South Africa, that's quite a challenge for South Africa. In India, the challenge is the concentration of the coal mining industry in places like Bihar and next door, Jharkhand, I forget the phrase, begins with a J right next to Bihar. But overall, this decline in the number of coal miners in the world, compared with a global working age population of about 2 billion and heading to 3 billion, the fact that this is declined by a couple of million is not huge. And of course, it will be offset by jobs in renewable energy installation. I talked earlier about good news about what's going to happen on the technologies. And there are two of those technologies which I think truly should be described as a revolution. And I think The Economist had it right. You may have noticed it had this front cover on the day of the summer solstice in June, and it said the dawn of a solar age. There are two things going on which are going to be transformational for much of the world. The cost of solar PV is collapsing, and the cost of batteries is collapsing. And across much of the world, the core of the future energy system is going to be solar plus batteries, and it's going to be very cheap, and it's going to provide 24/7 electricity cheaper than fossil fuels can possibly provide it. And it is wonderful news for the world, and wonderful news, for instance, for continents like Africa, which are drenched in sunshine. It will create jobs, but our best shot at the ETC is that the jobs growth might get to 21 million by 2040 to 45, and then, of course, begin to decline because, we'll install a whole load of solar panels. We will get to some sort of maturity where we've got all the solar panels we need. There'll be some in manufacturing, but again, visit, as I have, a solar cell manufacturing plant like Longji Solar's in Xi'an in China, and you won't see many people there. You can produce an extraordinary number of solar panels with very few people. Most of it will be installation and maintenance. This is what would happen, a little bit higher, up to 25 million, if there wasn't productivity improvement in installation, but we're increasingly seeing all sorts of semi-automated installation processes as well. Irina thinks that it could get to 26 million by 2050. We're a little bit less, around 20 million. The big numbers of jobs are in solar rather than onshore wind or offshore wind. That's very useful, but it's absolutely not transformative. And I return to the fundamental point. It's not transformative because it can't be if we claim that this is really cheap. The beauty of solar PV is that this is going to transform the energy system of the world while employing very few people, right? We are already creating solar PV manufacturing plants which are incredibly highly automated and churn out solar panels incredibly efficiently, and it's going to get more. We put it into one of the most extraordinarily efficient systems that people have ever produced, which is called the Global Container Shipping Fleet System. We often don't think enough about what that is, and it's an extraordinary creation. You create this standardized unit like a Lego block. You put it into that, and they move around the great ports of the world, you know, Singapore, Dubai, etc., in an incredibly automated fashion. And the container ends up somewhere in Africa, and you take it out, and then you install the solar PV panels. But solar PV, at least at the residential level, it's almost DIY now. It's like going to the supermarket, picking up the panel, and as long as you've got a friend who's a reasonably competent electrician, they'll put it on your roof and they'll wire it up. This is not a complicated thing, and the reason why it's cheap and wonderful for humanity is that it's not a complicated thing, but the very fact that it's not a complicated thing means that it just can't create all that many jobs. In a sense, Karl Marx was right. All value ultimately derives from labor, either present or past and accumulated in capital. Capital is accumulated labor from past. Or it derives from rent, economic rent, the return on natural resources which exist rather than created, whether they be land with sunshine falling on it or fossil fuels. Apart from economic rent, costs and prices ultimately reflect the quantity and cost of labor. And if a zero carbon economy is lower cost than a fossil fuel economy, it must have some combination of less economic rent, and it may, because there'll be less economic rent going to the owners of fossil fuels, or less jobs, or less highly paid jobs. And I think we have to be very, very careful as devotees of this green revolution of telling people simultaneously that will be lower costs and more jobs, because some of the people we tell are going to be smart enough to say, well, how does the maths of that work up? How can it be lower cost if it is also more jobs? Now, notice, however, it could be less jobs or less highly paid jobs. And one of the reasons why relatively small number of job changes produces a political reaction is that jobs are paid different amounts of money. And one of the reasons why unions in the UK are worried about the UK continental shelf shift is that although the number of jobs looks pretty reassuring, jobs in oil and gas, on average across Europe, these are just publicly available European figures, typically pay less than jobs in renewable energy. It's quite interesting to work that out. Is it because in a sense they are less skilled, or is it in a sense because what you often get when you have a large amount of economic rent out there, quite a lot of that accrues to the capital owners, but some of it also accrues to labor. Wherever you have significant natural resources, not all of the economic rent goes to the people who own the capital. Labor tends to participate to some degree. But as you can see, you know, the typical jobs, trying to line them up as best as possible, have tended to be about 10 to 15% less in the new energy system, job for job on a like-for-like basis, than in the system of the oil and gas sector. We need to think how to manage that, but we need to know that that will produce some resistance. In Germany, a lot of the resistance is that automotive jobs are the absolute center of the German trade union movement. And the German trade union movement has very effectively managed to make sure over the years that more of the value added accrues to labor rather than capital than might have occurred without a strong trade union movement. So of course they are going to resist a job loss to EVs, even if they're going to be paid the same in the automotive industry, and they're certainly going to oppose a job loss where you say, well, it's okay, automotive is running down, but go off and install some solar panels at a low rate of pay. A lot of the challenges are about income rather than quantity of jobs. Or they are about, and by the way, that's interesting because if you go back to this, which I showed earlier, none of these great popular riots and reactions, none of them are actually about jobs. right? That's not what these guys have got out in the streets. This is about, you know, you're going to take away from me my internal combustion engine. You're going to take away from me my gas boiler. It's not about the jobs involved, it's about the cost to the individual household. This isn't about the jobs involved. There are very few jobs in Netherlands agriculture. Netherlands agriculture is not an agriculture full of nice little, you know, family farms with a sort of cow and a sheep and 3 chickens, etc. This is highly automated. This is an industrial system, but it makes a lot of profit, and they don't want their profit to go away. And the Gilets jaunes, it wasn't about jobs. It was about, you have gone and imposed on me diesel and petrol prices, and you've told me it's okay because you can get on your bike, you can use public transport, and that's okay for you guys in Paris, but out here in rural France, this is a real cost to my budget. There are a whole series of really important income and cost distribution effects that we have to manage, even where there aren't job effects. Within countries, alternatives to cars are very different between rural and urban dwellers. There's going to be a big impact, which we haven't yet realized, on the impact of electric vehicles between whether you have off-street parking or whether you don't. About 2/3 of British people have off-street parking. When they charge their electric vehicle, they will pay residential rates of electricity, let's say 15 pence a kilowatt hour, 20 pence a kilowatt hour. If they don't have off-street parking, they'll be using a public charging point at 40 or 50 pence per kilowatt hour. The economics of, I buy this EV and then I get cheaper running costs, it's going to work for 2/3 of the UK, but it isn't going to work for the rest. So we better be prepared for the rest, rather objecting to it and feeling that they've been sold a pup if you tell them they're going to be better off and they're not. Heat pumps, huge problem of differences in the cost of capital. Here there will be an extra upfront capital cost. Let's say it's 10,000 quid to put in a heat pump to insulate your house. If your cost of capital is, say, 4%, because you already have £10,000 sitting in a bank account and the bank account is paying 4%, the economics of I invest up front and I save operating cost is going to look like a good project. If you're a low-income person and your marginal cost of capital is 25% because you borrow on a credit card, that economics is not going to work. The economics of heat pump installation is going to look very, very different for different groups of people. Farms with unsustainable practices, like in the Netherlands, they're going to have an income effect. It's not a job effect, but they're going to object to it very strongly. And there's the problem of less high-paid unionized jobs, small in numbers, but politically sensitive. And across the world, we have some enormous effects coming down the line. One is the loss of economic rent. In a world of, say, 20 million barrels of oil a day, nobody's going to buy Nigerian oil, because the cheapest place to produce oil in the world is in Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and other places in the Gulf. And they can produce all the oil that people will need in 2050 at a marginal cost of production of $10 a barrel. In which case, anybody who is sitting on high production cost oil and currently with their budget, their government budget, dependent on the tax revenues from that, is in a really terrible position. And I don't know quite what to do about that, but we are going to have to look at that in future. There is also a huge international issue about the cost of capital. When you invest in an offshore wind farm or a solar farm, at the sort of cost of capital that exists in the UK, in Europe, or even in places like India, and certainly in China, the costs of producing solar PV are now lower, or solar or wind energy are now lower than the costs of fossil fuels. But if your cost of capital to do a utility scale solar PV project is 25%, as it would be in much of sub-Saharan Africa, then you don't install that wind or solar. You minimize the upfront capital cost. You buy a gas turbine or a diesel genset. The higher the cost of capital, the more you logically economize on the upfront capital, even if it costs you higher operating costs. And we are going to have to mobilize huge flows of finance to the currently high capital cost parts of the world if we are going to have a just transition or a transition of any sort. And a lot of the arguments, just to make one final point on this about economic rents, if you look at the arguments that, for instance, former President Macky Sall of Senegal is making about he must be allowed to develop gas in Senegal, and it's wrong for the West to be saying no new gas, they're fundamentally arguments about you guys enjoyed the economic rent from gas production in the past, and in so doing produced this problem of climate change. We, before we get to the end of this fossil fuel age, we want a share of that fossil fuel rent revenue. It's that rather than jobs. Let me end and try and sum up. What am I saying? Don't overstate the jobs effect, either negative or positive, but respond to specific highly concentrated effects, even if the total numbers are small. Develop the new energy system fast to maximize the job creation where possible, with policies to support supply chain and skills development in the areas where we know that there is significant jobs potential, in the offshore industry, and crucially, don't lose sight of it, in all that home installation and insulation effects. Anticipate and respond to specific income distribution effects. Be politically sensitive whenever you apply carbon pricing on consumer goods. On steel sector, get on and apply carbon prices as soon as possible. They will initially increase the cost of producing a ton of steel by 25 or 30%, but the impact of that on the cost of a car made with green steel is less than 1%. So just get on with it. But if you think you're going to solve the problems of heat pumps by putting carbon price on domestic gas to force people away from gas to electricity, well, just look at the story of the Gilets jaunes before you do that. You just have to be sensitive wherever you are hitting consumer costs. And you will have to have focused subsidies for lower income families, and we do need to realize the importance of cost of capital differences, both within countries, lower income households, and global finance flows. One final point. Just go back to this chart. It's an interesting one to think about. We all know that the decline of the UK coal industry produced an enormous political clash in the early 1980s. The miners' strike, which was effectively crushed by Margaret Thatcher. And that, of course, reflected the decline of jobs. But look where it is on this chart. It's here. It's the tail end of a 30-year job reduction process. And actually, by far the fastest fall in the number of jobs in the UK coal mining industry occurred between 1958 and 1970, sorry. The last 6 years of that, under a Labour government, not a Conservative government, it produced almost no strikes. It produced almost no political commentary. It just occurred. They went from 700,000 to 300,000 in 12 years. So why did that occur? Why was it so easy? Well, it was so easy because in total, the economy was creating huge numbers of jobs. We had low unemployment, indeed we almost had overemployment. And basically people were getting out of coal mining jobs because coal mining jobs are not very nice jobs, and there were better jobs to be had in the still growing factories of that time. The most fundamental thing you do to make sure that you don't have political opposition to the changes you need is to make sure that your overall economy is working well, right, and is delivering prosperity to everybody. And if you don't deliver that, you will get extreme political reaction to what are relatively small numbers of jobs. Because remember, when this attempt to get down the final step of the coal mining rundown occurred in the 1980s, that was the time when unemployment was at 3 million and massive deindustrialization was going on. Because people at that stage said, okay, if you now cut these jobs further, I've got no jobs to go for. So actually creating dynamic economies is overall. And my final thought, and I only thought about this when you were introducing it, I do think we must be very careful of overstating the jobs story in the areas where the ETC focuses. The energy system and industry, the production of energy and the use of energy. They're important, we have to manage them, but they're not big. I think the far bigger ones are in the areas we've not looked at. Agriculture, what is going to happen to global agriculture? What are the jobs there? And adaptation. And in the UK, I don't think we're going to lose a significant number of jobs because of the energy transition. I don't think we're going to get all that many. I think it's going to be relatively small. But we may lose a huge number of jobs because of AI and automation. But perhaps the really significant number of jobs we'll get are in everything to do with adaptation or in everything to do with making our environments just more beautiful and better, with urban regeneration, with restoration of our rivers so that we can swim in them again, with preservation of landscape. I suspect that the big issues here are in everything to do with the huge numbers of people who still across the world work in agriculture, and with the whole agriculture, food, land-use, biodiversity. My gut feel is that's where the big jobs issue is, both positive and negative, and not in the, I used to make my electricity out of coal, and now I'm going to make my electricity with solar PV. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lord Turner, for those hugely valuable and insightful words. One of the most fundamental questions, of course, about the transition to a greener economy is how exactly we power it. So we are very fortunate today to have as moderator and introducing our panel an expert of 20 years standing and global renown, Ben Backwell, CEO of the Global Wind Energy Council. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Is this working? Great to be here at the Conduit, and thanks to Paul and the whole Conduit team for arranging this really topical day of discussion. I think that's quite a challenge that we've had there from Lord Adair Turner. I think it's probably thrown off some of our slides and talking points. We can probably throw them away at this point. But I think it's, as a way of starting off the discussion, I think it's really gone to some of the points that we come across all the time. So I'm Ben Backwell. I'm the CEO of the Global Wind Energy Council. We represent the wind industry all around the world, both the corporates and companies and investors, but also associations all around the world, from South Africa to Brazil to Japan and China, and organize many activities around job creation, skills, training, and many activities like that, but also spend a lot of time lobbying government and talking to governments around the world. And the first thing we get wherever we go is, how many jobs are you going to create? How many factories are you going to build? And we very much come up against this conundrum that Lord Adair talked about, which is that we're a very high-tech industry, very technologically sophisticated, and in a stage where we're still introducing new technology. And yet the pressure is around creating new local jobs, new local facilities. And in a world also where there's a high degree of concentration around manufacturing in terms of different components. So it's a really pertinent discussion for you. I'm going to introduce our two panelists who both, I think, can bring some insight into this in different ways. So first of all, Dr. Afshin Rashid, who is the CEO and founder of Repower in London, but she's also worked for a long time on social justice issues around energy around London. Has done some, has worked, from the ground up, really trying to involve communities in energy generation. So I'll be really interested to hear her perspective. Afshin, please come up. And then really on a kind of different end of the kind of local global scale, Jonathan Cole is the CEO of Choreo Generation, which is a global developer and builder of offshore wind projects. And we're talking about big, large-scale projects, again, from Australia to Japan to North America to our own shores in the UK. So Jonathan's former head of offshore wind for Iberdrola, global utility, and has also sat on many industry government committees and commissions where he's been in these conversations around job creation, skills, how do you replace oil and gas jobs or whatever. So Jonathan, please come up. Okay, so I'm not sure how we're doing. We're well over time, I believe. I'm not sure, Paul, or how long we've got. Great, I can see in front of me. This is my first test with tech is that the time is ticking away in front of me. So we've got 43 minutes and 25 seconds. We're going to talk to our panel and take advantage of their insights, and then we're going to hopefully have time for plenty of questions as well and some discussion. But what I'm going to start with is I'd like both the panelists, first of all, just to give some reflections around what Lord Adair was talking about. I mean, first of all, are we over-promising? How important are we in this whole picture of the transition, and how important are jobs within it, or is it just other things that are more important? So I'll go to you first.
Thank you. Yeah, as you said, maybe all the kind of ideas or concepts I had have kind of been shaken a little bit. It's like, I strongly believe that there's an opportunity to create jobs, particularly for those who live in disadvantaged communities and communities who are marginalized, not benefiting from the economic growth that we experience. Because working in communities across London, people are not engaged in green energy, not engaged in the energy transition, don't care. But they are doing everything that they can in their homes in terms of reducing their energy costs and their energy bills. And they are most aware of all the measures that they can do. They want to participate, but don't have a means to participate, and do not see the benefits coming directly to them. But what's the beauty, and I'd like to kind of share here, is about what repowering does. And I'm not sure many people know about community energy, but it is a people-led solution to the energy transition. It's about putting power in the hands of people. And what repowering does, and our vision is to create a clean, local, and affordable energy future for all. And we do that by working with local people to help them take the power, claim the power that they have, to plan, fund, and build their low-carbon futures. But the important thing is for the benefits to stay local. And we have an industry, fossil fuel-based one, that is very extractive, and local economic benefits just go away, not just from the local area, but regionally, nationally as well. And we're very mindful of that in the work that I do, is how do local people benefit? And jobs is a key part of that benefit. When we develop projects, we're working with young people who wouldn't otherwise have got involved in the projects of installing solar panels on local community buildings. But because we have such a grassroots approach to engaging with young people in those communities, working with youth clubs, working with other grassroots organizations, we are identifying and supporting them to get employment, get work experience, get exposure, in terms of what these green jobs are, because that's not the language that they're speaking. They need to feed their families, they need money and they need to a roof under their heads, and those are basic needs. And that's where the value is in terms of grassroots and community-based organizations, in terms of taking the message to communities. Because I think what we really need to remember, this is a just transition, and what does that actually mean? And leaving no one behind. And we will leave people behind if we don't include people in the solutions, if we don't involve them, if they don't see the benefits of the energy transition, they will be those Gile moments. They will be those moments of protest. But if people are designing their own solutions, if they are the decision makers, if they are empowered, they can see the pros and cons. They are innovative. They find solutions that will be more suited to that local context. So I think it's really important for us to think about the local context, local solutions, not a one-size-fits-all, a tailored approach. So we have to be very adaptive in our energy transition and the solutions. We need to be flexible. We need to be dynamic. We need to give power to people. And are all jobs going to be green jobs? No. But I think we need to also think about the fact that not all green jobs are just nuts and bolts in the engineering and the technical side of things. A lot of my team are employed, are not doing the engineering. We're doing a lot of the marketing, we're doing the engagement, copywriting of text and language to talk to people, to engage with them. We're running programs, community engagement, co-design, participatory approaches, policy making, communications marketing, fundraising. These are not all about tech. And I think we need to be very careful when we talk about green jobs, that we're thinking about green jobs in a broader sense, and not just the nuts and bolts in the engineering side of it. There is a lot happening around these engineering jobs that create the market, that create the demand, that can create the customer journey, the customer satisfaction. So I just want to just put that into context here. It's broader than just nuts and bolts. And maybe I'll hand over to Jonathan to share some of his reflections as I kind of think through that as well.
Thank you very much. It was a fascinating speech from Lord Turner. I think my first reflection was he obviously lives in a nicer part of town than me, because if he can leave his laptop in a line bike for half an hour and it's still there, that's pretty impressive. Second thing I was struck by was his confidence in our ability to deliver the energy transition and his belief in the technology. And as someone who has given my entire professional career to this movement, it's nice to hear that, because we do hear a lot the opposite side of it. So that was very encouraging. I thought the Karl Marx quote was an interesting one. Now, I run a company now which is owned by an investment bank, so I can't really admit too openly to being a bit of a Marxist, right? But I do resonate a lot with what he says. But one thing I think's missing from that bit at the end about the only way the cost of the energy transition is lower is if the basically profitability is lower or labour costs are lower, I think ignores one thing, which is the enormous cost to the economy of not undertaking the energy transition, and the cost we imply into our society if we allow this environmental catastrophe to carry on happening. But that was the only thing I'd be indignant or kind of cheeky enough to contradict. The thing that really strikes me, though, is what he's saying is that this is actually all about the wider economic context. And what we shouldn't do when we work in the power sector, renewable energy, is take upon ourselves that we have to solve every aspect of this. What we need to do is go as fast and as hard as we can into delivering the energy transition. We need to create as many jobs as we can along the way. But fundamentally, the success of this movement will depend on what's going on in the wider economy. And the anecdote about what happened in the coal industry over the 1980s is a great example of that. So I have to admit, I don't think it threw me off in terms of my fundamental beliefs. Some of my stats need to be revisited, but hopefully you won't all have been paying so much attention to his speech and mine that you'll notice the discrepancy. But otherwise, I totally agree with everything he said and feel really energised having listened to that speech.
Thanks, Jonathan. And actually, important point you made around the kind of jobs as well. We tend to think of it as engineering, but it's also financial engineering. It's project management. It's HR. It's marketing. It's many things. It's public affairs. It's public engagement, and so on and so on. Your projects essentially are mainly installing solar PV in communities. Can you talk us through a little bit what that implies in terms of the kind of jobs? Are people ready for them in terms of skills, and what do you do to bridge that skills gap? And also, just another question is, when you, obviously once the project's actually built, what do people do then? Are they able to then build, move on to other projects? I mean, how does that work?
Yeah. So as an organization, we're a development body. So we don't install the kit ourselves, and we get contractors to do the installations. But what we do is help people in the community benefit from any work experience they can while doing the installations. We work with young people on training programs to help them get involved in every aspect of the development of the project. So what's quite interesting is that people get quite attracted by solar panels. They're a great engagement tool in terms of talking about energy. The less sexier side is the retrofit side and energy efficiency side of things. And people get hooked on, oh wow, solar panels. They can see something tangible happen in their community. They get involved, but what we've seen with young people is they have this notion, but I'm not technical and I don't want to do this. But what we give them the experience of is that there are other aspects that you can get involved in, and that is around marketing, fundraising, outreach, engagement, and all of those are key aspects. So there is willingness. There is a group of people who do want to get into technical roles and jobs, but there are also people who aren't so inclined, but also need to know that there are green jobs in a softer sense as well, in a broader sense, and they do get involved. And I was fortunate yesterday to meet with one of our trainees from 10 years ago who got a work experience on one of our installations back in 2012. And he's come back and we're having a discussion with him of being involved as a project manager in one of our projects, which is not around just solar, it's also about retrofit. So community energy organizations like ours are looking at energy in a more integrated system and a holistic approach to a household experience. So it's about energy generation, supply, retrofit, energy advice, tackling fuel poverty, making it affordable. And we can do that. And I think Lord Turner's point about the opportunity around energy efficiency and retrofit is a big one. We've seen quite a lot of interest in that, but there's more investment needed to help people go from level 2 qualifications to becoming a retrofit assessor or a coordinator or a program manager. So I think there is more investment needed in supporting people on a kind of pathway where more technical skills are required. But there's definite interest, and we need to support people more on the journey to get these jobs and get employed. Because as the demand increases, not as many people have the skills to do the heat pumps, install the heat pumps, and do the retrofit. So it's a big thing within the space that we're working in.
Thank you, and I'll come back to you maybe a bit later around solar and how that works a little bit, because I think there's some interesting points that Adair has raised. Jonathan, could you talk us a little bit through offshore wind and the kind of jobs that we create and also the scale of it? I mean, even though Lord Adair was kind of downplaying the amount of jobs we're creating, I mean, we're a couple of million people in the wind industry already. We'll be a couple of million more over the next 5 or 6 years. Talk us through a little bit what the jobs are in offshore wind, but also what the impact is on communities and coastal communities as well a little bit.
Sure. So I think there's no question that offshore wind today is already a success story. It's a UK industrial and economic success story. I think, am I looking out over the audience, and I see some people who have been involved in the sector who have probably heard me talk about this before, but offshore wind is not something that we will do in the future and produce benefit in the future. Already today in the UK, there's more than 30,000 people employed in offshore wind. Our UK expect that number to go north of 100,000 by the end of the decade. That's direct jobs, so that's comparable to Lord Turner's direct and first line indirect. And that's jobs, not just out on the continental shelf, but jobs, elsewhere in the economy. So this is a really important creator of a relevant number of jobs, and it's quite compatible with the number of jobs that might be coming out of an analogous sector like oil and gas. Now, when you break those jobs down, it more or less works out about half of those jobs are involved in the manufacturing of kit and the preparation of kit to be installed. about a quarter of those jobs are involved in the actual installation of the kit and the construction of the projects. And then about a quarter of those jobs are involved in services like O&M services, but also professional services, management, and all the rest of it. So you've got a good distribution of, low-skilled, high-skilled and professional jobs. You've got a good distribution of city-type jobs, as well as jobs which are occurring in post-industrial towns and coastal communities around the country. And that's one of the most profound things that has happened with offshore wind. If you look at where a lot of these jobs are being created, particularly the semi-skilled jobs, they're being created in coastal communities that for 20, 30 years had been outside of the economic mainstream. So you've got places like Hull taking in more than 1,000 jobs for a factory to make blades with Siemens. You've got Hartlepool with a factory making cables for JDR. You've got, businesses building crew transfer vessels, making other bits of steel all up and down the country, breathing life back into these towns and communities. And even if in each individual example it's 1,000 or so jobs, which in the, when we talk about this transition, we talk in bigger magnitudes. In those towns and communities, that's transformational. Because what that's doing is it's creating well-paid, long-term jobs that allow people to stay in the communities in which they were raised. And it's creating hope and opportunity for young people in those communities. And that's already happening. That's something I'm immensely proud of about what's happened with offshore wind, is we're delivering that already. You go to these places and you see it, and the prospects for further growth and further delivery just, keep going.
Yeah. I think it's an important point. And I think this point around solar, it is important to realise that for wind and offshore wind in particular, a lot of the manufacturing will be done locally, or at least a significant part, because of the size of the components. So, you need basically building very big things on the quayside to do offshore wind, right? So you will see that. Whereas with solar, we're essentially talking about installation, and the factories are extremely concentrated. These enormous factories, essentially in China and one or two other places, with some other places now trying to scale.
Is there a case to be made to have more manufacturing done in Europe, in the UK?
I'll go Jonathan on this one. What do you think?
So there's absolutely a case to be made, and again, if we go back to what Lord Turner said, which is you want to go as hard and as fast as you can into deploying these projects, and you want to create as much jobs as you can. But that doesn't mean creating every job, because there are aspects of the supply chain in offshore wind that rely on a low-wage economy, so highly manualised activity where you are going up against maybe, fabrication activity that takes place in the Middle East or in Southeast Asia at a much lower labour cost. And that's not the economy we have, it's not the economy we want, right? So what you need to do is say, yeah, I want all the jobs I can get, but I want the jobs that suit my economy and my skill set. So, honestly, I think what it doesn't mean is looking back and trying to prop up or protect or create jobs of the past. It means looking forward. So in this country, the jobs we should be looking at are the jobs that are helpful for the proximity argument, so massive bits of kit that you don't want to transport over long distances, so it makes sense to do it locally, or jobs which lend themselves to advanced manufacturing and AI and robotics and that, things that are more within our economic skill set, and those happen to be probably better paid, more skilled jobs anyway. So I think that when we have this conversation about manufacturing, probably what we can't expect is that at the subcomponent level we're going to compete with factories in other parts of the world that are low-wage economies. But what we can expect is that the higher, more advanced manufacturing and the finishing big products, we can certainly expect to be creating those jobs. And that I think is also getting the right balance for consumers. Because if you try to create too many of those other jobs locally, you end up pushing the cost up, and then that has other wider economic impacts. And then you have to also counterbalance that against a resilience point, which is, yeah, it's fair to say we don't want everything coming from one part of the world. We want resilient supply chains, which means a bit of diversification. But it doesn't mean we need to internalise everything in our own country or our own trading bloc, because I think that's too protectionist and will end up slowing down the transition. And will end up making it much more expensive.
Yeah, I agree, Jonathan. Those are very good points. I think there is something around the ethics as well, though, in terms of procurement and supply chains, and just challenging that a little bit. I know we want to reduce costs, we want to move at pace, but what we get pushback sometimes within the community is also about the impact on some of the extractions of minerals, or the people who are employed should be employed with in good terms. So there's a level of ethics and values incorporated within that. But within our projects, you were asking, Ben, the team are involved in asset management, and it is fairly standardized kit. Solar kind of runs itself, isn't it? But there are maintenance, and there's ways to keep people involved and engaged, and there's some kind of a lot of team get involved in, from our point of view, in community energy projects, is about once a project is established, they get involved in how we use the income, how the income is generated, and how it's distributed. So you maintain the asset, and that's the standardized process, but people want to see how the local community is benefiting, and where's this money going, and distributing it locally, and supporting more education training programs, or supporting those who are fuel poor. And those are the kind of decisions that they come around and gather around. So there are other opportunities to keep people engaged on the project, as well as employed in the community.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, some of the things we're talking about in a way seem like luxury problems. Obviously, they're not on a planetary scale, and they're not in terms of how important it is to stop climate change, of course. But I mean, we're essentially talking about first world problems, or at least a lot of the way that Lord Adair framed it was around OECD countries. What are we doing to make sure that the global south is benefiting from the green revolution? And what are the problems that those global south countries face when we're trying to install large-scale renewable energy projects there? And how does that differ from the projects we're seeing in the global north? Because I know, Jonathan, you're in quite a lot of new markets as well, some of them very significant, from places in Southeast Asia to Brazil, for instance. What are the challenges there compared to the OECD countries?
Sure. Well, so first thing is actually before we get the challenges, just say that the opportunity to a lot of these global south economies is to rapidly accelerate the electrification of their economy, which has an enormous amount of corresponding positive benefits in terms of creating, moving from an economy which relies upon people doing things manually to a more automated economy, creating a middle class, etc. So electrification is often the first step to that, and renewable energy offers a chance to get that electrification journey done quickly. But the two biggest issues faced by emerging markets and developing economies are around financing and supply chain, right? And I think, again, Lord Turner touched on this. Maybe there's a few things today that Lord Turner won't have touched on, but he touched on this. So what we see, for example, if you're in Africa or parts of Asia, the cost of capital for an infrastructure project could be 14 or 15%, right? Compared to a cost of capital here, which was for a long time sub 5%, and it's went up by 2 or 3%, and it suddenly pushed the cost of delivery up by 30%, right? So you imagine trying to deliver what we're delivering here at a cost of capital of 14%. That's making it impossible. It's making it unaffordable. It's just fatuous to talk about an energy transition with those financial terms, and that's why a lot of the effort that you and I are involved in at the UN level and and at COP and things like that is talking about mobilising lower cost finance on better terms, getting multilaterals and concessional finance into those economies to try and help do this in a more affordable way. And then the second issue is supply chain, and that's because right now we're in a moment where the opportunity for renewable deployment is through the roof, but because of other issues around the COVID hangover, inflation, cost of capital increases, the supply chain is actually quite fragile, and so getting deployment and investment in supply chain into some of these developing markets is quite tough. And again, some interventions probably needed at a kind of multinational level to try and help that happen. But it's an opportunity rather than a threat to those economies, I believe, but it needs intervention and help from the global north, from the developed economies, to help get it up and running at reasonable financial terms.
Yeah, and again, it's about the broader and wider kind of economic development and also the human development, I think. But I think as people have said, we're not going to solve all the problems of massive informal economies that we see in places like Brazil and in Africa and other places. Go on, please.
I just, sorry, I don't want to cut your flow of thought, but I do want to bring the conversation back to UK and London as well, because 7 million people in a developed country are living in fuel poverty, and the energy system isn't working for many of those low-income households who are not even captured within that 7 million figure. We've not got the solution ourselves, in terms of the way we operate and generate and distribute our energy. We need to fundamentally also think about what we can do differently here in terms of ensuring that people can have access to affordable energy, those people who don't own their homes and don't have disposable income to invest in the technology can still benefit from this green revolution that's going to happen, be it solar panels, wind, or the retrofit of heat pumps in their homes. They need to be all. If we don't want to leave anyone behind, the just transition needs to ensure that everyone can participate and benefit. And to do that, we need to ensure there's local solutions and that people are given the power to create some of those solutions and see the benefits coming back into their homes. So I think there's quite a lot of challenges in the UK itself as well. We haven't quite cracked that nut ourselves in terms of how we are going to make this transition a just one and ensure that no one is left behind. And community energy is one of the solutions to that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I guess the question is, how involved do you want people to be in their energy supply? And I mean, your take on things is that you need this kind of public support. And maybe let's segue into this before we bring in questions. I mean, are we winning the battle in terms of convincing people? I mean, we've seen the kind of attempts at a backlash. We've seen strong backlashes in some countries around some aspects, although not really around electricity generation. But certainly, this kind of idea that things are going to get more expensive and so on. How well do you think we're doing in terms of winning the battle in terms of public opinion?
Well, exactly. Our approaches are very much top-down, done to people. A lot of the delivery models, even within local authorities, is we've got money from a national government, we're going to put in and install, do the retrofit and impose these measures on people who aren't prepared, who haven't been engaged, who didn't give consent. And I think consent is really important. Citizen participation and consent will unlock the doors. Committee on Climate Change has said, 60% of the changes that we need to get to net zero is based on behavior change. If we're not going to bring people with us, we're not going to get there. So I think we need to get better in terms of including people, engaging, and not just consultation as a tick box exercise. This is true participation and involvement of people. So there is when we talk about reducing costs, there's probably costs that we're not capturing somewhere that we need to invest our time in, and that is about engagement. It's about bringing people on board so that we can get the change that we want to. And I fear that in some of the numbers that we're speaking about, while we're driving down costs, we're not factoring that cost in.
Jonathan, what are we doing to win hearts and minds over this?
Yeah, I mean, so again, this is a topic that we have been wrestling with for our entire professional lives. It's a battle we're not really winning, and again, Lord Turner said it, but we're very good at talking to ourselves and convincing ourselves how righteous we are, not so good out in the rest of the world. And I think part of the reason for that is because the message that we're giving isn't, from a communications point of view, a particularly easy one. So the benefits that we're selling, which is a clean energy transition, which is investment in infrastructure, which is energy security, long-term energy price stability, yada yada. People in our country take that as an automatic, take that for granted. They just think that's going to happen anyway and somebody's going to deliver that for them. So they don't place enough personal value on those things, right? Second thing is, the risks that we are trying to abate, which are risks around climate and environmental issues. Again, a lot of people still think that that's a matter that's going to happen at some point off in the future at some other part of the world. And they find it very easy to be ignored or distracted from the fact that flooding and extreme weather events and mass migration of people and all these other things that are happening today because of climate change are affecting us today. And everyone in this room will have somehow been affected by those. But somehow the risks aren't appreciated or seen. And then the other side of it is that, what we're actually trying to deliver is off in the future, and getting there is disruptive. Somehow it's disruptive to your life. I've got to change my gas boiler to an electric one. I've got to change my diesel car to a battery one. These are disruptions that if I don't understand or care about the benefit, and I don't understand or care about the risks, why do I want to put myself through the disruption? So fundamentally, we're on the back foot straight away. And the other side of this argument, and I'm not saying that there's some right-wing cabal controlling the media, but there is definitely a coordinated effort to put the other sides of this argument up there. They find it very easy then to exploit those things. I think what we need to then be able to do somehow is make the more emotional connection with people by showing people that what's in it for them is real, it's tangible, it's near term, it's being done with them and for them, not to them, and actually try and win an argument on emotional grounds. Because what we've been doing all the time, by the way, is the argument starts off on emotional grounds against us, and then we try and combat that with logic. And you can't win an emotional argument with logic. That's taking a knife to a gunfight. We need to try and win the emotional bit by getting people more engaged.
Collaborate more. Collaborate more.
I want to open up for questions because we've only got a few minutes left, and I want to give people in the audience a chance. So I'll go to the gentleman there. First of all, you had your hand up with the blue shirt. Yeah.
Can we talk a little bit about the actual skills that are required for the renewable industry? How long does it take to reskill someone that is potentially now working in the oil and gas industry to help and install a wind farm? And sorry, I'm not an engineer, but just I hope you understand what I'm meaning. How long does it take? Are we talking months or years? And is the current education system actually prepared to help in this transition?
Let's collect a couple of questions. Let's take a note of that one for Jonathan. Yes, the gentleman over here.
So you're saying we need to do a better job of creating an emotional connection with people in order to sell the advantages of this transition. When you say we, who's doing that? What actual roles within organizations are trying to build that connection, and who's doing the communications job to make that happen?
Yeah. Let's go on to that one. First on the oil and gas to wind skills. How long does it take to train someone?
Well, actually, it's a very nuanced answer, right? But the quick answer is it's a very short period of time, because most of the inherent skills, the long created trade skills are the same type of trade skills. It's mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, civil engineering. These are immediately transferable, right? There's a little bit of reskilling in terms of if you want to be a technician on a wind turbine, you've got to go through a couple of years worth of training through the levels to get there. There are other things where if you want to be working offshore, there's some, certificates and permits to work you need to do. But these things can either be done in the office immediately, in getting the certificates to go out offshore in a matter of weeks, and then becoming a skilled, level 6 technician a couple of years. So, actually it's a very quick process. It's more about motivation and signalling. Sorry, this one thing, a matter of a lot of controversy has been this issue about no more licenses for oil and gas, right? And we can debate whether that's a good or bad thing overall. But the one thing that it does do that we've never had is a very clear signal that the oil and gas industry will eventually come to an end, and therefore take seriously the transition and start participating in it. Because until then, there's been too much temptation to just wait and not participate, or dip in and dip out. And what we really need is that clear signal, so those transfers can happen in a really straightforward way.
And Afshin, who's creating the emotional connection? Who's winning the hearts and minds? What are those jobs?
Good point. That was saying we need to collaborate more, and there's a very much kind of them and us, and that's the kind of working with community-based organizations, social enterprises, businesses like ours that are already engaged with the communities, have better links in the communities, have trust, we employ people from the local community, and they speak in that language. They have they bring diversity of thought and emotional connection for people, and we do co-design and participatory approaches to bring more. Not everyone will want to be supplying energy, or not everyone will want, but it's having a representative sample of people who would join this movement and understand what those solutions could look like. And I think collaboration is needed, not just with public sector bodies and community organizations, but also developers, installers, we need to join the dots collectively and take ownership of this agenda to create the jobs across as well as connect with people at multiple levels.
Okay, great. Just one more question, very quick one, and that will be the last one, please. Gentleman there.
Thanks very much. I was wondering if the panel could talk about the potential for other forms of income generation rather than direct employment, because obviously renewables is a very distributed form of energy generation, and so the potential for kind of regional energy economies is huge, and yet currently I think only 1% of renewables has any form of community ownership or benefit. And so, if we want to bring people with us and we don't want to leave people behind, there are other ways of doing it rather than through direct employment.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's a good point. And it's your point, actually.
I haven't gone into the details, but there's what community energy does in terms of the way we raise finances. People invest and join a cooperative, so you get income directly in your pockets through return on investment just from the generation and sale of electricity. People who join our projects, gain jobs directly as well as indirectly, gain skills, opportunities that they can join leadership positions in their companies as well as in their local community. We're very mindful that at the moment, as we generate solar, we can't supply electricity directly to residents because we are generators and we don't hold supply licenses. We're trying to resolve that issue, and there will be more coming down that line. But to close that gap, we've made sure that we have surplus income from our projects that stay local and are distributed to help those who either can't pay their energy bills, help support on advice, top up on their prepayment meters, and other forms in which they can benefit immediately from the projects. Even if they can't invest in a project, they can see direct benefits and money in their hands as a result of these projects. So there's multiple local economic benefits from a local-led approach. I hope that kind of covers your question.
Yeah, I mean, this is something for a whole discussion, I think, for another day. I mean, certainly there's different types of community benefits, some directly, but also some kind of on a more centralized level as well. And sometimes those benefits are the point of contention, which is all the politics around building large-scale infrastructure projects. I mean, we're trying to build projects in Colombia, for instance, and you're dealing with hundreds of local communities who all want part of the project revenue, but you're also dealing with large-scale transmission infrastructure, which is something that, again, it's not just the communities producing with their solar panel, it's everything that needs to be around it in terms of the grid, the distribution, the balancing, and so on. And then into large-scale infrastructure running through places where people are living, and they also want a part of of that and want some benefit from it. So it's a really complex question. Look, I need to end it here. I'm getting overtime messages on the screen. It's been a really good, short but really interesting discussion, and this is the beginning of the day. We've still got a lot more to come in the following session, so encourage all of you to keep engaging and contributing to the next one. I want to thank our panelists, Dr. Afshin and Jonathan, for their participation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much to Ben, Afshin and Jonathan for those hugely insightful comments. If you would like some more insights delivered to your inbox every Thursday, I would urge you to subscribe to Radical Realist. the newsletter that we send out from the Conduit. It touches on all of the issues that so many of us here care about, from the green transition to the state of democracy, and much more. This is the moment where you can get your phones out. If you want to scan that, there are also QR codes, I think, on the screens in the stairwell, or just Google the Conduit Radical Realist. And if you sign up today, you'll be able to get videos of all of the sessions that we're running today, and write-ups of everything that's been said. One of the things we do every week with Radical Realist is take a very practical look at how to build an impactful social enterprise. And we have a very global outlook on that as well. So I am delighted to introduce, for our Radical Realist How to Build It session, Nicola Golombek, the Executive Director of Yellowwood Holdings, and James Mwangi of Africa Climate Ventures.
Hi everyone, it's fantastic to be here and to be here with James. I'm not going to bore you telling you about what I do, but really this is a platform for James to inspire you the way he does me in our work as businesses and social enterprises operating both in the UK and on the African continent. So, I mean, I suppose, James, you're somebody who's spent the last 20 years advising policymakers, businesses, investors on how to optimize Africa's growth and development. And you're now running a climate ventures business and championing climate action on the African continent. This is a day on the UK green transition, and an audience of people primarily focused on that question. Why are we having a session on Africa at all? And what do you see when you think out over the next 20 years in Africa? And why should this audience be paying attention to that?
Thanks, Nicola. Always a privilege to share a stage with you, and given your own work on the question of jobs in general, I think there'll be a lot for us to kind of engage and discuss. I think where I'll start is just be clear that this is not a conversation, and it's not going to be a conversation about how all of us, in addition to helping the UK solve its green jobs challenges, also need to maybe help out Africa. That's not the discussion. There's a moral case for it. That's not the case I'm here to make. The case I'm here to make is a pure, hard-nosed realist one that says if we are to avoid climate disaster, the Paris Agreement, the IPCC reports, everything is very clear that humanity needs to undertake three massive tasks. We need to protect and ideally restore the few still functioning natural carbon sinks that the planet has, many of them concentrated in the tropics. We need to decarbonize every aspect of human production and consumption today. So take every industry and find a way to squeeze out emissions from it, largely by shifting to electrification and renewable energy and new approaches. And then finally, people usually stop at those first two, but those are actually no longer going to be enough. We are going to find some way to be removing between 5 and 15 billion tons of greenhouse gases, mostly carbon dioxide, from the atmosphere every year, over and above what our existing natural carbon sinks are doing today, right? Just to give you a sense, that quantum of tonnage of carbon removal in different ways is about the size of the global fossil fuel industry today. It's an industry that does not exist. And I think our conversations tend to cut off at the point of how do we stop making climate change worse, which is shift to renewables now, avoid additional unnecessary emissions, and so on. And of course, if you just stop there, there's a whole lot of jobs that exist today that are going to go away. But we're going to need a whole lot of new stewards of nature. We're going to need a whole lot of innovation in decarbonizing everything we do. And then there's an entire massive new sector that's going to be intensive in its usage of land, natural resources, energy, that is truly existential for us as a species. Now, for all of that, Africa brings, for the remainder of the century, the world's largest workforce, massive endowments of land and natural resources. I'm not just talking about critical minerals. The minute you say natural resources in Africa, everyone immediately says, yes, 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 the cobalt. But it's not just the cobalt. It's the biodiversity. It's the coastlines. It's the tropical landmass, which is important for a whole range of reasons. It's the subterranean basalt, if you're thinking of geologically storing carbon at any sort of scale. And then finally, it's the superabundant, like the truly mind-boggling abundance of untapped renewable energy in the tropical belt of the planet. The number I like to share is 50x. If you take the projected global electricity demand of 2040, not today, of 2040, Africa alone could generate 50 times that with its renewable energy potential. So in a world where we're going to need to turn all of that energy into these three imperatives, ignoring Africa and ignoring how you work with Africa is kind of writing yourself out of the story of how the planet is going to get to net zero.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have everyone's attention. I mean, what do you see as the opportunities? Where are the big opportunities? What's the growth going to look like? I mean, there tends to be a big focus on the big risks. You know, the working age, huge population of young Africans, you know, people can kind of feel overwhelmed by that idea. It's like, you know, is that going to cause waves of migration? Is it going to cause, you know, there's a lot of focus on the risk. What do you see as the big opportunities? What is that growth going to look like on the African continent? What is the jobs-rich growth going to look like? Paint that picture for us to 2050.
So if we're going to look out to 2050, the first thing I'm going to try and do is disabuse us of the fallacy of small expectations, right? If we try and solve this problem small, we're going to fail big. And the way I'll do that is first anchor the conversation a little bit, right? Let's go back to 1980, and let's go to a small town, almost a village of 30,000 people called Shenzhen. If you'd gone to that place in 1980 and said, this is going to be the center of global manufacturing, within the professional lifetime of people still sitting in this room, you'd have been committed to an insane asylum, right? But it happened because of a whole range of forces, particularly the process of turning a large labor force into a very competent industrial workforce. I'm just using that as an anchor for where we start. Because where we need to go is to start saying, where are the efficiencies if we're going to have to decarbonize everything, right? So let's take as a given that we all understand that conservation and restoration of nature is something that Africa is actually well suited to do. And I'm saying Africa, but I'm really talking about the global south, because when we say global south, it's actually a geographically illiterate term. What we really mean is the tropics. We don't mean Australia and New Zealand. We mean the tropics, right? So we mean much of Latin America, much of Southeast Asia, and mostly sub-Saharan Africa, right? So that's the battlefront on which we are going to do a lot of the work of averting catastrophic climate change and reversing the worst effects of what has happened so far. And what do we begin with? We begin with the fact that if you ask anyone about the pathway to decarbonizing industry, it is firstly electrify everything, and then green your electricity supply. It's not in a sequence, you do them at the same time. Now, one of the things that was said earlier, and Jonathan, who was on stage, made the point that renewable energy is actually really expensive to access in parts of Africa, and we tend to look at it from the perspective of energy poverty and how do we get 600 million households to have access to new energy. What we're missing, though, is that to deliver baseload renewable electricity, you know, if you take an average, you know, let's take Germany versus a tropical country like Kenya. It costs 3 times as much to get the same amount of renewable electricity in Germany versus Kenya if you exclude the cost of capital. That's because you need a lot less photovoltaics, even if you're also accounting for wind. You need a lot less of it. We don't have winter. And secondly, you need a lot less storage to smooth out variations in supply. We don't have winter. What does that mean? It means that for any industry you're looking at that's going to need a lot of cheap electrons in the future, you need to put it as close to the tropics as you possibly can. That's where the cheapest electrons of planet Earth are going to be available. And that's true no matter how cheap solar panels get, because I don't care how many panels you can get for a certain amount of money, you can get twice as much energy from that same number of panels if you move them to my neighborhood, right? Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean that there's a competition for jobs. It just means that you've suddenly got new places to put energy-intensive applications. It means that there's opportunities for different kinds of partnerships around those energy-intensive applications. Right? One example I like to use is today, if you want to decarbonize, say you wanted to decarbonize aluminium, Africa produces 25% of the world's bauxite, which is converted using electricity to aluminium. That conversion is worth about 1% of global industrial emissions today. If all you did was invest in African renewable energy to convert Africa's bauxite into aluminium, which can then feed into industry in Africa and in Europe, that's 1% of global emissions gone, and about 200,000 to 300,000 jobs, 300,000 direct jobs created, not to mention the massive transformation of the West African coast from dropping 44 gigawatts of renewables in there. That's a lot of financial engineering, a lot of technological work, a lot of partnerships with places in the world that have those types of capabilities. And that's the point. Converting Shenzhen from what it was to what it is created a lot of value in a lot of places, including the City of London. Unlocking Africa's potential to play that same role in the race to global zero offers the same scale of opportunities across a range of sectors.
So before we come back to some of the things that are going to be needed to make that happen, let's just stay with that picture of what's happening on the African continent, because when we think about the kind of economic activity that's going to be needed on the African continent to actually create jobs for the scale and size of the African young population, we're going to have to think, and I think this point was made by several speakers earlier, we're going to have to not be looking to the green sector itself to create those jobs. It's what we need to see this transition as a transformative economic activity in general, like transforming and building whole new economies. So I think what would be helpful, James, is again in that what's going to happen to 2050, is paint the picture for us about cities, about food, about economy in general, right? About what do you see this continent's going to look like? What's our Shenzhen in 2050?
Let's dig into food, also because it's almost lunchtime. So Africa is a net importer of food, massive net importer actually, but is also home to 60% of the world's remaining high potential undeveloped or uncultivated land. Africa also has a problem in that for a range of reasons, one, traditional fertilizer regimes don't work very well in Africa. They make our soils very acidic and don't give you as much yield. And secondly, farmers can't afford to use as much fertilizer. So you have very low yields per acre. And yet at the same time, we increasingly are recognizing that the green revolution that everyone else went through that was very chemical intensive has in some ways been a false turn. It has driven a huge chunk of global emissions today, and we kind of have to back that truck up and get to regenerative agriculture. Now the interesting thing, and now I'll get really specific, is when you look at the role of regenerative methods, the role of organic methods of boosting productivity and so on, and how those interact with smallholder farmers, with tropical land masses and so on, you start to see a very interesting potential opportunity emerge, right? We're investing in a biochar fertilizer manufacturer, for example, that is able to match the performance of chemical fertilizer using domestically available organic ingredients recycled into the farm. Importantly, they're doing that while realizing a net carbon durable removal because they're putting biochar into the soil over time. So it's not just moving from being a net emitter in terms of the carbon cost of making fertilizer, it's turning agriculture and the process of fertilizing soils into a net sink. If you scale up that kind of opportunity, what you're doing is you're then saying to farmers, look, here's a way we can boost your incomes. Firstly, by making you carbon stewards, right? You're actually boosting your soil's ability to store and hold carbon. We're boosting your yields, and we're getting you started on a pathway that isn't dependent on the emissions-intensive agriculture of the past. And if you build that system out further and further, what you're then saying is you're moving away from our current global system where we make the fertilizer in one corner of the globe, we're using fossil fuels and spread it all over, to one where we're actually creating self-contained agricultural ecosystems where the nutrients are just circulating. Where it gets really interesting is when you're able to say, well, yeah, you will need extra nitrogen and so on. Well, Africa can be the place, and we are seeing people begin to innovate where you can do things like distributed production of ammonia, right? Using solar power, green hydrogen, not to move around and export, but actually make it and use it on the land in a way that allows you with very little emissions to boost soil productivity, generate an actual desirable crop, really embrace organic processes from the start, and offer the world an interesting new alternative as a way to green our collective food supply. Now, the interesting thing is the more you do that stuff, the more it actually becomes more job intensive because you're creating more economic complexity in the communities, and you're role modeling stuff, and you're testing technologies that will eventually, I think, become the way that we do all of these processes elsewhere. It just happens to be already cost competitive in Africa before it's cost competitive elsewhere. Now, some of that then speaks to some of the work, Nicola, that you've been doing around thinking about new sectors to prepare young people to enter into the workforce, where it's not just about saying, well, these are a few green sectors, it's about what's the green narrative in every sector, and how do we add that component of this is just how we do things into how we prepare our young people for employment.
So, I mean, when we look at that, whether it's agriculture and food systems, the built environment, I mean, you know, mega cities going to grow and need to be built in on the African continent in the next 25 years. And again, returning to this audience, right? And we're sitting here in the UK, and we're focusing on a UK thinking about its growth strategy, its own transition, and its place in the world, and in facing into this climate challenge and next phase of economy. What do you see as I mean, people earlier spoke about there's clearly investment opportunity, something, you know, the UK is very, you know, good at, used to doing, in its comfort zone on, right? High-end and very sophisticated, you know, the high end of manufacturing was mentioned earlier rather than the sort of, you know, the general supply chains of manufacturing. When you think about the UK leading one in what its natural competitive advantages are in these transition moments, what Africa's comparative advantages and assets are, and the models we need, though, to unlock those, because somebody mentioned earlier that the terms of the financing don't work. The current terms of the financing don't work, right? The terms of trade don't work, right? And in fact, the way Europe's needing to approach it at the moment, not really looking very good, right? Because it's very protectionist and in fact going to make it incredibly hard for African economies to trade into products into Europe, because although they're very green, they're not going to meet the kinds of standards that they're green in other ways and very inclusive. They're not going to meet some of the standards that Europe is setting. So let's think about the UK-Africa partnership over this next, and what are the win-win kind of models that we can see, and what's it going to need to unlock those?
So I think there's partnerships in a few areas, right? So in addition to capital, there's technologies, right? If you're an innovator in, for example, green construction, we talked about the built environment, 40% of all new urban construction in the world between now and 2050 is going to be in Africa. Right? In the same way that when you were talking about the future of cities in the 1980s, you may have been thinking that you were thinking about the next buildings to be built in Chicago, but you were really talking about Kuala Lumpur. You didn't know it at the time. The same today, right? You think about the future of cities today, you're really talking about what is going to happen, not to Lagos necessarily or Kinshasa, those are the big cities of now, but to Kisumu, to Kumasi, right? To all of these new cities that are going to be growing massively and will need new technologies, new materials, and so on going into them. So there's a technology opportunity for sure. I think there's also different kinds of industrial partnership, right? There's a whole question of diversifying supply chains. Well, part of the reason that global supply chains have such critical dependencies is much of the world's raw materials are extracted from various places in the world and processed in one set of very concentrated factories in one corner of the planet, right? What happens if you actually are thinking about investing in a more distributed supply chain that's using energy and raw materials where they are? It actually creates a more balanced kind of set of supply pathways for UK industry, while also creating the opportunities for interesting, two-way trade and correspondence. And then the last thing to my mind is, to what extent are there efficiency gains to be had, right? If I'm sitting in a temperate country and I need to electrify everything I'm doing right now, I'm going to need a lot more electricity than I currently have. And you look at the broader European equation, the United Kingdom is actually somewhat well off, but frankly, across Europe, there's a real question about an industrial system that was designed in an era when energy was easy to move in the form of fossil fuel, but IP and capital of other kinds was difficult to move because of unpredictable regimes of different kinds. We're in a different world now. Green energy is hard to move with any level of efficiency over great distances, whereas knowledge, IP, expertise can actually move quite simply. So there's a whole set of knowledge partnerships that say, do stuff where the energy and the large labor forces and the raw materials are, and generate returns that will be abundant enough for everybody. Oh, and by the way, as a nice bonus, you reduce that pressure for people who are currently excluded from the global economy and just feeling the impacts of climate change to come here. Turn them into the workforce that's fighting climate change where they are in partnership with you.
James, and just, I think we can end there. With this idea of this generation of young Africans as part of the solution, not just a big problem to be solved, both in innovating and generating and being the workforce of this transition, alongside the kinds of work opportunities that Britons and people in the UK are seeking and going to benefit from in this transition. One of the, I think just in the picture that you paint there though, there is a risk again that we repeat patterns where, through mineral extraction and everything else, we sort of create another divide, which is somehow the ones in the UK are sort of white collar, the sophisticated, the tech jobs, and then there's kind of some other kind of supply chain that happens in a low sort of industrial economy in Africa. So share some of the innovation that you're seeing on the African continent that is also contributing to green tech, green innovation. I think we can end there because that's also where investment and partnership might happen, is in the social venture space that's burgeoning, I think, on the African continent.
So just to give you a sense, at the end of the day, talent is evenly distributed around the world. Opportunity often isn't. Interestingly, one of the things we're finding in our work, investing in early stage climate ventures, is because a lot of the verticals of new climate technology are relatively nascent today, the amount of ground you need to make up if you're trying to be at the frontier in, graduating from a Kenyan university is actually less than if you're in a sector where there's a lot of existing industrial complexity. I'll give 3 examples. I already talked about the folks that are doing, really high quality biochar-based organic fertilizer, right? They're spending a lot of time actually figuring out the right types of organic ingredients to add to biochar to actually make it a full balanced fertilizer and deploying it. Entirely taking traditional knowledge, combining it with really world-class approaches to pyrolysis, the process of making biochar, to actually say, well, this product here is one of the best in the world. And why can I say that without fear of contradiction? Because they are finalists in the global carbon removal X Prize. They have a decent chance they're already one of 20 out of several hundred global technology companies that have made it that far and have a decent chance at winning. You talk about sectors like, for example, direct air carbon capture. Controversial to some, I know, because hey, should we really be building machines to fix the problem instead of removing our emissions? The reality is we will need some kinds of engineered carbon removal solutions in addition to everything else we need to do. The interesting thing is, one of the best teams in the world at making these machines right now, again, I can say this without fear of contradiction because of external validation, is a whole bunch of graduates of the University of Nairobi and the Jomo Kenyatta University of Technology who are working on the outskirts of Nairobi to make direct air carbon capture machines that are optimized to work with Kenya's big endowment of geothermal energy. So a way to kind of use that green energy for a global good, not mining Bitcoin, but actually pulling carbon out of the atmosphere as a way to export renewable energy. And the examples continue, right? There's folks working on bioplastics from bio-waste and so on and so forth. So the mines are there. The partnership opportunities exist. And I think one of the other things that you see is once you begin to actually build up industrial complexity, people build expertise that allows them to take that forward, right? Taiwan used to be an inexpensive manufacturing destination that was just meant to copy what other people did very cheaply. Try and explain that to anyone trying to make a complex microchip today. There's just a process that we need to get on, and I'm saying across all of these new green verticals that will depend on latitude, geology, and to some extent demography, Africa is poised not just to be a part of the solution, but to be a pretty critical part of the global equation for net zero. And that's a huge investment opportunity and a huge partnership opportunity.
I see there's a question, so let's take that question. I'm winging it, Conduit team. I hope that's okay.
Hello. Is it on? All right, thank you. I had a question that sort of touches on a number of the different things that you've raised, like particularly around food systems and around some of the links between Europe and Africa. Because as it happens, like, one of the biggest exports from, say, Botswana is beef, and it's specifically exported to the EU. And a whole lot of structural change has happened to make that possible. But obviously, cattle raising is not an environmentally friendly industry in many ways. And cattle play a large role also in a lot of traditional societies. So I'm just curious what you think could be done in that area in terms of obviously respecting the cultural significance of cattle, but also reducing the impact of that. And particularly in this case, it's the EU agreement which is driving the raising of cattle.
So there's a couple of things embedded there. The first one I'll take on is beef and cattle and so on, where I will say there's an aspect of this that just says, as a species, we do need to eat less beef, period. But I'll also point out that to the extent that a unit of beef is being consumed anywhere in the world, a free-range African unit of beef is actually less carbon intensive than a feedlot-driven kind of global north unit of beef, just in terms of how you actually raise and manage the cattle. So there is a decarbonization story to be told there. Of course, the long term is a transition away in some ways, although there's models like that of an organization called Mafisa in Zambia that's actually working at how do you use smart range management that's integrating both wildlife and cattle into restoring landscapes, into turning them to net carbon sinks. Because remember, herbivores are a part of our natural ecosystem. So can we actually go back to something that looks a lot more like a free-range natural system is one aspect of this. Another aspect of, though, is the unintended or sometimes intended consequences of poorly thought through climate-oriented legislation or trade legislation. We need to consistently value carbon in our trade systems and send the right demand and supply signals. Because what's happening today is there's no real gain to decarbonizing the way I do things as a farmer, and so I'm very carbon intensive in particular ways. If we did then say, let's consistently keep everyone on the same kind of benchmark in terms of the carbon intensity of production, the places in the world that use the least amount of fertilizer have the largest amount of free-range tropical land, and will naturally become the spaces where we need to concentrate more agricultural production overall. But again, it's a journey, and there's a whole set of systemic issues that get in the way of it, including saying we're doing a climate regulation where actually we're just trying to protect local producers.
So I'm afraid we're out of time, and I don't want to be keeping you from any coffees or food that are in order. Hopefully this has sparked some thinking on, in every system and in every job loss, job creation, new innovation that is possible, how these interconnected systems economically and climatically and ecologically between Africa and the UK might be reimagined in this next phase, right? A positive shared prosperity future rather than any negative variants of that we may think about or carry as baggage from our past. And hopefully today has stimulated some thinking about what that positive path forward might look like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James and Nicola, for a fascinating conversation. We touched a little bit on the built environment there, and we're going to do that a little more, turning back to the UK, where we have some of the draftiest and most energy inefficient homes in Europe, and talking about how we move to more sustainable forms of real estate. So I would like to welcome to the stage our moderator for this next session, Audrey Nugent, who is the Global Advocacy and Campaigns Director for the World Green Building Council. Audrey, please come to the stage. Hello. There's a bit of a crowd. Please welcome to the stage Audrey Nugent.
So I'm going to invite the panelists to join me on stage. So we have, and I hope I get your name correct, Basil, Demetrius, are you here? There you are. We also have Simon Harding Roots from the Crown Estate, and hopefully Johnny Waits from the Waits Group. Great. So we're going to be slightly less than the hour we had intended and get this discussion going in 46 minutes exactly and 17 seconds. So yeah, as it's been said, in this session we're really going to put a spotlight on the built environment, which is obviously a key contributor to carbon emissions, and it's a really important sector in that move towards sustainability. So my name is Audrey Nugent, and I'm the Director of Global Advocacy at the World Green Building Council. So we are the world's largest global, regional, local action network, driving that systemic change in our sector. So it was really interesting just to hear a little bit of the last session, because we talk a lot about, the floor space growth in Africa and the challenges that brings, and just the challenges inherent in the built environment at the global stage are quite huge. It's responsible for 37% of global emissions and 40% of raw materials extraction. It also stewards the largest global asset class, representing 13% of global GDP and generating nearly 9% of employment globally. And the International Labour Organization has predicted that in the transition to the green economy, we're going to see a net increase in construction jobs. And that's despite the fact that we will be losing those so-called brown jobs or more polluting jobs. And there's a lot of political momentum at the moment behind taking action in the building sector. We saw the outcome of the COP28 climate agreement, really mandating a role for buildings in terms of a drive towards increased energy efficiencies, renewable capacities. And also this year, we've seen the launch of the Declaration de Chaillot, which the UK has signed up to, and the Buildings Breakthrough, which the UK has always signed up to. But, the importance and the delivery of those commitments can only be done if we have the right skills, we have the right capacities in place. And I really just want to maybe introduce the panel and hear from them about what they think are the key challenges in actually getting us there, specifically in the UK context. So I'm just going to ask everyone to kind of do a quick intro. themselves. So maybe we can go in what I think would be alphabetical order. So Basil, Simon, and then Johnny, just to introduce yourself to the audience, what your role is, and your perspectives on how the topic of sustainability in the construction sector is driving innovation and what that is doing in terms of jobs creation and the impact that may have.
Easy question. I'll try and be succinct. So Basil Demarudis, nice to be here. Thanks for persevering over a long morning already. So we're an investor developer. So we're a customer, effectively, of a lot of the green transition activity and green products and innovations that we're going to talk about today. And we've been doing it for about 12, 13 years as an investor developer, and our sole purpose is really to drive down carbon and drive up social impact in the built environment. We think that there's greater financial returns to be made by doing that. We've done about 1.5 million square feet of real estate here in the UK. I think, although I share on the unbridled enthusiasm of Lord Turner and of James just before us, I think just maybe zeroing in on some of the context and scene setting that you did a moment ago as well. I think I'd say 3 things. First of all, the problem in the built environment is tremendously large. 40% of the carbon emissions, 36% of global energy, as you mentioned. As a society, we mine about 100 billion tons of materials from the earth every year. 40 to 50% of that goes to the built environment. That's something like 30 to 40 kilograms for every person on the planet every single day that we harvest and steal from Mother Nature. The problem that we're facing and the challenge is immense. It's also incredibly complicated. As an investor developer, if you just look around the room around you, the number of industries represented in the materials, whether it's the carpet industry or timber or steel, glass, there are probably, 40, 50 different industries represented in just the 10 square meters just where you might be sitting. And we know from the buildings that we do, where we actually track and measure when we're doing a refurbishment, literally every nut, bolt, and screw that comes into the building. For example, down at Tower Bridge, where we're on site with a building called TBC London, there's something like 2 million individual items that we've brought into the building so far in that retrofit. 4,500 different SKUs, different individual products and services. So incredibly complicated. And I'd say thirdly and finally that if we look at the history of our industry and the built environment as a predictor of the future, I don't think you'd be particularly optimistic. And perhaps breaking with Conduit tradition, I'll be a bit of a pessimist. We build buildings the same way that we've built them for the last 100 years. If you were to look at how we built the skyscrapers in the 1920s and 30s, they're pretty much exactly how we build them today. And indeed, if you look at, say, something like the buildings in New York City, the Empire State Building is about 430 meters tall. The Shard is 310 meters tall. And those buildings are separated by about 80 years, celebrated as the tallest building in Europe. We talk about this being the 4th industrial revolution. I think the property industry has slept through the first 3, so hopefully this one will be a bit different. Last innovations in the built environment, hard to think of really any much after air conditioning, which is the 1940s, lifts, 1860s, and so on. So I think we're at the cusp of something potentially great and amazing, but it's going to take a real systemic and system change mindset in order to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes it's nice to be optimistic, but sometimes it's nice to just kind of set out the reality that we're facing and then actually think about how can we come together and collaborate to overcome that and deliver that systemic change. So maybe, Simon, I can come to you and kind of put the same question.
Sure. Yeah, are we connected on? Yes. Simon Harding-Roots, so I'm the managing director who's responsible for the London portfolio of the Crown Estate. The Crown Estate is a national, privately run business, but that returns all of our profit back to the government, to the Treasury. So we're quite a unique mix. We operate at scale. We have 4 main businesses. An odd mix you wouldn't necessarily bring together, but we happen to manage the seabed for 12 miles all around England, Northern Ireland and Wales. A few years ago, there was a bit of a so what around that. Today, with the wonders of offshore energy, that's a huge issue for us and for the country, which we are very proud to be part of with the new Great British Energy Initiative that came very quickly from the Prime Minister. So suddenly things change, and that's the world we live in, which is very exciting. We have a rural portfolio and a regional portfolio, and my bit, very London-centric. Wonderfully refreshing. I'm a passionate Londoner, but wonderfully refreshing to hear a continental discussion about Africa at scale. That's really quite refreshing from my world, which is very London-centric, as much as I love it. So my role is managing 10 million square feet right in the heart of the West End, which some of you will know. So it's the Regent Street, St James's portfolio predominantly. 60% of it's commercial offices, but then obviously the high-profile retail and F&B that sits generally on the ground floor. A huge driver for London's economy. And recently that came out again with another very high-profile statement this week from the Deputy Prime Minister about a mayoral development corporation right in the heart of Oxford Street and taking part of Regent Street. So I think a recognition that London as a powerhouse is not something to be ashamed of. Levelling up is great, but you've got to tend to the engine room, and I'm delighted we seem to be getting, again, another big shift and recognition around that. One of my key challenges, which hopefully we'll have time to talk about in particular, is the historic environment. So most of my 10 million square feet I manage and I'm redeveloping and refurbishing is in conservation area, is listed buildings, and it's really hard to get those wonderful, beautiful buildings fit for purpose for the 21st century. So there was a mention earlier about leaky homes. I've got 10 million square feet of very, very leaky offices and retail space out there. Crittall windows, like you see here, all wonderful, all listed and protected, they leak like sieves. So how do we as an industry stop using that as an excuse, or coming up against the heritage lobby who just say no because they don't know what the alternatives are, and work together to find solutions? We can't just keep scratching our head. We've got to get on and do stuff. So that's something we might be able to touch on in terms of solutions. But that's a brief overview of what I'm up to.
Great, thank you. And then lastly to Johnny, and that's definitely something we want to come back to, is the retrofitting challenge, which is obviously huge in the UK and Europe and North America. But Johnny, maybe if you want to just briefly introduce yourself and maybe perhaps touch on the point Basil raised about, the systemic change we need in the built environment, if that's...
Okay, great, thank you. And great to be here. So I'm Johnny Waits. I'm a fourth generation owner and board director of Waits Group, which is a UK-based sort of broad built environment company. So we're a contractor for others in various sectors, across offices, gigafactories, schools, housing. But we're also a developer in our own right, particularly in residential, and we have a small commercial business as well. In the context of this conversation, maybe something of interest is a sort of philosophy of the purpose of the organization. The owners want to hand on a stronger enterprise to the fifth generation. They're already in the company. And that word stronger is super interesting today and is very provocative for us. We're really engaged strongly with what that might be. And actually the fifth generation themselves in their 20s are very challenging, as you would hope, around that question. So we have a sort of stewardship idea. We think a lot about legacy and we think a lot about the longer term. And our view in-house is that actually change is coming. We're in the midst of it. It feels very unstable and uncomfortable. It definitely doesn't feel like business as usual. And there's a lot of stress and tension in the industry. So whilst I agree with Basil that the record of the industry doesn't look great, it's inevitable, it's going to come. And it's coming in various forms. The origin of a lot of it is in social justice and in environmental challenges, which we know all about. So we see legislation changing, we see regulation changing, we see technology changing very quickly as well. And as deliverers, which is our contracting business, we see really significant challenges as we scale up and adapt, sort of mobilize around what our clients' changing requirements are. So the family view is that we're not going to hand on anything stronger if we're not more durable, if we're not more fit for purpose. So we're really grasping the nettle, if you like, around being purposeful and translating that into a vision of a portfolio of what that business activity might be down the road. and maybe, excuse me, maybe I could, one of the things that we do specifically to get a bit more granular is we maintain a lot of public housing. We're number 2, I think, in that market. It's about 500,000 homes a year we're maintaining, and we do new build as well around that. So there's a big story around retrofit of public housing that I can share with you a little bit later on if that suits.
Sounds good. Great. I mean, maybe just to stick on that point of retrofitting, because it's been mentioned by both of you, and obviously that's a huge challenge within the UK, and it's made even more challenging by the kind of cultural heritage aspects that we obviously need to protect. So maybe, Simon, if I can come to you and just get you to share some of your perspectives on that, and also mindful in my discussions with our wider network of green building councils, a huge part of that challenge is also just upskilling the workforce and what kind of green skills do you need in the workforce to deliver that. So maybe you first, Simon. And then.
Yeah, let me kick off with that. So I suppose 2 themes on that for us in particular. One is the heritage aspect and the protection afforded to heritage buildings. Quite rightly, no one's challenging that in principle, but the need to adapt and to bring in technology and technological innovation for new solutions. And I think the problem has been often when you have developers, it's a site by site, and so it's quite hard to scale it up. The big advantage we have as the principal London estate, and partnering as we do with the other London estates, is we can work at scale. We can invest in long-term innovation. It's wonderfully simple, but I'm going to come back to the windows point because I think it highlights this, that we're setting up a pilot. We're leading in this as the Crown Estate to innovate appropriate solutions for double glazing replacements at scale. And I know, probably some of you would have done that domestically on your homes, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We have thousands of windows across our estate. It has to work. We can't, we've got to make this work properly. And then we want that to be a solution to share with others. So we're funding that up front. We're a long-term business. We've been around 300 years. We hope we'll be around another 300. So that's, I think, where we step up as large landowners, partner with others, bring them on the journey. And there are other examples around that where we can just choose something that's going to have impact, stop them leaking, reduce energy, get massive benefit. And then the other aspect is skills, absolutely. And again, we partnered with Grosvenor, with National Trust, with Peabody and Historic England to prepare a fact-based report on the skills shortage, which we all know in the industry, and all due respect to Wait, so I wish I had you on tap for my domestic renovations, but how hard it is to get a good plumber, how hard it is to get a good electrician in your own home, let alone trying to manage big estates and do the right thing and preserve historic buildings. There are specific skill sets that have just died. Carpentry and stonemasonry are, they're very hard to find good people. We want to do the right thing. We need to get those skill sets back. They're highly relevant, more so today than ever, in terms of refurbishing these important buildings. And the report we did, which we presented in at the Houses of Parliament, shows we need double the amount of people in those professions that we have. There's about 100,000 now. We need 200,000 every year to 2050 if we're going to meet net zero. So we're never going to get there unless we get these basics right and get the right people in the right jobs, all skilled up and proud of that craftsmanship. I think it's a return to that.
That's a great point. And and creating that pride in your work. I think, Johnny, maybe do you want to build on that a little bit?
I couldn't agree more. The facts speak for themselves. There's a huge skills shortage, and this is an industry, broadly built environment industry, that's struggling significantly reputationally. Grenfell is a terrible thing, but I think it's symptomatic of an industry that's got challenges around quality and standards. It's very difficult to escape that conclusion. It's an uncomfortable truth. We've got really major issues around diversity and inclusion. Still a very male, we love our male colleagues, but it's still a very male-dominated industry. And in my personal opinion, I don't think the industry does a very good job at all of informing people and making people aware of just how damn cool it is, what we're doing, especially when it comes to this, in my view, revolution that is upon us. It's going to shift the types of skills that are needed in the roles, and there's a lot of people who work in the industry. There's a lot of pride. You can hear it in what Simon's saying. There's a lot of pride in the physical environment, making places better for people. But we've just got to do a better job at managing that gap.
I might just pick up on the innovation point, and I think as a customer and user, we spend a lot of time actually going all the way up into the supply chain, our supplier's supplier. And if you think of those 4,500 products that are in the building example I gave you, we need to understand how paint's made. We need to understand, obviously, the holy trinity, concrete, glass, and steel, but we also need to understand literally, the vast majority of those things. So we'll spend time with the venture capital community or those foundations that are funding innovation, or in research labs going and looking how the solar panel technology is evolving, and then pulling that through as the end customer and insisting that those innovations get used in our buildings. So, for example, we're using in one of our buildings floor tiles that are actually not fired in a kiln, but they're made using nature mimicry. So they sprinkle bacteria on them, and they're cured at room temperature. Or for your leaky buildings, we've used a kind of like a fog system that you spray it into a room, you pressurize the room, and it finds every nook and cranny. Or for windows, we're using vacuum glass that has a special technology that makes it faster and cheaper to replace traditional window panes. And we're doing that, and we're introducing those innovations, actually pulling them through the supply chain and introducing them to our contractor parties and our engineering teams. But it does take a special skill, and to the jobs point, those skills oftentimes sit at the contractor or at the consulting or engineering level. They don't necessarily, the absence of skills doesn't necessarily sit at the kind of producer level. So there's, $1.8 trillion is invested every year into climate tech, and a lot of that is actually stuck at what I think of as the top of the funnel. And what's not happening is it's not being pulled through the bottom of the funnel on a demand side basis through people like us who are insisting changes to this traditional ways of operating and actually specifying these innovations in our buildings and trying to break this decades-long way of deeply entrenched ways of working.
That's really interesting. And I just want to maybe follow up on that, because I think with the, we don't traditionally really like change, and like to try and convince people to kind of change the place where they live or they work. Like we've seen the debate on heat pumps in the UK, etc. Like, how are you actually kind of building that sort of environment where people are receptive to that type of change?
Yeah, it's not easy, but I think you've got to have a practitioner's mindset. And I think part of the problem we face is that actually of the 28 million buildings that in the UK, 2 million of which are commercial, about £1 trillion worth of real estate, 60% of that is held in large institutional hands. And there are very few enlightened long-term holders like the Crown Estates. If you think of the large asset managers, and I won't name any because they might be sitting in the room, but you know who I mean, then they usually start with a color and then a stone. But if you're sitting on managing 100 billion worth of real estate, you honestly could care less where your bricks come from. And you probably don't even know, and you probably will never know. All you care about is growing your asset base. But if you come at it with the passion that we all do, and I think then you can inspire teams on the ground and get them to try something different. Look, I think it's a risky business we're in. We don't want buildings to fail. It has catastrophic consequences. We want them to be successful. We want them to stand, and we want them to not hurt anyone. But beyond that, we actually need to think proactively about what positive impact they can have. How do we inspire people to be their best selves, to be engaged, to be enriched, to be inspired by the places that they're working in? And I think that ultimately has to be the driving force to innovation.
Can I just pick up on that briefly? So I totally agree, and we're sort of doing a bit of a carrot and stick on that. So the stick being we're putting green clauses in all our leases to ensure that we drive that through. And initially that was, we've kind of almost laughed out of the door. Today it's very much more standard. We're known for it. And then the sort of the carrot bit is really bringing people on the journey. So we've had a focus in our corporate KPIs to reduce energy consumption, and that's been really tough because we don't manage the bulk of the spaces. The tenants manage that, and they still want, not far less so now, but people wanted to leave their lights on all night or have access to an air-conditioned building 24/7. And just educating people that really you don't need that. And people have come on the journey, and we've seen some of the big players that you would, to your point, they wouldn't normally give a damn, thinking actually, no, our CSR, we do need to consider this. We can turn the lights off. We don't need it fully air conditioned all weekend. So I think it's step by step, but the carrot and stick, I think, certainly helps from our perspective.
Dolly?
Yeah, I mean, I so sincerely believe it starts with belief. You know, just to give you a sort of sense of scale, so we employ 4,000 people directly and about 30,000 people on any given day on our sites through our subcontract supply chain, which we share with all our peer group. So this tells you straight away that if we're going to move the dial in any meaningful way, we have to collaborate with our peer group. We cannot keep thinking that the problem lies within our four walls to solve. So although we're doing everything we can to set the right targets and comply, we've really got to think radically differently about how we work with our peer group colleagues. Talking about within the four walls, you know, we are really investing because we believe actually there's jeopardy. There's also responsibility, but there's also the excitement of there is undoubtedly commercial opportunity in low carbon. There's no question. And we're in markets already where we're experimenting with that. And this is the turbulence I'm talking about, experimenting at speed. But we've got 50 colleagues now in sustainability and social value. We've designed internally an environmental management leadership course. I think we've had 70 people through that now. And the feeling in the business when you engage with those people that have been through that, they basically get captured personally. Their understanding of what's going on is much clearer. Their sense of agency is increased. And you're seeing a real desire around the business to make a difference. This is born out of, we're actually putting funds and money, sort of money where our mouth is. We think the organization needs to transform to play our part in an industry that equally needs to transform.
That's really encouraging because obviously we need to bring the people on board and to get them involved. But I guess one point and maybe I want to come back to is, Simon, you mentioned the skills shortage, and I think you said that report, it needed to double. And I guess, and it's also been mentioned about the lack of diversity maybe in this industry. And, you know, if we're trying to draw from a small pool, conscious I'm speaking to three men to answer this question, but hopefully one of you will be brave enough to go first and just talk about how do we, as an industry, from the kind of white collar perspective and the blue collar perspective, become more diverse and inclusive, and what are your organizations doing to support that? I don't know who's brave enough.
I'll dive in. I don't mind. Look, I think diversity is obviously is a lightning rod for a lot of different opinions. But what I would say is that what we need is a diversity of mindset most of all, and if that comes from being part of different socioeconomic or cultural or geographic locations, so be it. But what we need is a diversity of mindset, which we don't currently have. And we need people who are thinking about innovation as much as they are about risk mitigation. And again, that's what most organizations don't have. So we employ people that have engineering backgrounds, architect, design, art, English. Doesn't matter. I think you need to really have a rich experience in the office. But there is, again, a fundamental problem with the structure of the industry, and Lord Turner talked about the 2 million people who are employed in the construction industry, and that's made up of 375,000 organizations, companies that are registered for VAT and construction. So just quick mental math, that's 5.5 people per organization. Half of those 375,000 firms have one employee. There are 140 firms that have more than 500. It's incredible. It's atomized. And so when you talk about upskilling and jobs and hiring, you're literally talking to a man or a woman in a van working by themselves who's trying to make ends meet, who's trying to, juggle everything that we all juggle in our lives times 10. And you're telling them that you now need to change from being a gas engineer to being a heat pump engineer. They're like, I just really want to get through to Friday. So I think the challenge is enormous. And I applaud the larger firm like Waits, employing thousands of people and are doing this at scale. But we also need to operate at scale at the same time operating at the absolute most micro level of micro levels. And I think that is a genuine challenge.
I'm really glad you picked up on that point because it was one of the questions I wanted to follow up on, and I'd be interested to get your perspectives, Johnny and Simon, on that point.
Yeah, just on our side, we've got a development pipeline over the next 10 years of about £2.5 billion which is reinvesting, refurbishing, getting the estate up fit for purpose. A lot of what we want to do in terms of boosting and supporting skills and diversity is working really closely with our contractor partners in that. But equally well, we want to step up. What we do have is space. So we're currently looking at, for example, setting up a permanent skills hub in the heart of the West End where people can come from far and away or locally and be trained up and come out with something that's actually meaningful. So if we can step up into those places, others can also follow suit. Again, we can partner with others. We're partnering with Westminster City Council on this. So there are various initiatives, again, we can follow through. But we're doing a lot of work with our contractor partners, yeah.
Yeah, so the scale of the challenge is gargantuan. So if you, I referred earlier to public housing. There's roughly 6 million homes that we've got to make more energy efficient. And we need clear, consistent policy, which we don't have. And we need sufficient funding, which we don't have either, in order to get to that 2050 target of all homes being net zero carbon. So we started, there's something called the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund. That's about 3 billion. There's something else called ECO, it's another billion. But that is probably about 4 or 5% of the funding required to get us to that point. So that in itself is some sense of context about what's going on. We're probably the number 2 deliverer of low carbon retrofit in public housing. We've done 9,000 homes. We can see a pipeline in front of us of more, but the funding runs until 2028. So how do we as an organization, with risk capital, organize, orientate ourselves, take risk to scale up and mobilize? It needs to be more of a war footing. It genuinely does. We need a massive increase in the number of people. So we are developing and honing a methodology about how, if you take 600 homes in Greenwich, and we're working with Greenwich at the moment, putting together a team of people, getting those people trained. Actually, they need new accreditations and qualifications that don't exist either. So it's coming, but it's all coming slowly in a very piecemeal way. So I guess my single point is there's some good experimentation going on, but it's at nowhere near the rate that we need if we're genuinely serious about a 2050 target.
Yeah, and that just makes me think of your earlier point, Basil, about how we still need to change so much, and how do we do that, and how do we accelerate that scale. And I guess, you know, the numbers that you're talking about are quite staggering, and I've talked about the renovation challenge across Europe as part of my role for a very long time, and it's just so challenging to do because of all of the different issues, and you're dealing with people, and how do you do that. But I guess if we are going to have, as you said, like a war footing, there's a new government, relatively new now, I guess 3 months, in place. What would you be asking them as organisations who are leading in this space to do to facilitate that journey? And who will I ask first? Basil, you're smiling. So.
I mean, yeah, I think there's some very tactical things that that we can do. In some ways, the incentives are actually in the exact opposite way. If you just take the VAT system, for example, you pay 20% VAT on a refurbishment. You pay 5%, generally speaking, on new construction. It's completely perverse. Level it. Either make them all 20 or all 5. I don't really care which way it goes. But why am I being penalized as someone who's committed to doing 100% retrofits? Then my end product ends up being more expensive than someone who's committed to knocking things down and rebuilding them. I think the second thing I would say is that we've been a huge advocate of carbon tax and carbon pricing. Again, you know, we're building only net zero carbon buildings. We're blowing through the recommendations in terms of embodied carbon. Level the playing field for me. Make it so that actually I can then, people who are not as committed to embodied carbon as we are taxed. And Westminster now has done that, £880 a ton for carbon, which I think is to be applauded. And that money should go 100% directly into jobs and skills training to deliver those kind of low carbon retrofits that and those jobs that we so desperately need. Those are two very easy, you know, with the stroke of a pen, legislative wins that I would implore the government to do.
I mean, the setting up of Skills England, I think, is hopeful. So let's see how that pans out. They're clearly a government that wants to be bold and make some big initial first steps. So let's watch that and see if we can support them.
Might sound arcane, but there's something called Part Z, which anyone who's in building probably knows about, but it's fundamentally about embodied carbon and the whole life cycle of carbon in buildings. And the previous government was reluctant to push on with Part Z, but I really think they should do. In France, they have done. And it raises the bar tremendously in terms of how all the actors, and it is a complex supply chain, but all the actors in the system think about carbon and buildings from the get-go, and then think about the whole life cycle of that. So I'd be really keen. It isn't all about government, though. I do think we have a big opportunity to excite people about the upsides of this, because the byproduct of low carbon refurbishment in public housing isn't just about energy efficiency. It's also about energy security. It's also about decency and warm homes. It's actually about health as well. It's also about job creation. So there are a whole litany of good things, byproducts that arise out of this kind of activity. And I think we could just do a bit of a better job at getting on the front foot when we're talking about these things.
Yeah, that's a really important point about the multiple benefits of actually tackling these issues, because when you're speaking to politicians or leaders, they may not be interested in the energy savings or the climate, but they care about things like, you know, comfort, well-being, energy security, and that's, you know, quite a challenge. I just want to go back to the embodied carbon point, because we talk about operational energy an awful lot, and, you know, we really obviously need to drive that down. But, you know, speaking about the amount of growth that we're going to see in Africa and other regions, that means we really need to start tackling the embodied carbon component. And as you mentioned, the regulation in France, the updated Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, which will apply to all of Europe, is going to require whole life carbon reporting. And that's going to drive innovation down the supply chain, and that's going to have impacts then, I guess, on like what kind of you know, workers you need, what type of skills you need, what it means for the green economy, and also like the circular economy aspect. And I'd just be interested to get your perspectives on what kind of shift we need to see to embrace regulation as bold as that is requiring us to not only look at the operational but the embodied.
I think it's a wholesale change in systems, really at a industry by industry basis. If you take circularity, for example, we've done a lot of work around circularity. We actually took at one of our buildings steel out of House of Fraser on Oxford Street and then redeployed it in a retrofit that we were doing, and not a token beam or two, but wholly 10% of our steel need we took from House of Fraser. And if you think of that, that was 1930s steel, pre-modern steel making. There was no protocol for doing it. It's a different way of making steel, which I won't bore you with, but it's like a microwave oven versus, you know, a barbecue grill. You know, it's chalk and cheese. So we figured out how to do it. We wrote the code for the industry on how to use pre-war steel and reuse it in a modern building. That's great, and that hopefully will encourage others to do it. But actually, what we need is a marketplace for circularity, and there are some that are emerging. And then you think about, you know, a proper way to integrate that into procurement processes, and there are now engineering firms that literally can, click to buy into their CAD models steel, for example, out of inventory that's being held at stockists of secondhand steel. And then you can think about a futures market. You know I'm going to renovate a building in 3 years. You might be taking one apart in 3 years. How do we get connected so that I can take your doors and windows and steel out of your building in 3 years' time to put it into mine? And there are people who are doing that. And these are all real-world examples that exist today, and I think we just need to nurture them and foster them and encourage them to grow.
I love hearing examples like that. Maybe it's just the built environment nerd in me, but just to be able to talk about, you know, how you can be really cleverly use the system we all live in to actually build a better system. I really just want that to be kind of more widely known. But maybe I'll get Johnny to come in on that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll throw in another couple of examples since you like them. Exciting. I've found them. Yes, I mean, there's one of our rivals or competitors, Bouygues. They've got a target for timber of 30% of timber in their buildings by 2030. That is seriously cool and actually very difficult to do, I would say. But it's specific and it's public, and they're having a good go. And then you've got Cemex. They've got a cement product called Vertura, and that's 70% lower carbon than conventional cement. Saint-Gobain have got a glass product called Ore, and that is 30%, I think, less carbon than a conventional glass product. So, you know, I mean, whether the legislation's here now or later, it's coming. And I've done some work with one or two of those companies directly in a different capacity, and they feel the jeopardy also. We're not going to be allowed not to do it. The built environment maybe has been slower than some other industries to adapt, maybe like energy or automotive, but it's coming. And so, it's either managed in a measured way, it's a bit late for that probably, or it's going to be deeply uncomfortable. So there is a lot of investment going in, and we do need that sort of the whole community, including the investment community. And the Conduit does some really great work actually around that kind of thing, identifying. We've got something called the WIN portal, and it's an exercise whereby we seek not just low carbon solutions, but building efficient solutions, small companies, and we then match them with our client base. So we've got a green Dragon's Den, for example, with Lloyds Banking Group, and we do it annually. 200 applicants, and 10 of them will get funding and support and the opportunity to roll out through the Lloyds Banking Group estate, which is very significant. But that kind of thing is such a small example, but it's indicative of something. What we need to do is to make it, this stuff needs to become not like one example, but mainstream if we can.
And I think that point about the inevitability is definitely coming. Like, we call it the inevitable policy response, because something is going to have to change to drive us to get to where we need to go to. So we've got 9 minutes left, and I've been told to create some time for audience questions. So does anyone want to ask anything to any of our? We've got one hand up. I think someone's coming with a mic.
Thanks a lot. It's been a really refreshing discussion, particularly, regardless of lack of diversity, actually embracing that diversity of thought, and and you guys all putting it at the centre. My question is to do with, and you alluded to it, Basil, I think, in terms of calling out whether they be elephants in the room or uncomfortable truths or coloured stones in the room, but the dynamic that often is talked about within built environment is capital appreciation and inequality and things like that. How can that be addressed? Because surely that is one of the biggest blockers that exists around how there's not that distribution of wealth and opportunities and everything else. How can that be? What are some of the thoughts on how that can be addressed? That dynamic that exists. Is that clear?
Yeah, look, I think we don't separate the E from the S. I mean, they're not, uncomfortable bedfellows. They are deeply integrated. You don't do one on a Tuesday and the other one on a Thursday. And so we think that actually that creates better buildings that tenants and the community want to use, that ultimately drives rents and drives profitability. And again, I think we shouldn't be afraid to talk about profit, because if it's not sustainable small s, it's not sustainable big S. So, for example, in our commercial buildings, we created something called an urban village hall. We put it in all our buildings, usually about 3 to 5% of the net floor area. We give it back to the community. We curate it together with them, with social enterprises, have convenings that might look a little bit like this. It might be an after-school reading program. It might be jobs and skills. And then we bring the occupiers along on that journey to make sure that we're aligning with their own social purposes, and indeed that their staff come down and participate and read to the kids after school or teach them about IT or whatever it might be. And you create this kind of social cohesion, which is maybe kind of the fundamental point which you're getting at, and you really you create a building that might look shiny and new and have £100 square foot rents, but it actually is as much for the community, genuinely as much for the community as for anything. And I think lastly, we're small, and we don't have an estate like that or like King's Cross or whatnot, but we can prove that we can do that on a 50,000 square foot building, which is really, it's the every building on every street case. So if we can do it, anyone can.
Anyone want to follow up, or any other questions?
Hi, yeah, I have a question on the education and training bit, and I wrote it down just so I didn't lose my train of thought. So a lot of technology and a lot of industries made education, upskilling, and training cheaper and more accessible, but in a built environment setting, it's more difficult because Zoom lectures, a series of YouTube videos, or online modules doesn't work as well when you have the hands-on requirements of apprenticeships or trades that you need. So how do you leverage that technology to make education and training cheaper, faster, and more accessible for those skills that we need, while also embedding the real hands-on time and skills needed?
Yeah, can I have a crack at that? This is when the rubber really hits the road, and it's got to be done anyway. But at the moment, we are literally designing from scratch, but with appropriate partners, new training programs to upskill a workforce that can deliver this low carbon retrofit in public housing. So it couldn't be more practical. So new accreditations, new training partners, new methods for delivering that. What we'd rather be doing is doing that, putting that effort and investment into bigger numbers so we can get some economies of scale, because it is quite costly. There's something called the Supply Chain Sustainability School in the industry, which is kind of interesting actually, because going back to my point about collaboration, it's a good example of cross-industry collaboration where different organizations with the industry are co-funding this kind of training and development in order to get the rate of learning that we need. And one final point, this sort of idea about green skills and green jobs, it isn't just about new jobs. It's about the way in which in our industry, existing jobs are adapting, some of which are adapting at quite high speed. So if you think about someone who's going to put loft insulation in a house or might install solar panels on a roof, there are new skills that they might need to learn in order to do that. But actually, these are the same people that were doing 10 or 15 years ago. There was a program called Decent Homes in the UK public sector housing, a huge program. And these people were replacing front doors, replacing windows, they were replacing kitchens, they were replacing bathrooms. So this sort of rollout, the mass mobilization, is something that we've done before, and we can do it again. It would just help a lot if it was at greater scale.
Great. I think we have time for one more question, and we have one hand up. So.
Hi, Richard Tyree from Good People. Thanks to all the panel. The construction industry lost about 22% of its headcount between 2019 to today. It faces a demographic time bomb with 40% of the workforce about to retire. 18% of the workforce was lost post-Brexit. We have more people exiting the sector every year than enter the sector every year. Only 40% of the apprenticeships that start in construction complete. So I think we can see some chronic and acute sort of system level failures as far as the sector's approach to talent and skills. What role do you think developers and land owners need to play in catalysing new ways of approaching this? Number one, do you think you're doing enough? Number two, to Johnny's point about the majority of your delivery is via complex supply chains rather than in-house, what sort of role do you think developers and landowners need to play in encouraging their own supply chains to take a longer term view and to reduce your own delivery risk around the lack of talent and skills available?
Hard question to end on, but
yeah, I can start on that one. I mean, I think as a landowner and long-term sort of asset manager, it's fundamental to the success of our business, bluntly, and the success of London and everything else. So it comes back to the partnership point. You know, historically, on a planning consent, you tick a box to do X amount of apprenticeships, and that would be as involved as you got, and then it was over to Waits or Boyd or whoever to deliver on it. That doesn't work now. It's got to be a lot more than that, and we fully support that. So engaging with the partners to help deliver and to help step forward, as I said, with skills hubs that we can actually provide space for, and making sure it's more than a box tick, that we've all got to play that part, definitely.
Yeah, and I think it's an awareness of these acute issues, and I think it's a competitive advantage if you're able to address them. I think it creates better buildings, creates better storytelling around them, and it's self-healing. Again, we're relatively small developer, but you know, in our contracts with our contractors, we insist on going well above and beyond what's in the planning requirement. So at our building at Tower Bridge, for example, I know the numbers. We've sent about 100 people through the apprenticeship program, and we've done much better than those statistics that you've raised in terms of retention. Why? Because people from my team, or indeed myself, will go down and give tours and tell about our passion and our vision. We invited all 100 of them to the topping out ceremony, so we had, probably twice as many young people that we're trying to inspire into construction as we had agents and brokers and others on the roof of the building when we topped it out. And I think these kind of small details around, frankly, just caring more and doing it in a genuine and authentic way, it has so many different knock-on effects. It directly addresses the problems that you mentioned, but it also creates a better product at the end of the day that we can rent for more money and ultimately sell faster.
Is there time?
Yes, there's.
Well, no, I thought it was a great question. I mean, it was right on point, and a very tough one, and backed up with some good and hard to hear stats around that. So there were multiple questions, layers within it, but fundamentally the answer is no. Clearly, we're not rising to the challenge, and that's the collective. So it's all of us. The thing that I care about probably most around the idea of inclusion is that a lot of people just look at the industry and think it's not a place for me. That is catastrophically wasteful. It's also not fair. So we need to get that sorted out. And there's some really deep work involved in doing that, to do with culture, that probably doesn't happen overly quickly. It's probably not a coincidence that there are 3 males of a certain age sitting here in front of you. The good news is the next generation of my family, they're mostly female. And the quicker they get on the field of play, the better. And we do talk about this very regularly, and we're really encouraging it without wanting to overface them. But step by step, every single corner, you have to have a really front foot attitude. So we need to change the culture. The government can help with being strategic around skills in the industry. It would help if we didn't have a new construction minister every 12 months. So some continuity and some commitment at a strategic level to the industry. This is 2 million people we're talking about. It's 8% of GDP. It should matter more than that. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of passion, but I think in the end we have to get forensic in our approach to it. So probably not time now, but I could share with you some of the things that the industry is doing, or we're doing in-house at Waits as well, around encouraging a more diverse workforce. And just to give you a bit of feedback, when we put our minds to stuff, we're good at delivery. We really are. And this one area around the data and the improvement that we hope to see is proving extremely difficult. It really is. So we've got to loop back round, and we've got to double down. But we've got to do it. Got to do it.
I think that's a good note to wrap up on. If we can, put our mind to stuff, we can do it. And I think, I've been working in this industry for a long time, and I do think that's true. It's about bringing all of the pieces together and making it happen. And I do think when I hear stories like this and the storytelling, which I think is really important, we can, move forward. So sorry to wrap up so quickly, but there's a screen flashing at me. But hopefully, if people are able to stay, there's going to be some time for questions to our panel. And thank you so much for sharing your insights and taking the time. It's really fascinating.
Thank you very much, Audrey, Basil, Jonathan and Simon. Before we move on to our next panel, there are a few pockets of space that have opened up. So if anyone at the back is concerned about the sustainability of their knees and would like to take a seat, please come forward, grab a pew, make yourself comfortable. There's a few down here. So you can get the full experience. Before we move on to lunch, we're going to discuss food and food systems, what we eat, how we grow it, and how it gets to us. So please welcome to the stage Ellie Besley-Gould and Alejandro Guarin. Still on this one, excellent. So the agri-food sector in the UK is worth about £150 billion a year, and it employs more than 4 million people. It's also one of the few sectors that's shown real steady jobs growth, adding about 5% to employment in that sector over 2023. So we're very lucky to have 2 guests with us today who can help explain where those jobs are coming from and what we can do to ensure that they are genuinely green. Ellie Besley-Gould is a director at Zinteo, which helps some of the world's biggest businesses create planet-positive growth. And Alejandro Guarin is Food Systems Transformation Lead at World Benchmarking Alliance, where he helps firms build fairer and more sustainable food systems. So, as a little bit of a scene setter to get us started, perhaps, and this would be an open question to both of you, perhaps you could explain what sustainable practices are having the biggest impact on UK food systems at the moment. Who'd like to lead off?
Do you want to go first?
Sure. Am I here? Thank you, and thank you for the invitation too. We actually spent some time before coming in talking about this very question because it's a tricky question and maybe it can be answered in two ways. So one is maybe just to generally, like, what do we mean by sustainable food systems or by sustainability in the food systems? I think it's worth just spending a little bit of time there, because then the answer about what's progress towards that, I think it's important. So just to say, and maybe maybe this is common knowledge here, but the idea is food systems currently have environmental impacts that are destructive at the production stage, so things like deforestation, things like greenhouse gas emissions, biodiversity loss. So all these things are associated with food production. Also at the consumption stage, there's waste, there's plastics, there's all sorts of things around the current food system that are unsustainable. There's also social unsustainabilities or social problems related to exploitation, low income, low wages for people from production to consumption, retail, processing. So there's malnutrition. There's lack of proper nutritious food. I guess malnutrition often refers to it, but just lack of food, but just also lack of good food. So anyway, there's all sorts of problems associated with the food system. So when we talk about what makes progress or what does progress look like, it means how do we address all those things? And it's a very long list. And that's part of the problem, that when we see progress on one side, so we might see, oh, there's more production of really healthy food, but then that might have a really bad environmental consequence. It might be very carbon intensive. It might be producing a lot of CO2 emissions, or it might be converting natural woodland into arable land. So this is just to say, sorry, it's a very kind of convoluted preamble to what I'm about to say, but which is progress actually is really tricky because it's progress across all those things that I just talked about, and it's kind of like cheating if you like produce really great, I don't know, like I always like to give the example of avocados, which is like they're so delicious, so nutritious, but like, and so that's like everybody eating more avocados would be great, but like if those avocados come at the expense of like the rainforest in Peru, then it's kind of cheating, right? It's not good. So we were discussing what does progress look like here, and I'm going to answer that in kind of two ways. One is, I think there is evidence of actually companies trying to do things differently and incorporating some of this kind of vision around what sustainability looks like across all these dimensions that I just mentioned. And so you see sort of from the bigger companies like Sainsbury or Tesco, they have big sustainability departments, and I think we have that sort of thinking more and more embedded in these companies. And obviously you have smaller companies doing great work. You have all these B Corps who are really trying to do, like, changing the business model and doing things sustainably, socially just from the beginning, from agriculture right through to the retail. So we have some evidence of that. It is working. Now, I don't think it's working at the scale or at the depth that is needed, precisely because the like constellation of problems and challenges is so big. So at the like progress on the specifics, I think we see glimpses and we see examples and we see signs, but I don't think we see like a wave coming quite yet. That's one way to answer that question. And the other is, I think there is another one, which is about the like social kind of consensus around this. And that one is much slower, it's harder to pick up, and you can only see it kind of like in the depth of time. But I do think that the consensus and the thinking in society is slowly moving us towards making these issues more and more important. And so what you see is more and more people thinking about their food, thinking that maybe the food you eat shouldn't be terribly destructive to the environment, but maybe it should be healthy. So I think we see, and this is generational as well, more and more a sort of slowly like upward rising movement where this is in people's mind. So I think it's progress. It's probably not exactly what you wanted to hear, but I think this is progress. It's going to take a long time, but eventually it will set the expectations, the social expectations about what we should eat and how it's produced. And I think we're probably moving in the right direction on that one. Sorry, I feel like I've said a lot. Over to you.
I'm really grateful for the context setting. And I think you're absolutely right, and I'd build rather than add, if you like, or it's kind of the same thing, but I think there are two places where we see progress along those lines, and one is when we see an entire business model transformation. The likes of IKEA, for example, who have a CEO who's deeply passionate about change across the board, particularly around environmental change, but has introduced that around the food, so in their restaurants and in their retail and in their at-home customer journey. There is a genuine commitment to pivoting the business model in service of the environmental transition. I think in those cases we see a genuine bit of progress. I think the other place we see it would be in retail, where we are seeing positive reward for consumer and client around making good choices, if you like. And to Alejandro's point, there are many and it's hard to capture them all, but if we're seeing a reward scheme in favor of good environmental and good health choices from the consumer, like there's a Dutch retailer called Ahold Delhaize who does a really good reward scheme there. I think Tesco Club Card, but you get more points for vegetables. And then there's a third area where I think we see progress in a very different way, and it's one which is very counter to the way that maybe policy and regulation approaches it, which is in primary production of food in the farms and so on. Peer-to-peer influence is really significant, and where we allow farms and farmers to develop new ways to approach their problems and find their own solutions, and then share it with their peer farmers in their neighbours' backyard, essentially. That is where we're starting to see movements of change happening in a way that isn't thrust upon them. I think that's quite positive.
So progress is slowly being made in the industries. Progress is slowly being made in consumer attitudes, not quite at the scale or the pace that we want. What does that mean for where the biggest opportunities for green jobs growth currently lies?
Should I go first? Sure. So in the new jobs, I think there are a number of new job types within food and farming and ag, and I think they are going to happen at different scales, at different speeds, and in different areas. I think initially what we're seeing at the moment is there is a huge influx in low-skilled, if you like, not unskilled, employment, job opportunities in compliance and risk. So this is businesses attempting to comply with the regulation that is coming in, both from the policy environment that they exist in, but also from their supply chain and their customers. And they are trying to tick boxes, and there are so many different boxes to tick, and there are so many different systems they have to comply with that they need to recruit people to literally tick boxes and make sure that those forms are filled in and so on. That will very rapidly be replaced with automation, I would imagine, in the next 5 years, at which point I think we'll see a growth in the CSO role, in the kind of green strategy piece. I think we'll see a lot more of those sorts of roles which set the tone for what's needed, and they will need to be at the board level if we're going to see genuine change. And we will inevitably see what's already happening, which is that they get employed as a CSO, but it's actually below board level. They get the title without the influence, and that will happen for a while, I would have thought. Then we will get closer to 2030, so this is a very short time span, and we will start to see the urgency around Scope 3, and then we will need to have a very trained and highly educated group of people who are able to actually tackle Scope 3 on the ground, and I think that will be quite a big workforce sort of influx, and I would imagine that will happen in the next 2 years. That's where I kind of see the bigger jobs coming from.
Alejandro, where do you see them coming from?
Yeah, I guess I would first qualify what we mean by green jobs, and then all that kind of like preamble that I gave, I think is relevant here. So I would think of green jobs in the food sector as jobs that accomplish that very complicated balance of being environmentally sustainable or conducive towards environmental sustainability, to social inclusion or social justice or equity, and to health and nutrition. So again, it's a pretty it's like a Christmas tree of things you want, right, from those jobs. So it's hard. So what sorts of jobs out there might kind of take us there, or might fulfill all those things? And so I think maybe there's a couple of areas. One that I think is already happening, and it's gonna only get more important, is on the issue of animal protein alternatives. The reason for that is because most of the CO2 emissions and most of the biodiversity loss in our food system is associated with producing livestock, okay? Beef mostly, but also chicken and sheep and pigs, so all of that, but beef is the main one. So jobs that kind of help us take us out of that situation are really important. It also has a very important health component, because we don't need actually a lot of meat to be healthy. We need a little bit of meat, but not a lot. So all these a reliance on more plants for our diet is really important. So jobs that kind of take us there are also important. And then finally, on the social inclusion, all of this needs to be affordable, and it needs to be basically available for everybody. It doesn't count if we have a great alternative that is so expensive that only rich people can have it, right? So again, ticking all these boxes, then which are the jobs that might help produce alternatives to animal protein that are plant-based and healthy, and that are also affordable? So that kind of if you imagine 3 circles, in a little Venn diagram, it's those jobs in the middle. And so I think the creation and the development, the production from agriculture through processing, marketing, retail, logistics, everything that has to do with alternatives to animal protein, and that includes meat, and that includes meat products, and that includes dairy and dairy products. All of that has a huge potential for growth. So I think that's a really I would, if I were an investor, I would be looking at that intersection, right? And then maybe the last thing I'd say is another part of that equation is seafood. And again, because seafood tends to have lower environmental impact, can be more socially inclusive, is very nutritious. So I think just not looking at this problem from the point of view of land and agriculture, but also from the kind of outside of agriculture, looking to the water. We are an island, so there's lots of water, and there's lots of fish, and there's lots of seafood around. So I think seafood is probably part of that equation as well.
As in, you think we'll be eating more seafood, so there'll be more jobs created in...
I think in any scenario of reducing beef consumption, we would have to eat more fish and seafood. Now, whether we will or not, I don't know, but that is kind of we should.
The impact of alternative proteins, I think, is very interesting to a lot of people. There was a report out earlier this year that said that particular sector itself might create something like 25,000 new jobs by 2035, I think. But obviously those are slightly different skills to what we would look at as traditional farming skills. Do those skills exist in the UK agri-food sector? Are they things that we need to train people up on?
I don't think there's a radical new set of skills that are needed for that transformation, but I think it's more at the big sort of policy and incentives levers that are gonna channel the jobs towards that sector. But I think fundamentally, of course, farming needs to be done slightly different, so it's not so destructive, but I think the knowledge and the skills are there that I think perhaps they need to be applied more broadly. Processing, retail, logistics, I think all of those elements are kind of roughly in place. I think it's more about what kind of goes into those supply chains that needs to change, but I don't know if you have...
Add to that, I think the other gap in terms of how we build those jobs within the UK market is that we have a lot of seed funding available for those kinds of businesses. We've got lots of entrepreneurs who are finding investment for that startup phase. and potentially up to Series A. What we're not seeing is businesses that are willing to then invest in those businesses to get them to scale. And I think that's because it's a question of risk. So people are very excited about the newness of it, but the scaling up is less evident. With an exception, I did some work recently with Upfield, now, as of yesterday, known as Flora. And they kind of in-housing their innovators, if you like, and scaling with them by introducing them into the product range and then having them live in their science factory or whatever. And I think that's quite an exciting model. But at the moment in the UK, I'm not seeing a huge amount of funding going into that. Like, how do they get off the ground? So I think that will be a gap here, potentially not in the rest of Europe.
Can we come back to something that you mentioned earlier around the question of where sustainability sits in an organisation? You talked before, I think, about where green sits in an organisation. If we look at those larger corporate entities, if we're talking about CSOs getting to board level and so on, what do people need to be retraining themselves in those kinds of roles, and how can they be pushing that along and pushing it up the agenda in the organisations where they work?
I love this question, Matt. I've just spent quite a long time interviewing lots of female CSOs because it appears to be one of the roles where, for want of not being too provocative, women are allowed to be in the C-suite. People roles and sustainability roles seem to be where we see more women on the board. And time and again, I ask these women, and it's for an interview series we're doing, what does it take to be in your role? What do you need to be able to do? And the key skills seem to be empathy, because essentially what you're trying to do if you're in a sustainability role is what the HR people did 15 years ago, which is you have to deliver all the sustainability for the whole business and no one else is responsible. So you have to be able to empathize with the positions other parts of the business are in order to enable them to understand why they should help you achieve your goals. The other part of it seems to be around negotiation, having pretty sharp elbows, because you have to muscle in on discussions which are essentially, these are the commercial discussions of the business. Maybe we'll have people, because quite often there's some litigation in it, so that counts to the bottom line. Sustainability, do your thing. We're all for you, we're really backing you. But there's an unwillingness to let sustainability transform the business model typically. And I think what we need to see is the skill set you'll need will be one which is able to position yourself through empathy and through sheer determination to get into a position where you can then influence business models and see true impact.
So is it a case of proving the economic case within your organisation? It's not just this is something we have to do to meet these compliance and regulation bits, but actually this is something that will make us more profitable, and have that mindset shift?
Yeah, I mean, actually those two are more or less the same thing at the moment, because compliance and risk proves to be a very relevant financial concern for our CFO groups. So it's actually quite a useful tool for CSOs at the moment. I think more than ever, I think maybe pre-2010 we saw this, we need to see the financial ROI case for sustainability. I don't think it's always a bad thing, because it allows us to drive impact. And there's probably been a few years here and there where we've done sustainability for sustainability's sake. We haven't necessarily seen the impact. So really being able to drive impact, both on the bottom line side of things, but also on top line. There's plenty of opportunity to be grabbed around how do we build our commercial model and take an advantage by having sustainability as the thing we're selling. And that's something we're starting to see quite a lot more of. And then I would also add that the case and the ROI could also be done through non-financial metrics. So if we can start to see people pushing those kind of KPIs around biodiversity, around carbon and all of those things onto the thing the board sees every month, then we'll start to see the relevance of the role improve.
Can I just quickly say, I mean, obviously the World Benchmarking Alliance where I work is kind of created on the premise that the companies will care, and that eventually that will go all the way up, and that the company's behavior will change. But, you knew there was a but coming. I think we cannot kind of lose sight of the reality of like the bottom line and the profits for companies, and the tension between the shareholders' expectations for profit and the whatever lofty sort of ambitions a company might have. So I think that tension is very real. There's a famous case of Paul Polman, who was the CEO of Unilever, who is seen as a kind of pioneering sort of figure in the world of corporate sustainability. And a couple of years ago, basically, like shareholders said, like, we love like all your promises, and like that sounds very nice, but like we care about the money and we care about the profits. And Unilever had to kind of scale back some of the things they've done. And again, I'm not kind of like, it's not the sort of like blaming thing. I'm just saying it is a very real demand. And I think companies in the sort of agricultural supply chain, where particularly where like smallholder farmers are involved. We did a piece of work a couple of years ago where we're just talking to the companies. They have had to kind of scale back, actually, with COVID, with the war in Ukraine. Like the pressures on the companies are huge, and so they even what they promise, they're scaling back what they promise. So I do just want to say that it is a real kind of material tension in a company, and so the more it translates into, or the more alignment between the company's bottom line and some of these indicators, then I think that's where we'll see more progress.
There's been a trend over recent years as we become more aware of food security, to shortening supply chains, to onshoring again some agricultural roles. There was a report recently that said 65% of food and drink companies have focused on this over the last year or so. I wonder if, obviously that can mean more jobs here, hopefully green jobs. I wonder if you see that as a long-term trend, or is that just a temporary fix?
I think on farming and ag, it has the potential to be a long-term trend, and it's certainly something that the policy space is looking into. I think what we see in farmers at the moment is that there is a complete disaggregation between the desire to have more new farming and ag jobs in the younger farmer contingent and also outside of that, and the ways that they are able to make money. So we haven't yet done a decent subsidy replacement scheme. We haven't yet figured out a way to remove subsidies for the incumbent food system and offer the opportunity to have a green job within farming, which is subsidized to the point where people can actually make money. And the margins are so tight in farming that there is a real disincentivization to join the family business or even start up your own farm. I think if we are able to get the subsidy market right, and if we are able to start thinking about marketing farming jobs as something that's interesting and exciting, and there is evidence to that effect, then perhaps we can see a long-term trend in that direction. I think if it pays better to turn your farm into a campsite, then farmers will do that. They're incredibly canny and commercial folks.
I think that's exactly right. I would just, for context, only about 1% of the UK population works in farming. So that's about 500,000 people. So the kind of general trend in like rich industrialized societies is that that percentage doesn't move that much. So I don't think it's realistic to expect that we're going to get, you know, a huge amount of like new farmers. I think what we can get with the right incentives is for farmers to like turn to other sorts of business models, and with a more perhaps entrepreneurial or different approach to start hitting some of these targets and to think with an environmentally like sustainable hat and to think of health and nutrition. So I think there's ways to move that small percentage into like a different direction, and perhaps the onshoring will mean that there's a slight increase. But just to say that there's also opportunities not just in farming but across the supply chain. So I don't think we should just limit ourselves to thinking of that 1%, but think of all the opportunities and the possible jobs that can be associated with processing, with retailing, with logistics, with transport. So there is, I think, potential for growth there in addition to farming.
So that was one of the things, that 5% figure that I quoted at the top. Most of that growth came in wholesaling, retailing, catering. The one area that was going the other way was more the manufacturing and that small proportion of farmers. Ellie, you mentioned farming in particular. The food sector in general is run on thin margins. If we don't want our food suppliers going bust, and we want them to provide food for us in a sustainable way, how do we keep them profitable?
Great question. I think back to my subsidies point, that's got to shift. I think there's another piece which is around pre-competitive collaboration in favour of the direction of travel we want our food systems to go. And there are limitations there, particularly in Europe, but less so here, which says, okay, who are our big buyers of food and farming, and how can they get together to support farmers to shift their business models towards biodiversity positive environments, towards soil health, towards all of those great things. I think there's another piece which is probably more about how we reskill. And in the young farmers I come across, which is getting fewer and fewer, sadly, but the thing that really differentiates them when they are coming back into the family business, and it typically is skipping a generation, and we're talking about the third gen, is that they are very well educated in the data. And in order to maintain or grow margins, they are thinking really carefully about what numbers they need to put in order to get their crop out. And that means looking at fertilizer. And often, if we think about reducing fertilizer, if we think about no-till farming, we also cut our costs and then see our yield increase and our land be in better quality. So there's some really interesting work going on. It's just a question of how we share that and how we educate farmers within the higher education system as well, I think.
Can I just come in to add, and I fully agree with you, but I think there is something about there is a fundamental problem around the value of food, okay? And so there is this expectation that food needs to be cheap, and the reason the margins are so low is because farmers are under great pressure to produce cheaply, and so the value of what they produce is actually quite low. So there needs to be like a total kind of like social reconfiguration around the value of food, and there is some efforts along this line on what they call the true cost accounting, where you're like, okay, the steak that you buy, it's really cheap, but actually you start factoring in how much actually it costs, all the what are called externalities, like how much it costs society to like get rid of the greenhouse gases, to get rid of the antibiotics and all this stuff, then actually that steak actually is quite expensive, but the farmer only gets a little bit. So I think there is like a whole kind of reconfiguration that needs to happen. But also, and you mentioned them, incentives, subsidies. Right now the incentives and the subsidies are pushing farmers towards all this kind of race to the bottom to produce cheaply, great quantities, like as much as you can. And I think if we repurpose subsidies to support consumers instead, to some extent, so that they are able to buy food that is slightly closer to what it actually costs, involving the externalities, that sort of rebalancing, I think, is really important.
Can I just say one thing on that? Because I think you're absolutely right, and something that keeps coming up is this issue of, I need to be really diplomatic about how I say this. There is a very loud, probably majority, saying that we are in a nanny state, particularly of late, which is trying to control what we do. And the idea of shifting subsidies towards a different food system is met with the kind of pushback that doesn't appear to appreciate how subsidized the status quo is. I think there's a gap in knowledge around how much money goes into continuing the status quo.
That's a great point. In fact, there is a nanny state. It's just like the nanny state is protecting like people that like other people, right? Yeah.
So how would a consumer subsidy system work then? That's different to what we currently have, where government gives money to support the food system.
I mean, there's lots of ways in which this can be done, and obviously I'm not a subsidy expert, so I'm not gonna like tell you exact. But the point is, if you raise the price of food at the production end, then obviously you make it less affordable particularly for people in low incomes, right? So you need to ensure that so this is a probably targeted subsidies, right? Where people in low incomes are able to have extra money so that the price that they can afford the price of that slightly more expensive food. But there's also ways in which that can happen. So one example in the United States is food stamps, where like low-income people are giving food stamps when they can't afford food. The problem is that these food stamps, often what they can be bought or what they can be spent on is actually junk food, right? So there needs to be a sort of conditionality associated with how this is spent. And again, I'm not like an expert on the design of these things, but just I think there is, like I said, a bit of a social kind of expectation or social discourse shift from just asking farmers to like crank out as much as they can to helping consumers make better choices and actually being able to afford better and healthier and more sustainable food.
So we're talking very much about the UK, but you both have a very global outlook in your roles. I wonder, which other countries do you think are doing this well? Which other countries are managing the transformation of their food systems in a green, sustainable, healthy, environmentally helpful ways that the UK could perhaps be looking to?
I wish I had the answer. I love the idea that the Netherlands is better than we are, which isn't winning, but there's certainly a tendency towards supporting equality of access to good food, whatever that looks like. And then I think there are also pockets of seasonality in terms of purchasing and supply, which happen in some countries where there's less of an import culture. But I don't think anyone's winning, I would say, on that. So we're far behind in a race with a very low bar.
I mean, and with all due respect to Dutch people in the audience, like, this is the first time I heard good food and Netherlands in the same sentence. But yes, the Netherlands is recognized as a sort of leader in trying to move the sort of levers of the state towards healthier, more sustainable food, with a huge caveat, which is that has resulted in a huge backlash from farmers. And so the recent election of a right-wing Dutch government is really like totally like predicated on a big farmer protest movement, basically around like the Netherlands government clamping down on the use of fertilizers. And so there's like this, anyway, just to say, beware what kind of you wish for, because you have no idea where that might land you. But I would agree no country currently is doing enough. But again, not to end on like a terribly like negative note, there are really interesting examples. Mexico, Chile, Colombia, they are introducing a whole set of incentives and taxes to make ultra-processed food more expensive and to like try to shift consumer behavior there. Countries across Europe, of course, are doing subsidy reform, so to incentivize more like environmental protection of agriculture. So there is progress, but I don't think one country has figured everything out.
I think the point about the farmer protests is really critical, and we've seen it across Europe over this summer. And it sort of points to that importance of engaging with the people that we are putting upon to make change happen. And that happens both in the farmer world, but also in the customer space, right? We backlash like crazy when people try to change our habits if we're not brought on the journey properly. And that engagement piece is often lacking, and it's often the reason things fall down.
So there was a report issued recently by LSE and Oxford University that suggested that transforming food systems could release value of $10 trillion per year globally. If you factor in improvements in climate, in human health, nutrition, natural resources, and so on. So, Alejandro, you said a moment ago, be careful what you wish for, but I'm now going to give you both free rein to wish for whatever you want. If you were given free rein to change the food systems here with a focus on jobs and sustainable eating and green jobs, what would you do?
I've got a thought, but I'll probably get home and regret what I've said and have a much better idea, Matt, and have to email you. There's a very, very good charity in Hackney called Chefs in Schools, and they run something called Hackney School of Food as well. And they do two things. They recruit and train excellent chefs to go into schools across the country. And they also have education programs for local low-income families to learn how to cook with the food that they get from food banks. Those two things at scale, sponsored by government, I think would be an incredibly critical route to jobs and to transforming our food system in a way that would enable change to happen at scale.
Great. Alejandro?
I'm gonna go for a couple of different things. So one is the policy. One is like a policy sort of like Christmas wish list, which is around incentives and subsidies. And I think actually to be like more positive, I think this country is quite fortunate that there is a broad political consensus around the issue of healthy and sustainable food. So we're not like fighting whether, like debating whether cows do produce methane or not. Like I think we're good in that sense. And so I think there is kind of political will and a broad kind of electoral support for this. And it's so difficult to reform subsidies, but I think the incentives definitely need to go away from, currently subsidies are still livestock, meat, crank out as much as you can. I think subsidies definitely to incentivize different things. We're moving there, and I think the UK has done some progress there, but I think that needs to be, so I think subsidy reform is a really, really important one. And I think just generally education, shifting the cultural sort of norm around what is desirable. I was chatting with Ellie earlier, like slavery at some point became untenable. So like we need to make the consumption of like terribly unsustainable food also something like a slavery or like something like that, where it's like the society does not accept it anymore. So I think again we're making progress there, but I think we need to continue that.
Great. We've got a few minutes left before we finish talking about food and eating some. I wonder if anyone has any questions that they'd like to ask. I see a hand up here.
Hi there. I'm Ben Cott. Nice to meet you. Thanks both for the context. I have just a couple of comments and maybe some notes again about green jobs as well. So Alejandro, thanks for the great preamble. I really liked it. And Eleanor as well, you were tying everything back to the world and global warming and climate change. However, I felt the need to speak up because I think there was a couple of pieces of information that were misleading at best, wrong at worst. We don't need any meat at all to live and to survive as humans. And I think the big, or fish, I think the big elephant in the room is animal-based production and animal consumption. I've been fighting against climate change for a couple of decades. I've met Basil 10 years ago doing green buildings, and we're totally screwed, and we all know this, and I know this room knows it. But the big elephant in the room is we need to switch our food system to an entirely plant-based food system. 60% of our production now in the agricultural production is to feed animals, which we then consume in a very inefficient way. And by the way, there's no good meat or good fish. No living being wants to die for human consumption. So you said people need a little bit of meat, people need zero meat. We can live entirely plant-based. I'm living proof of that. My children are living proof of that. Millions of people are. And I think you suggested, but correct me if I got this wrong, that we should eat more fish. If that was true, then that's the worst thing I've heard in a long time, because fish stocks are depleted, oceans are warming up, oceans are collapsing. Fish farming is the worst thing I've seen myself. I went to Norway, I've seen it myself, pesticides, all that stuff. We don't eat fish either. So I wanted to just correct this or just speak up for that. By the way, this comes from a guy, as you can tell, I didn't grow up in this country. I grew up in Bavaria. For the first 20 years of my life, if I didn't have meat twice a day, I thought I was going to die the next day, right? And I've turned completely plant-based a few years ago, and it's fine. I'll tie it back. So I didn't mean to offend you, but I know you're able to take it because you were picking up on a couple of things. I'll tie it back to green jobs, actually. I addressed the elephant in the room in climate change. I think there's an amazing number and amount of opportunities in green jobs in plant-based nutrition and plant-based health, on the health consultancies, new types of food, new types of products, new types of recipes, and communication and marketing of the stuff. So I think there's an amazing opportunity in the next few years coming from that as well. Thanks a lot. Just wanted to bring this up.
Who would like to respond?
I don't know that. I mean, thank you, Ben. And I know people have very, very strong thoughts on this. I'm more of a bit of an agnostic, actually. So I can tell you that it is true that perhaps in this society, like, we could get away with not eating meat. There's like parts of the world that have still huge, food and nutrition insecurity. On a sort of, there is nothing more nutritious on a micronutrient per calorie than beef. So if you have societies that have severe undernutrition, say in sub-Saharan Africa, some parts of India, then you absolutely, in my mind, need meat as part of your toolkit. Like, if you don't, it's suicide, it's crazy, it's unfair to people. So I think that your point, which I take it and respect, is context specific. And so when I say we need little meat, I practically don't eat any meat, but I can't go to like rural like Uganda and tell people not to eat meat, because I would be doing a disservice So what I'm saying is, I respect your point. I think it's a great point. I do think we need to eat less. Whether it's like an absolute thing or not, I think is context specific. But thank you for your point.
I'd also add, thanks, Ben. I've spent a lot of time in behaviour change, and particularly us Brits hate to be told what to do, particularly our boomer generation. And I think the narrative around reducing and cutting back and getting to a point where there is a lot less meat in the diet is far more palatable to that group of people, and saying zero tolerance often pushes them to go the other way, typically. Now, I don't disagree with you that we need to be moving a long way away from the meat consumption levels we're at, but I quite like, in the UK context, Henry Dimbleby's food strategy. If you haven't read it, I think it's called the National Food Strategy, which is very good because it looks at land use management and calories per acre, or whatever number he uses. And it's a very good way to look at how we scale back meat consumption and enable our farming communities and our food system to benefit from economic growth, which I think is really powerful.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions in the room?
Thank you so much. I just wonder if you can talk a little bit about the growing regenerative agriculture movement and the impact that's having on the food systems. Just for a little bit of context, in the last 5 years, the Groundswell Agriculture Festival has grown from, and I quote the taxi cab driver, a bunch of few hippies in the field, to over 8,000 people coming to my local village in a very few years. And this is very much a by farmers for farmers movement. And I just wonder if you can touch on that impact, because it's not only happening in the UK, but I haven't heard much mention of it.
I went to Groundswell this year for the second time, and I was absolutely blown away by the difference there is when you go to Groundswell versus going to other conferences about food. Obviously this one, notwithstanding. And the difference was that it was farmers leading the narrative, and it was farmers being in a position and in a place and a space where they felt they were able to speak, saying their truth, and they were able to say it to an audience of people who typically don't get challenged. So you had Unilever there, and they were on a panel hosted by farmers, with farmers challenging them with very difficult questions, and I thought that was really powerful. And the question about regenerative ag, I think, is a really important one, because it's something we talk about a lot in our communities. We all know it, we all know the buzzwords, we know kind of broadly what it means. We don't define it very well, and we certainly don't see our consumers demanding it. And I think the problem that we have around regen ag is twofold. One, we're not willing to invest in it from a retailer and a manufacturer perspective. We're not willing to absorb the cost of what it will take to transform, and we're not willing to pay our farmers enough for them to do it either. And our consumers, although they say they have a preference for it, will then not pay any premium for that kind of food. So I think, again, we go back to Alejandro's, if you could do one thing, if we could subsidize and standardize the backing of a regenerative ag system in the UK, then we have an opportunity to bring better food and better farming to everybody in the country. I think it's really important.
Well, that brings us to the end of this session. I would like to thank Ellie and Alejandro. If we could have a round of applause for them for the insights that they've shared with us. We will now move upstairs for lunch in the reading rooms. You're free to bring your food down here if you find that more comfortable, if there's more space. We will start back at 2:30 prompt, so if you could be settled and in your chairs a few minutes before that. We'll be looking at how to reskill the UK, what we need our politicians to do to make sure that the green jobs continue to work, and we'll have our closing keynote from Julian Critchlow of Bain & Company. For now, enjoy your lunch. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope everybody had good food and good conversation and managed to speak to someone they didn't come here with. We will have a little bit of a mini icebreaker after this session to try and encourage a little bit more of that, just to give you some fair warning. One of the common themes that crept up through the course of the morning was how we ensure that we have all of the skills we need for the green transition. So for our session on reskilling a nation, I am delighted to welcome our moderator, Dr. Guido Schmidt-Traub of Systemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So without further ado, let me just welcome the two panelists or co-speakers. So we've got Kate O'Sullivan from LinkedIn. Please come and join me, in charge of public policy and thinking about economics in a broader sense. So we learn a lot. Why don't you sit in the middle? And then Steve Coulter from the Green Alliance. Please join us. You'll hear in a moment. I think it's better for you to introduce yourselves, what you work on. I think you have some prepared remarks. But I wanted to just reflect quickly on the discussions we've had so far in the morning, which I thought was fascinating. We started off with an overview, thought-provoking and clear, as always, from Lord Turner, on the macro dimension. I thought it was quite his fundamental point that green jobs are significant, but in the macro context, not a transformative game changer if you're looking at the numbers of jobs involved. Because there have been transitions in this country. He mentioned the coal transition, where the number of people who've moved from one job to another, who've lost their jobs, was far, far greater. Still, we need to think very hard about how to help people transition out of jobs like oil and gas that will no longer be viable, into new professions, and we need to remove the bottlenecks for making the green transition happen. And one of those bottlenecks is skills, and that's something that we want to, of course, focus on today in this panel. We then looked at some of the sectors, and I thought they were all fascinating because they're so incredibly different. The renewables discussion was very clear. There was a clear direction of travel, and this is obviously a train that has left the station a long time ago. It's moving, it's growing. There are some issues to sort out, but there's a clear sense of not only direction of travel, but also how to get there from a sort of green jobs and, I would say, skills perspective. The built environment one was fascinating because it was that sort of that multi-headed problem. There are so many dimensions in terms of, on the side of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the double glazing, the adaptation, making the infrastructure more resilient, and just the number of new jobs and also new business models coming out of that sector was just staggering. That one felt just much more early stage. And on the land use and the food transition, I thought it was a very, very interesting and fascinating call for more regenerative, more sustainable food. We all subscribe to that. But not yet, at least for me, not yet clarity on what does this actually mean for skills and for jobs. And coming back to what Adair Turner said as he called on us to also, I thought that was very interesting. He said that the adaptation side could actually be a very significant driver of new skills and new jobs, because we probably need a lot more people to manage our land in a much, much more sustainable way. So that was sort of my takeaway. What came out in all these sessions was a question that was unanswered by every panel, and this is what we're going to answer now, is, well, what does this mean for skills and how do we build those skills? One question that came through strongly is that there's a deep concern, for example, in the manufacturing sector, the car industry, which is today home to the best blue-collar jobs in Europe in particular. They're worried about transitioning into renewables or other industries where they may have less secure job prospects and lower pay and lower status. So that was something very clear, and that obviously links us back to the skills agenda. Kate, you work at LinkedIn. You tell us more about it, but you have your fingers on all this fascinating data. There's probably nobody else who sees better day-to-day what's happening in the job markets. Could you share your thoughts with us, please?
I'd be delighted to. Can you all hear me okay? Yes, great. First of all, thank you very much for having me. Thank you for that very kind introduction, Guido, and thank you to the Conduit team for inviting us here today. I suppose, just by way of introduction, I'm Kate O'Sullivan. I work at LinkedIn. I work in the public policy team and the economic graph team. And I'm just going to say one or two words about the economic graph just to ground why we know what we know at LinkedIn. So effectively, the economic graph is what we would say the digital representation of the world's labour market. We've over 1 billion members globally. We've over 35 million members in the UK. And all of the signals that we see on the platform, whether it's members adding their skills, updating their profiles, whether it's recruiters using the platform to find job seekers, or indeed whether it's employers posting job ads, all of these data signals provide us with incredibly dynamic, unique and rich data with regards to what's happening in the labour market. And so I'm here today, I have a couple of prepared remarks which I hope will help ground the conversation and provide some insights into the data insights that we're seeing on LinkedIn. So given the topic of conversation today, as part of the economic graph team is essentially the coming together of public policy professionals and data scientists within LinkedIn to identify where do we have unique data insights around specific labour market topics or themes. And one of those is actually green. And we started looking at green 2 years ago, where we developed a global green skills report. And every year since then, we've been updating it. And in actual fact, our 2024 edition has actually been launched today. So this is a perfectly timely conference for sharing some of the key takeaways from that report. The key takeaway is that we are seeing huge increases in green skill penetration, both demand for green skills and the number of employees that are gaining the skills. The data insights show that there has been significant shift in this space, even just in the past year. The demand for green skills in the UK is surging, with a remarkable 46% year-on-year increase in the share of job ads requiring green skills over the past 12 months. This has far outpaced the global increase that we have seen, which is about 12%. Over the past 3 years, the UK's compound annual growth rate in green job postings on our platform has reached just under 20%, ranking the UK third globally compared to a global rate of just 6%. Several critical trends are shaping this demand for green skills. First off, industries are increasingly focusing on sustainable supply chain management as businesses seek to align with environmental goals and new sustainability reporting regulations. This is driving the need for talent skilled in compliance, data reporting, and green logistics, for example. Second, the shift to renewable energy is transforming traditional sectors like utilities and construction, with a growing emphasis on clean energy solutions and sustainable building practices. Construction, I know is a big topic of conversation, as you mentioned, Guido, earlier on today, will play a key role in achieving sustainability targets. Third, technology continues to be one of the fastest growing areas in the green economy, as innovation in green tech, clean tech, green finance and digital solutions become crucial to meeting environmental goals. Additionally, the growth of AI tools has transformed the tech sector. Tech is increasingly energy intensive, and that is one of the likely drivers of increased green skills demand across that sector. The new Labour government's clean energy mission, one of the core 5 missions in this government, also means that we can expect this trend to continue, with green skills taking on an ever-increasing importance across the economy. However, while these figures are encouraging, they also expose a critical challenge. The supply of green skills is struggling to keep pace with the surging demand. Despite the enthusiasm for green jobs, especially among those in carbon-intensive industries, there is a skills gap that threatens to undermine our progress towards the UK's ambitious climate targets for 2030 and 2050 alike. In our report today, we have this measure called the LinkedIn hiring rate, and that's a measure of the level of job seeker and hiring activity on the platform. In today's report, we have seen that the LinkedIn hiring rate for workers with green skills or titles is 72% higher than it is for the workforce overall. This indicates an intense demand for these workers. However, only 1 in 6 workers globally have the necessary green skills to satisfy the demand. Unless this can be addressed, there is a risk that climate ambitions are not met. This therefore needs to be a high priority for policymakers and will require specific policy initiatives, including at future COP summits, to incorporate workforce considerations, as without the necessary skills, net zero is not attainable. Moreover, this talent shortage is not just an economic issue, it's also a social one. The transition to a green economy must be inclusive and equitable to avoid deepening existing inequalities. For instance, industries like mining, oil, gas, and construction face particular challenges as workers may not realize their existing skills can transfer to renewable energy roles. Generational identity tied to traditional energy sectors must be acknowledged to avoid alienating these communities, which would also slow the pace for the energy transition. Focusing on a skills-first approach to hiring rather than climate targets alone is essential to support these workers and to adapt to new green roles and prevent resistance to broader climate action. To effectively bridge the skills gap, collaboration across sectors is essential. Connecting skills providers with businesses is a critical step to ensure the future training aligns with the evolving needs of the economy. The drastic acceleration we need in green talent development will not happen unless all sectors work in concert. We cannot wait or rely on the educational system alone to provide a new generation of climate fluent workers. Instead, we need a comprehensive approach where government, employers, training providers, and educational institutions each play a role in providing and building the climate workforce. The government's recent launch of the Skills England is a very encouraging step. By bringing together central and local authorities, businesses, training organisations, and unions, we can create a more responsive and dynamic skills ecosystem that better serves our green transition. But perhaps more importantly, it is hugely welcome that Skills England will serve as a central hub for jobs and growth data, providing critical data insights to inform training provision. By collecting and analysing data on local skills needs, it can precisely identify where the demand is highest and where resource is needed the most, building on the success of the local skills improvement plans. In addition to collaboration, geographically targeted policies will also be crucial, as will funding. The UK's economic landscape is diverse, with different regions possessing unique strengths and challenges. Whether it's chemical manufacturing in the northeast or supporting the technology sector in the south, tailored strategies will be essential to ensure that the benefits of the green transition are distributed equitably. Addressing the green skills gap means also tackling systemic barriers that have historically excluded certain workforce groups. Our data reveals a gender disparity in green skills acquisition. Women are less likely than men to possess these critical skills, and they remain underrepresented in leadership roles within green industries. This disparity limits the diversity of perspectives and innovation, hindering our ability to fully realise the potential of a green economy. We need to promote inclusive hiring and promotion practices within green industries and support initiatives that encourage women and underrepresented groups to pursue career in STEM fields. This can be facilitated through policy measures such as tax incentives, subsidies, or public recognition programs that reward companies demonstrating a strong commitment to diversity and inclusion. The green transition represents both a profound challenge and a remarkable opportunity. We stand at the threshold of reshaping our economy and society to be more sustainable, inclusive, and just. However, achieving this will require urgent and coordinated action to close the green skills gap, ensure equitable access to green jobs, and to build an ecosystem where everyone has the tools to succeed. To meet the UK's ambitious climate targets, it is crucial that the workforce investments are integrated into climate policies. Every pathway to net zero depends on having a skilled workforce to bring these plans to life. COP29 presents a unique opportunity to declare workers as key enablers of climate ambition and to ensure that green skills development takes centre stage in the climate agenda. Moreover, we need climate policy that is created in collaboration with workforce agencies, employers and educators, aligning skills development with industrial strategy and labour market needs. Skills England will go some way to doing this, and we, on behalf of LinkedIn, we've partnered with the UK government for quite some time. We look forward to continuing to partnering with the UK government on Skills England and to sharing our data insights as it strives to achieve a just and sustainable green economy for all.
Fascinating, thank you. And the report that's being launched today, so are we at the launch here of this report right now, or?
Well, if you want, you can.
You're witnessing the launch of the 2024 Green Skills Report by LinkedIn. I'm sure we can find it online.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. We'll drill a little bit deeper, I think, into the issues and opportunities here in this country. Steve.
Thank you very much. So I'm Steve Coulter. I'm head of economy at the Green Alliance, which is an environmental think tank, works very closely with politicians. So thanks very much for coming here, everybody, and inviting me. Tony Blair used to joke that he could announce World War III had begun during a speech on skills, and nobody would notice because they'd all be asleep. So it's great to see so many people here because it's extraordinarily important. And as Kate has laid out, it's really important to have very good data here. And ever since 2014, when George Osborne abolished the UK Commission on Education and Skills, we've been flying blind. It was the only body that did labour market analysis and forecasting. So we've had to rely on LinkedIn, which has done a very good job. So it's good to hear that you're partnering with Skills England because we'll no longer be flying blind. So I'm going to sort of make some sort of general comments about the main sort of structural challenges to green skills in the UK economy. First, I know Adair Turner has already made this remark, but I totally agree. The net number of green jobs is quite trifling. It's about 120,000 jobs that will be created over the next 5 years in a labour market of about 35 million. So the green jobs bonanza is not really there. Jobs are not the story here. The story is skills, because people are going to have to re-skill. There will be a lot of movement within sectors, and there will be a lot of movement within jobs as people take on new tasks, which they will need to be trained for. And the other thing to say is, okay, so successful countries tend to have a skills system that fits their economy. The UK is often derided as having a terrible skills system. But actually, the UK has a very successful skills system, but it's a skills system that fits our economy, which is an economy that's primarily service-based with some pockets of advanced manufacturing. That kind of economy needs lots of graduates, as well as some very, very top industry apprenticeship systems, which we have with companies like BA and Rolls-Royce, which are more competitive than Oxbridge. But the trouble is it rations opportunity, this system. So something like 1/3 of people leave school without a decent GCSE pass in English or maths, so they're effectively functionally illiterate. And we need to change that. That's a huge challenge for our economy. Then we have the other challenges that are taking place. One of which we're here to talk about, which is the green transition, which is obviously very important. This is about retraining. It's about moving people from old economy jobs that are declining to new economy jobs in the low carbon sector, while also developing some completely new industries in things like hydrogen and CCS. But there's another transition that's probably actually more important, which is the digital transition, the technological transition. This is about humans, AI, and technology increasingly substituting for human beings in the labor market, and these human beings have to develop new skills and new things to do. The two we have a room full of greenies here. We could easily have a room full of tech bros and tech sisters, mostly tech bros, unfortunately, and they would be talking about completely different things. And it's something the government needs to grapple with, how these two transitions are working together and what we do about them. Fortunately, I think they're actually complementary, these two transitions. Both require lots of technicians with very good STEM skills. People will need to understand the software and the machines. For the technology transition, for the green transition, in many ways, the green transition is about technology, so you need people to understand these new systems of decarbonization. So both transitions require lots more STEM workers. But they also require STEM workers with different kinds of skills that go beyond STEM, so soft people skills, organizational skills, problem-solving skills. If you think of something like home decarbonization, might have just been once putting in a new low emissions boiler. Now it's about putting in a heat pump, maybe some solar panels, maybe putting in new insulation, maybe linking it all up to the grid so you can sell power when you're making too much of it. Making all this controlled by AI, so it's operating at its most effective. This is a very, very complex set of skills that goes way beyond just the technology. So you will need people who can do the STEM stuff, but also can do the organizational and problem-solving task as well. And then finally, the green transition is an incredibly complex undertaking. If you think about what's going on, we're moving from an economy that was built ever since its foundation on fossil fuels to one based on something else. That means pretty much everything has to change. So it's a phenomenally complex organizational task. And again, that's why you need graduates. You need a lot of professionals. You need things like compliance managers, systems architects, lawyers, and consultants to manage this very complex task. So I'm optimistic that both the green and the technological transitions complement each other rather than undermine each other. There is a further complication, though, which isn't always discussed in relation to skills policy. If you think about the labor market, it's both a stock and a flow. You obviously need to think about the route into the labor market from school and university. Young people are quite malleable, so it's easier to steer them towards green skills. They will also be longer in the labor market, so you're making more efficient use of resources. But the flow problem is actually more difficult and more intractable, because most people who are going to be affected by the green transition are already in the labor market. So that's where the retraining issue comes in. People are often reluctant to retrain. They may have trained for something specific. Their skills and their attributes and their knowledge and their emotions may be tied up in what they do. They don't take kindly to being told, well, no, we can't do that anymore. You've got to do something different, even if it's relatively adjacent. So addressing the stock and the flow is very important. So 3 things we need to do. Firstly, stop bashing higher education. The last government loved to bash higher education, which is a shame. It's one of the few things this country does really well, and it's very important for the green transition. As I mentioned, we'll probably need lots more graduates to manage the complex transitions. Even for sort of STEM issues, STEM skills, these will still need to be complemented by the soft managerial cooperation and problem-solving skills that are going to be needed. Higher education, by which I don't just mean universities, I mean also 3-year degrees, but also 1-year HNDs and diplomas. That's generally what's meant by higher education. Higher education is a very good place to acquire a combination of both these hard and soft skills, because you're learning all this stuff, but you're also surrounded by other people, and you have to collaborate with them, and you work on them with projects, and you learn to get on with people from different backgrounds, and you learn to think for yourself, and you also learn how to learn, which is going to be very, very important as we reskill. There are problems with the higher education sector. I think it does need reform. I think we need to move well away from the current Russell Group Oxbridge model, where you just do very narrow academic stuff for 3 years, far away from home, spend most of it getting drunk. I think we need to move away from that model towards the sort of, I call it the Coventry University, South Bank University model, where universities collaborate with FE colleges in their vicinity. They co-create degrees with local employers. They're very linked in with local skills strategies. They offer modular degrees. You can do a bit of study alongside a bit of work. They offer 1 and 2 year professional programs that are not specifically academic. So the university system is very important, but it needs reform. Second, sort out apprenticeships. People have been saying this for actually literally hundreds of years. I came across a quote the other day We must improve our apprenticeships, our industry apprenticeship system, otherwise the Germans will leave us far behind. This is from the 19th century, so we obviously haven't made very much progress on that. I'm encouraged by what the government's been saying on apprenticeships, but I'd like to see a few more things. I don't think, one thing they've done which I think is a mistake is loosening the restrictions on apprenticeships, so employers can now spend their apprenticeship levy money on more or less anything they like. This will only serve to reduce the number of people, especially young and underskilled people from deprived backgrounds, doing level 1s and 2 quite entry-level apprenticeships. Allowing employers to spend money on whatever they want could end up with executives spending their apprenticeship levy money on MBAs, which is probably not what we want for social mobility or facilitating the green transition. I think we need much more progress on green apprenticeships. We're short of 10,000 heat pump engineers, and I think the first heat pump apprenticeship course was only accredited last year or something, so we're very, very behind on that. Finally, deal with I mentioned the stock of people, the large number of people already in the labor market. Well, 9 million of these people lack basic skills. They can't read or write, and they lack digital skills. Digital skills defined as being able to send an email. How are you going to be able to participate in the green or technological transition when you can't send an email? And at the same time, there are huge skills shortages in agrotechnology, in farming, in construction, in decarbonization, in manufacturing. So we need to find a way of dealing with this large number of people who have effectively been excluded from our labor market. Very difficult to reach. You may need specially tailored training and work experience routes into the labor market for these people, which is where technology may help. AI may play a role in this. But it's very, very important that we make sure that no one is excluded from the green transition. I think, as Kate was saying, I think only 9% of graduate engineers are women or something. I mean, that's absolutely insane. It's no wonder you're seeing these strangely skewed results. Huge problem with minority recruitment. Minorities don't seem to be very attracted by green skills. So yes, big problems. I'm encouraged by what we've seen by the government so far, but the jury's still out.
Fascinating, thank you. Kate, you've underscored a growing mismatch between supply and demand for green skills, and you've also shown that this is by far the largest growing category. But we all three of us seem to agree that in the grander scheme of things, if you're looking at absolute number of jobs, the green skills or the green jobs tradition is not going to fundamentally change the makeup of the UK labour force. So in a context where this country has traditionally, or has over the last decade, had low productivity, it's by the OECD, it's classed as low productivity, low skills and low mobility. My question is the green skills thing just another thing to think about, or could it be the engine for driving productivity growth more broadly? And what is it you'd like this government to do? Who would like to take this question?
Oh, sure. I thought that was to Kate, so I zoned out for a second. But
I'm happy to kick off, no problem. Okay, very good. So I was saying earlier on that as an economic graph team in LinkedIn, we get a lot of knocks on our doors in relation to the data that we have and what are we seeing and how is the labour market reacting and what are the fastest growing jobs, employers and so on and so forth. And we focused on green primarily because there wasn't what we believed anyway, it wasn't a huge amount of data out there, and we felt that we probably had some unique data to share with policymakers. But in the work that we've done heretofore, and I think this kind of goes in a roundabout way to your point, Guido, when we talk about green and we talk about climate change, a lot of the climate goals are really big, audacious goals, and they can seem almost insurmountable. And a lot of the work that we've done, we have a skills taxonomy of about 41,000 skills on LinkedIn. So we're fortunate enough in the sense that the platform is global, and so therefore we're able to track trends across countries on a global level, on a regional level, on a national level. And I suppose my first remark in response to your question is, This is a question we get the whole time from all countries. All countries feel they're not doing good enough and they feel that they could be doing better, and that's not unique to the UK. But we tackled green in a sense whereby we took our skills taxonomy and we said, look, if you're going to be starting to look at heat pump providers or indeed people who are fully certified in green from the get-go, it's not, our data is not necessarily going to be very helpful to policymakers, employers and so on and so forth in terms of trying to understand how they're going to tackle this. So the approach we took was we looked at the job families that were out there and we divided them into categories. Whereby we looked at jobs that required absolutely green skills, we looked at jobs that might require green skills, and we looked at jobs that could potentially want green skills in the future, and then there's jobs that absolutely would never need green skills. And by, I suppose, breaking it down like that, we were able to identify that the rise on green skills globally and also in the UK is massive, but there's a gap emerging. I mentioned that 46% earlier on of the increase from one year to the next, this year to last year for the UK, in the rise in green jobs in the UK, but the supply side of that was actually 5.3%. So while we have job ads surging past, we don't have people who are reskilling and upskilling at the same pace. And that's not going to change unless we take certain steps. And some of the steps that we feel quite strongly about is that you don't need a fully, I'm not saying for one moment, to be absolutely clear, that there's not going to be need for degrees or certain qualifications for certain roles. But I think we all have a role to play, whether it's as individuals, job seekers, employers, workers, or indeed the government or anybody else involved in the space, to be almost breaking down the job families to understand and to track the reality that we're all doing our jobs a little bit differently at the moment, and we're all slowly but surely transitioning into a more green space. And I think when you look at it like that, you can probably map out various different stage posts whereby, as a government, going back to your question, how can we tackle meeting that gap between supply and demand, between our workforce and the growing need to have workers with these qualifications to increase productivity and growth for the UK?
I have an answer now. I think the question. I'll engage my brain slightly more. Yeah, so I think your question was about how can we be sure that the green jobs are higher productivity jobs? Yes, I mean, that's a massively critical issue because, as you say, we suffer from extremely low productivity. Our productivity level has basically not budged since the 2010s. It means effectively people have not had when you take account of inflation, no one's really had a pay rise since around then because we're not really productive enough. So ensuring that we sort out our productivity issue is almost as important as dealing with these transitions. And because of the things I said, because I think because of sort of the coincidence of the technology and the green transition and the importance of graduates, I'm relatively confident that we have a chance of making sure that these new types of jobs that emerge are relatively high productivity. Firstly, because I think there will be more graduate level jobs, even for the sort of technical type jobs. And graduate jobs tend to be better paid than non-graduate jobs, and it's not just to do with graduate status, it's because they bring a higher level of skills and they're better at team working and they're more productive than non-graduates. The fact that technological development will also make a lot of very unproductive jobs redundant because they will increasingly be done by machines is also good because that means you have at least the opportunity to move people into better paid, more demanding, and let's face it, hopefully more interesting jobs as well. Everyone complains about our machines are taking our jobs, but at the moment they're mostly taking the boring jobs. So as long as we can make some other jobs that are hopefully more interesting for people to move into, then that's not necessarily a problem. So I'm fairly optimistic that the confluence of the green and technological transitions will create a lot more opportunity at the sort of upper threshold of the labour market, and will create more better paid, more productive and more fulfilling jobs.
And will the market see to this? Or is there, because you've both emphasized the importance of Skills England in your introductory remarks. I'd just love to get your views on, what can a market do on its own on the skill side? And where does government need to step in? And one thing that worked really, really well on the panels this morning is the audience loved specific examples. So if there are any examples that come to mind from other countries or so that in your mind are doing this particularly well, would love to hear those just to make it practical. And there's also obviously lots of diversity in England. A lot of great innovation happens locally. So, I mean, kind of answering that, my own question is, you've both said at the statement that there is a big role for government. I'd just love to understand that better and what has worked and what has perhaps not worked so well in the past.
Markets are great, especially compared with the alternatives. But markets will tend to sort of settle into an equilibrium. We have an equilibrium at the moment, as I said at the start of my talk, where top 2/3 of the labour market does pretty well, but it excludes the bottom 1/3. That's a stable equilibrium. We've been there for a long time, and it sort of works, but it's terrible for that 1/3 of people. So the market will not solve it by itself. It's actually very difficult for the government to solve it because the government's been trying to solve this problem for a long time. So the market can sort of, trundle on a sort of, rather unsatisfactory path for a long time until something is done. Now we have these transitions. I mean, the market will solve the technological transition, I think, because it's companies leading the replacement of workers with AI and technology. It won't solve the green transition. The green transition is something that governments need to push them to do through policy, regulation, carrots and sticks, also massive subsidies. So, I mean, you want a successful country example. I mean, if you look at what's happening in the US, so, Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, yes, it's incredibly messy. A lot of money has been wasted. A lot of it's probably been stolen. But it's also been very effective. So, the move of the US into low carbon technology and the development of low carbon technology in the US has proceeded apace. So I think if you have a really determined government that's prepared to use all the industrial policy levers at its disposal, it can make a difference. The big question is whether the UK has the resources to do its own IRA. I mean, the European Union does. We're not part of Europe anymore. There's a certain amount you can do with regulation and intervention into the labour market, which the government wants to do with Skills England. But it's a big task and it takes a lot of money, and a lot of that money will be wasted, and you will face a lot of political opposition for doing that. Labour says it will do it. We have the National Wealth Fund, we have Great British Energy, which are relatively small compared with what they're doing in the US. They're at least thinking along the right lines. The government has to make this big push. But it's too early to tell whether they will succeed.
I would agree with all of that. I suppose going back to Skills England, as a data company, I think data is incredibly important, not just from LinkedIn, obviously, but the government itself has a huge amount of data resources at its disposal. And I think when you have data, you can measure things. And when you can measure things, you can action things. And so I think ensuring that under the umbrella of Skills England, I think taking a general approach in terms of bringing in all the actors, as I said in my opening remarks, and kind of learning from them and learning from the past maybe a little bit. We were involved in the Local Skills Initiative, and certainly what was apparent to me, having been involved in that programme, was, as I said again in my opening remarks, how diverse the UK is. And you have different concentrations of different types of industries. And some industries will benefit from the green and digital transition and some may not. But I think anything that helps the government to identify very targeted practices or potentially policy initiatives at as local a level as you can go, at a regional level, I think will be very important. And also too, just in terms of helping the urban-rural divide and all that goes with it from a policy point of view. I know that you're asking for some examples. I mean, we've come across some examples in Germany or France where, there's a lot of collaboration, as you were saying, Steve, between educational institutions and employers, or indeed the government getting involved in terms of a twin-track approach to ensure that students were getting on-site training. That could definitely be something that possibly could be looked at here. In Denmark, they have undertaken huge strides in terms of wind energy as a result of some interesting practices that they've taken there in terms of how they bring apprenticeships on board and get them up to speed in terms of new skills that they need to have for this. More generally, I suppose, at a global level, and something that we would believe in terms of COP29 is around the corner, and for the first time this year, I don't know to what extent folks in the room have been following COP, but for the first time this year, there is a day that's been devoted to human capital and the importance of human capital in achieving climate targets. And I think it would be great, this is obviously not just a UK play, but I think if governments are very serious about meeting their climate goals, they are going to have to address, to your point, Steve, the vast majority of workers out there are currently in jobs. And you're going to have to figure out ways to upskill and reskill your existing labour market and workforces. And I think any initiatives they can take in terms of declarations or otherwise coming out of COP29 into COP30 would be a very important signal, not just by the government, but to various different actors who are involved in this space. So I suppose they'd be top of mind for me in terms of some of the things that we'd be looking or suggesting to policymakers that they could consider in their armoury.
I'm wondering if we can take some questions from the audience. Is that possible? Yes. So maybe we'll take 2 questions, and if you want to address them to one of the panelists or any one of the 3 people on the panel, please, the gentleman here in the middle.
Hello. Oh, there you go. Yeah, hey, Alex Hughes, chair of the Green Jobs Foundation, also founder of an organisation called Inspired to Ignite that works with that third. So the 900,000 that are not in education, employment or training in the UK at the moment. My question is around the collaboration with the businesses and education. So I live in a place that is a cold spot for further education, so there isn't the facilities, the infrastructure to do that. And being part of the local skills improvement plan process recently, I know for a fact that the engagement from businesses was extremely low. So I worry a little bit about I'm with you on the let's make it work with Skills England, but I also worry a little bit about the lack of collaboration happening. And I think there's a mindset shift that might need to be not forced, but encouraged by businesses to, I think we can be, we fall victim to seeing education and skills as a service to us. And I think that's something culturally that probably needs to change. And I'd love to know from your perspective, maybe from LinkedIn's perspective in particular, what role you could play in making that collaboration happen rather than under-resourced economic development teams or the BROs, the business representative organisations that, like chambers, that actually only represent about 3 or 4% of our employment.
So I'll just speak very briefly in terms of what our collaboration involved under the LSIPS programme. Ultimately, as a data company and as a company that would have a keen eye to movement in the labour market, let's just say generally speaking, the work that we actually undertook was quite unique globally. Typically, a lot of the data that we work on is at a national level. But in support of the need to look at a more regional level in the UK, we undertook bespoke regional work that kind of mapped back to the 38 LSIPs. And where we would have unique data insights is really trying to figure out the mismatch between jobs being advertised and the skill sets of folks that are based in that particular area. And so we would have shared that data with the LSIPs, and obviously, ultimately, it's for them to decide and for the chambers to decide what programs they might want to build on the back of that. But as far as we're concerned, hopefully the data was useful and helpful. We were certainly told it was. I take your point in terms of the collaboration, and I think it's almost like a chicken and egg, isn't it, in terms of I suppose trying to bring businesses to the table to understand the long-term benefits for all by getting involved and by collaborating on these types of initiatives. Ultimately, I suppose where you have tight labour markets is probably where you're going to see the likes of the HR equivalent departments for various different industries getting involved and being involved. And I suppose maybe that would be a trigger for businesses to get involved. Ultimately, I don't have a huge amount of insight at a massive regional level on other initiatives that might help. But I just think, I think we have a tight labour market. I think if you have a commitment, and I think if you have direction also too given by government and otherwise, that this is a key policy for the government. I think hopefully businesses will come behind, but maybe you'd have other thoughts based on your experience with businesses here on this particular topic. Steve?
Yeah, I mean, so I sat on a working group to help the previous government's green skills delivery task force, which was a sort of employer-led thing run by DESNES to try and get more collaboration and more information sharing on the sort of green skills needs of the future. And didn't really have very much money, didn't have much power, but it was actually a genuine attempt to sort of get business views on what kind of skills they needed straight into the heart of government. You know, you can criticize the previous government for quite a lot, but they took this quite seriously. They realized there was an impending crunch to do with green skills. We recommended to new incoming ministers that they continue with this because it was a really good sort of tripartite system that there was some trade union involvement as well. It was quite effective. We thought it should have continued. This government has decided not to, which I think is unfortunate. It remains to be seen what kind of employer involvement with Skills England there will be. The trouble with these sort of macro things that sort of sit in Whitehall is they can be a bit isolated from what's really going on and tend to be dominated by big businesses which have their own particular skills need. I mean, this was the problem with the apprenticeship levy. I mean, I think with the apprenticeship levy, the idea was you'd put firms in the driving seat because they'd be coughing up for it rather than the government dictating everything. But it became dominated by large firms because SMEs just don't really have the bandwidth to think about skills very much. They know they need to be thinking about skills, but they're too busy sort of, making a success of their business. So business engagement is really, really difficult, and I think this is something we need to work on. I think other countries like Germany, for an example, the German Chambers of Commerce system, which is quite powerful and quite influential and has all firms in an industry. If you're in a particular industry, you have to join this Chamber of Commerce, otherwise you're excluded from lots of things like sort of joint training and R&D, so maybe something a bit more hands-on like that. And it's great that LinkedIn steps up to sort of perform this public good, but I guess you could argue that, not being rude, LinkedIn may have their own agenda. It may not always accord with the need of the wider sector, and it probably shouldn't be left up to LinkedIn. But I mean, hats off to LinkedIn for doing this stuff anyway and for sharing it with employers.
And a final point, if I may, I think making it as easy as possible for business to get involved is very key. And if I just look at, LinkedIn's data, there's various different actors or departments within the government that are looking at data in a different light. So you'd DWP who'd be looking at inactivity data. You'd have DENSI that you mentioned earlier on that might be looking at a particular angle. And I think hopefully with Skills England as an umbrella organisation, I think anything that makes it as easy as possible to get data, not just from LinkedIn, from any business organisations, that's probably one takeaway that I would have just as a final thought on that question.
Maybe a lot of the discussion that we've had was around sort of greening skills and upskilling within existing jobs. But there are also going to be some dislocations in the labor market. And perhaps the largest one in advanced European economies or advanced economies is probably going to be around mobility and transport, where a whole economic ecosystem of particularly maintenance and repair organization, the garages, will undergo massive changes because electric vehicles don't need to change oil. They have little to no maintenance. We touched on that this morning. On the other hand, and so that's something that is well understood, and we've got reasonable estimates as how the stock of internal combustion engines will go down and the stock of electric vehicles will go up. So we know that is going to happen, some shape or form, and there's going to be a lot of people with jobs today who are going to have to move. We also know that there are some areas where we need a lot more skills and a lot more qualified workers to deliver the changes that are needed. Heat pumps, residential heat pumps are an obvious example, EV charging stations, etc. So how should one think about, how should the UK and how is the UK maybe thinking about those kinds of shifts? And they're obviously connected because the types of skills that you have as a car repair man or woman
Obviously not the same that you need for heat pumps installation, but it's a similar type of it's a similar type of job. It attracts similar types of people. So there could be an obvious sort of retraining program. Is that, so question to both of you is this the right way to think about this as a question, so that as something that a government should tackle with industry head on, and how does one do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you point out many of these skills are quite adjacent. You know, okay, so you maintain petrol cars, and your ultimate destination might be fitting heat pumps. I mean, I've done neither job, so maybe I'm talking out of my hat here, but you're an engineer, you know, you understand engineering, you understand fixing things and making things and making them work. So the skills actually are relatively adjacent. It might take a bit of a mental leap, but you can certainly retrain given the opportunity. One issue, I think the big issue with here is the sort of regulatory hold-up problem. Obviously, everything's specific skills are sort of quite heavily regulated. So you may be accredited to be sort of engine technician, but there might be a problem getting accreditation to be a heat pump engineer. You might have to go through an expensive and unnecessary training course. So I think the role for government here is making sure there are no unnecessary hurdles to doing that. If there are very new and important skills to be learned, there needs to be some kind of support for people while they're doing this. And you need to make sure there is no regulatory hold-up. And where the skills are very adjacent, I think, so we've been looking at the issue of northeast Scotland, where the oil and gas industry is very much on the decline, driven by policy. A lot of concern over what these people will do. Highly skilled, well-paid jobs that people obviously don't want to lose. So the obvious thing is to transition to get these people to building and installing wind farms, because that will be the new energy industry of northeast Scotland. Again, the skills are relatively adjacent, but you need to make sure there's a good transition for that. So one of the ideas being floated are skills passports. So you have a list of the skills you have an idea of the destination, and the government or the regulator or the local skills improvement plan can plot a transition for you. So skills passports, I think, will really help people reassure them that, that they can go and do something new and greener.
I think also from an employer point of view, you'll have to make space for folks to retrain and upskill. And I think you have to be very deliberate in that strategy. And I think regardless of the sector you're in, you'll have to create the space for that and create time for workers to dedicate to reskilling and upskilling where needed. I suppose that's what will be kind of top of mind for us as LinkedIn, you know, that we would observe. I mean, it's interesting going back to the construction sector that you were mentioning earlier on, that was featured in the conversations this morning, you know. While we haven't seen, we have construction members on our platform. Sometimes LinkedIn is thought of as a white-collar platform. It's actually not. It's broader than that. But it was interesting on the back of the conversation we had over lunch. I went to see, you know, how the construction sector has featured in our report launched today. And while our members have not increased massively, it's interesting that in the construction sector, we've had a 26% increase in terms of green skills that construction workers on our platform have added to their profiles on LinkedIn. So I think even in sectors where there may be challenges in terms of the green transition, I think what you will see is there are employers and there are sectoral initiatives to bring their workforces along. And it's happening already at the moment. I'm not saying for 1 minute it's sorted, but certainly I think there's work that's definitely happening beneath the hub of the car at the moment.
We have time for one more question from the audience. You were first.
Hello, Katie Neck, founder of Sustain Futures. We're committed to closing the green skills gap inclusively. We've built a green skills evaluation tool to help corporates get the data that they need to fill the gaps. One of the challenges that we're having in selling this is the stakeholders internally. So we're looking at sustainability teams, L&D teams, and other business leaders to sign off budget. They're not seeing it as something urgent. We're giving them data around their own business. We're giving them data around the Gen Z and the people entering their workforce. But I wondered if you could help me with the business case of making this a bit more urgent on their agenda?
Well, yeah, I suppose extinction for lack of the right skills is possibly quite a good thing to put on your PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, I mean, look, it depends. That's a bit over dramatic, and it depends on the industry. But I mean, you know, the green transition is happening, and Labour, the new government, are really, really keen on this. Ed Miliband, the energy minister, is the most prepared of all the Labour ministers. You might not get this impression from reading the Daily Telegraph, but he's been thinking about this for years. There's a lot coming in the green agenda. So yes, if companies don't get on board, then they risk being left behind.
I completely agree with that. I mean, two-thirds of the job titles that we have on LinkedIn today are for jobs that did not exist 20 years ago. So I think anything I can do to help, and if data points help you in terms of advancing your case, I'm very happy to do that, because we do believe that, you know, this is a big thing, and this is not necessarily LinkedIn specific, but certainly there's a lot of hunger out there to basically talk about the green agenda, to understand it, so that then you can have conversations around what initiatives, if any, you want to start engaging on to kind of move to the green economy.
Fascinating conversation, and I think like this morning, actually very upbeat. This is happening. The green skills are recognized. The market is already moving. There clearly is a huge demand, and you haven't raised any fundamental obstacles, any fundamental barriers to this moving forward. Yes, it could probably move faster, like everything. But I wanted to just give you a chance to, maybe as a last reflection, reflect on that, whether this is the right state of mind to think about green skills, and is there one thing that we just mustn't forget to prioritize? What's the one thing that might slip off people's to-do list or list of top 3, top 5 priorities?
Yes, so when I was writing this report, I sort of, when writing my little speech, I sort of had a look back on it, and I thought, hang on, it's all about skills. There's not very much green in there, so I stuck a bit of green stuff, as you may have noticed. It's still mostly about skills. But you know, the green skills issue and the skills issue are basically the same, and there is a lot of thought going into tackling them. So we just need to make sure it's done in a very green direction. And I think Labour do realise there's a problem with labour market exclusion, skills issues, and the green transition is on top of that. So it's almost identical to the skills system problem that we have to solve and are trying to solve. And the second part of your question was?
One thing that we shouldn't forget.
Don't forget that you've got to bring people with you. Don't make it, you know, don't make the green transition something that's done to you, done to other people. Bring them along with you. And that's particularly true for skills, because, you know, we all think we're skilled at stuff. We quite like our jobs. We don't necessarily want to be told we've got to do something completely different that we might not feel qualified to do. So bring people with you, otherwise you'll have a problem.
I would say anybody looking for a job or looking for job security, green is it. The jobs are on the rise. There's a massive gap between supply and demand. And certainly with regards to Gen Zers who are coming out, who are going to make up a third of the workforce by 2030, only 1 in 10 of those have one green skill at the moment, based on our data and our analysis. So job security, anybody's looking for job security, green is going to be it for a long time to come, plus digital, of course. So that's probably one takeaway I'd leave the audience with. And then in terms of, sorry, what was the second part of the question again? Apologies.
What's the one thing we shouldn't forget about?
I'd build on what Steve was saying there, in the sense that green is just another facet of skills and skills generally. And, you know, people's jobs are changing the whole time. My job is changing the whole time. I'm learning the whole time. And I think if we take a skills-based approach and we understand that job families are, there are a series of tasks that can be done by a series of skills, that you're not defined by your title. And if you basically take the approach that I am learning the whole time, and recognize, and I think we are all doing our jobs in a more sustainable way than we have done in the past, We're not printing out as much, for example, as we used to do. And there are small incremental steps, but they are steps nonetheless. And I think if we are going to achieve our goals and not see this big, massive white elephant in a way that how can we ever achieve these particular goals, I think if we take incremental steps in terms of looking at job families, and in particular when it comes to green, as a series of skills to do a job, your current job or a future job in a more green way, I think that might help us all get more comfortable with the size of the challenge that has been presented to us.
Thank you very much, Steve, Kate, for this wonderful discussion.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Yeah. These were very good.
Thank you very much to our panel. Our next session will follow on from that a little bit, the point that was made at the end there about how we take people along with us. We will be talking about democratic innovation and what's required of our politicians to make sure that we take everyone on this journey for the green transition. But before that, in about 3.5 minutes, we'll have a coffee break. Coming back at 4:05. But before that, we have a little tradition at the Conduit that we call the Conduit Icebreaker. This is a place that exists to bring people together. And to encourage that at our talks, we quite often do a little icebreaker. It's very simple. All it requires is that you turn to someone who you don't know and ask them a question. You introduce yourself, and the question for today is, what is the most surprising thing that you've learned? So if you'd like to take a minute or two to introduce yourself to a stranger, ask them the most surprising thing that they've learned today. You can carry on that conversation upstairs for coffee, and we'll be back here 4:05 for our session on democratic innovation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start in about 1 minute, so if you don't mind taking your seats. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are going to kick off. There are 2 more interventions between you and cocktails. And therefore, I can promise that these are going to be, not that the others weren't absolutely fascinating and fantastic, but this is just going to reach a crescendo of excitement and stimulation in the course of this. I will say that in putting together this really august panel, we had 4 participants. You'll notice that there are 3. Claire Farrell, who was one of the original founders of Extinction Rebellion, has done a bunch of work, has fallen ill. But by some quirk of fate, there were 2 Claires and 2 Bens on this panel. So now we have 2 Bens and 1 Claire, which makes things a little easier. What I'm going to do is ask each of the panelists just to say 30 seconds about who they are and why they have the credentials and expertise to be on the panel, and then we're going to kick off.
Ben Scott. I am the CEO of a global nonprofit called Reset Tech, which for the last 5 years has worked on the problem of digital threats to democracy in the way in which digital media markets undermine our ability to solve problems in democratic societies.
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Mellier. I'm head of research and practice at ISWI Foundation, and we are designers and evaluators of deliberative and participatory processes, and we've done quite a lot and too many to know what are the limits and the strength of these processes. So I'll hopefully share some of that.
Hi everybody, great to see so many people. My name is Ben Tolhurst. I'm a director at Business Declares. We're a network organization, and alongside that we've also looked at how we might apply deliberative democratic processes to the business world.
Okay, so to set up the conversation for today's panel, we've heard a sort of outline from Lord Turner about where we're likely to go with the creation and destruction of jobs in the labor market. We've explored different industry sectors about what's likely to emerge. We've heard a perspective from Africa. We've spoken about the skills agenda. And what we've sort of the elephant in the room for how we promote just transitions and how we get to more inclusive economies is this pesky thing called human beings and citizens, and how we properly engage with stakeholders and people in societies and communities, make them understand and feel that these transitions work for them. And where there are difficulties and sacrifices and things aren't always going to be linear, and they're going to be trade-offs between how you get to net zero, how you create jobs, and how you do so in a way that's economically inclusive, and where they're going to be winners and losers, how to do that in a way that produces informed democratic consent and tries to fight against the polarizing, fractious moment that we see in so many of our democracies. And so what we're going to try and do in this panel is not solve all of that, because goodness knows if we could in one panel we'd go and do it, but try and suggest to you ways of thinking about this that actually takes democratic processes informed consent and information seriously, so that we design that into this interrelated endeavor that we're all working on. So that's the frame of today. And I'm going to ask Ben Scott to kick off because, as I said in my introduction, information is upstream from democracy. And I think we've all felt that the world we live in is increasingly a fact-free world, a world where we live in echo chambers, where we're increasingly, we have disputes about things that in previous eras we all agreed were things that were beyond dispute. And so I think Ben's going to give us a little bit of a introduction to what the problem is and how we might go about solving, reforming, or repairing our information markets. Ben.
Thanks, Paul. I'm not going to spend the whole time admiring the problem, but I am going to describe it a little bit without getting in the weeds of how digital media technologies work. But let me set out the premise that every panel that in this conference has concluded that we have a good idea what the answers are, but they're really hard things. There are hard things that governments have to do, there are hard things that businesses have to do, there are hard things that communities have to accept. How do you get people to do hard things? You have to persuade them. How do you persuade people? Well, you have in classical democratic theory, you all get together, you agree on a set of facts, and you argue over what's the best way to interpret the facts to get from point A to point B. But what if you don't all accept the same facts? And what if you aren't all in the same places to talk about those facts? And what if you don't trust the people who are delivering you the arguments about the facts? The whole system breaks down, and you can't solve any problems. This is not just an issue for a climate policy agenda. This is what's happening underneath democratic systems on every issue. This is why we're experiencing such volatility in the democratic world all across the globe. You look into your phone every morning and constantly, because you're addicted, because they're made to addict you. And what do you see? You don't see a reflection of the reality around you. You see a distortion machine that is personalized for you. So let me challenge you with this. How do you know what you know? Classical media theory tells you there are two ways you know what you know. One is you consume media of some kind, television, print, radio, billboards. And then you talk about it with the people who you know around you. Pre-internet, those two things happened in different places. You consumed the media while sitting in front of your TV or at your breakfast table with the newspaper, and then you talked about the things that you learned when you got to work or while you're sitting at the lunch table or in the pub at the end of the day. Now, you consume the media and you talk about the media in the same Twitter feed, on the same Facebook page, in the comment section at the YouTube video, and you shout at people, and they shout back, and you don't even know who they are. And the order in which you receive information, and the reason why you're getting this information as opposed to that information, is no longer decided by journalists or even anyone who gives a damn about the ethics of what publics need to know to run a democratic society. They're run by computers, whose only job is to capture the maximum amount of your attention possible in order to sell advertisers access to your eyeballs. And that which captures our attention isn't necessarily that which helps us perform better as citizens. So we're facing an information market that is literally designed to stop us from achieving results in a classical democratic civic deliberation. So we have to hack that system. I could sit here all day long and tell you about all the industrial policy that we're working on in the technology policy space. That's another 20-year project. We're going to need to do that too. But right now, we have to address the system that we've got. And how do we do that? How do you persuade people in an environment where every day they look into a funhouse mirror when they're trying to interpret the world? And most of the people, most of the time, don't even accept the same facts that interpret the world around them. How do you deal with that situation? So we can take some lessons here from what's happening in the world of political campaigns. And I'll use the US as an example because there's more money than God in the US political system right now trying to solve this problem. Tens of millions of dollars are being spent per day right now to try to address this problem. Here are the lessons that I think we need to put on the table for this session. Number one, we need to understand better what the heck is going on in this distorted funhouse mirror of digital media. We need to conduct threat intelligence. We need to monitor and learn about what people are talking about and where the narratives are going that lead people away from the solutions that we believe are necessary in order to save us from extinction. High stakes. The second thing we need to do is we need to build a new kind of communication strategy that doesn't rely on top-down communications. Broadcasts on Radio 4, speeches by the Prime Minister, op-eds in The Observer. Those kinds of things work for us. We are not the normative case. We need to go out into communities and recognize that despite the fact that time and space have been eliminated by digital communications, actually people still talk a lot locally about local issues. What campaigns have done in the political space is they've built these elaborate cellular infrastructures of influencers who are popular in particular topics, themes, channels, localities, groups, and they pay them to pay attention to the issues that they think are important. There's not a TikToker in America with more than 10,000 followers who isn't being offered money every day to say certain things or to post certain links in their profiles. This is the future, whether we like it or not, right now. We need to operate in this space because this is where everybody is going who wants to persuade people in the digital world. We also need to get better at telling stories. We need to stop speaking in paragraphs and in prosaic facts and figures. That's not what's winning political debates these days. We need to come up with better slogans. We need to come up with better stories about people who win in the communities and not only those who have to sacrifice. And we need to figure out ways to go and take these messages into the spaces where people are. And people aren't in news consumption spaces anymore, they're in entertainment consumption spaces. So how do you make sure that along with your sports podcast and your makeup TikTok video and your Taylor Swift report, you're also getting a little bit of info about climate, and you're talking to people who also care about that while they also care about Taylor Swift. These are different kinds of communication strategies that we are only beginning to understand and deploy as a community of wonks focused on wonkish things like the green jobs transition and skill building and educational institutions that can serve those needs. So I'm going to stop there and say this is a big, hairy problem that we're dealing with, and it's set against us, but it is not unhackable.
So before I go to Claire, I just want to do a follow-up on that question. It seems to me we have two choices. We could either take the information systems that we have and play the game more effectively, contest more effectively, right? Take the things that cause virality on Twitter and think of what's the viral story to tell about the perils of climate change, and don't tell wonderful graphs, show graphs like Adair Turner showed, but show 60-second bites of tornadoes ripping through people's homes and then say, here's a solution, right? So hack the systems with the same methods that are used for more divisive ends? Or are you saying that there are actually ways to re-architect those systems themselves in a way that cause them to be less polarizing and bifurcating? And what would it take for us to do that? Or is the genie out the bottle and we're not going to be able to re-architect the systems that we now have?
So it's not an either or. So we have to re-architect the systems, but that's going to take a lot of time. Because to re-architect the systems, you need to change the business model. To change the business model, you need industrial policy in the technology sector, and you need to force some of the richest companies in the history of the world to change their profit-making behavior. And as all of you know who built this climate movement, that ain't easy. So that's going to take time. And you'll see incremental progress. You see it now when it comes to child safety. people are pissed off about their kids being addicted to phones and being led astray every time they look in them, and you're starting to see some reactions in the industry. You'll see some of those changes in other sectors as well, but it's going to go slow. In the meantime, I'm not advocating that we should participate in a fear-based, anxiety-based communication strategy, although from time to time, we can't reject it out of hand. What I am saying is we need to think about how do you tell a story that makes people want to listen. And it makes it doubly hard if you're not willing to engage in the politics of fear, anxiety, and hate, but it's not impossible. You can get in front of people and talk to them in ways that make them interested in what you have to say. And part of it is about engaging with them as real people and getting into their communities and working with those who they know and trust. It's the old trusted mess strategy. I'm much more likely to be persuaded by you if you're telling me something I don't want to hear, if I know you, and I know that in the past you've been a reliable person. Whereas if you just show up in my community and you tell me that I have to quit my job and stop eating meat and start recycling, who are you?
Okay, we're going to return to this, but I'm going to now come on to Claire. Tell us a little bit about your work with citizens' assemblies in particular, because I think this is one of the more interesting and innovative forms of democratic inclusion and consultation that have been applied in the climate space, nascent, early, experimental, but potentially promising.
Yes, thank you. And Ben set up, I think, the systemic issues we're facing. And with Citizens' Assembly, in a way, we're trying to apply the principle of deliberative democracy with real people, not online. So bringing people together to deliberate on complex policy discussions, grapple with trade-offs, and come up with some solutions, recommendations that are the fruit of collective intelligence. So in a snapshot, a Citizens' Assembly is a group of everyday people that are representative of a population. So it could be in your local community, in your village, in your region, in your country, or as we did it before COP26 in Glasgow, at the global level. And that was the first time it was done at the global level. And just to give you a sense of what it looked like, it was 100 citizens from all around the world, selected by sortition, which is the technical term for civic lottery, representative of the world. So you had 70% of these assembly members who used to live on the $10 a day. So that's the figure we're dealing with, for instance. 50% women, 50% men. So that's the important piece, the diversity, and people who are very different from this audience in this room, who are actually not engaged normally in political discussions. And you bring them and you support them to take part in these processes, because often, you know, they're single moms really struggling to make ends meet, and they need to be compensated, so you cover their costs, their childcare, and all of this. So this is briefly, and if you want more about Citizens' Assemblies, there are lots of resources out there. What they're doing is really powerful in terms of bringing people together with different views and addressing polarization. So what Ben is talking about is the polarization online. But the more I facilitate these processes, the more I realize that when you bring people together in real life, you realize that actually they've got much more in common, and they realize it themselves. They found common ground despite the different political opinions and others. So what we've seen, you know, in the last, I would say there's been a wave of these citizens' assemblies, and partly in the UK, thanks to the work of movements like Extinction Rebellion, who have brought this into much more mainstream, you know, audiences. But they are still quite niche, these processes. I was one of the researchers who observed the French Convention Citoyenne, which you probably have heard about, which was commissioned by Macron himself, led to a lot of, you know, national discussions on the climate transition. But what we see is that they are still niche, and they are still very much what I call invited spaces top-down, so commissioned by power holders with a particular framing and a particular process by which they then land in a system that is still, very polarized. So what we've seen is very ambitious recommendation in the French process. And at the end of the Climate and Resilience Bill, which was the output from that process, you've got watered-down, cherry-picked recommendation translated into legislation. So we are at the moment, I think, at the cusp of these assemblies potentially creating more disillusionment because people get really disappointed that they invest, they are activated, there's this self and collective efficacy that you experience through these processes, but then they land in this system that is polarized because of the media, the role of the media, social and others. You've got the power of the lobbies, we've seen that in France. You've got the system, the political system that is not suited to receive these recommendations. So what I'm really now interested personally, and we're going to be in New York next week for the UN Summit of the Future, where we've got the Brazilian government backing the Global Citizens Assembly becoming a permanent feature of global governance. And they really want to reclaim the COP process as the COP of the people in the tradition of the Brazilian participatory, tradition. And so what we're trying to do now is say, look, we can't just have top-down processes. We need, as citizens and as movements, we need to reclaim our power, and we need bottom-up deliberative assemblies. And that's what, unfortunately, Claire Farrell was going to talk about with all the work they're doing now with a project called the Humanity Project, which is very much about reclaiming that power and saying, look, power holders they don't have the power. We have the power as citizens, and we need to really honor that. And so, yeah, maybe we can talk a bit more about what the Humanity Project is doing, but I'm personally really interested in supporting this, because I think it needs to become a movement rather than processes that we are invited to contribute to and consultative. They need to have teeth, and they need to have impact and make change.
Can we just dig in a little bit about, like, on one level, I think most of us would be quite persuaded that if we took all of us in this room and we set out all of we had an example of how were we going to take a particular part of Britain and accelerate its path to renewables, and we had experts who came in who gave us the facts, and we said this is how much it's going to cost, and these are the trade-offs between cost A and cost B, and this is the infrastructure we're going to have to invest in. We're going to have smart grids that go back and forth, and they may have to go through farmer A's land and farmer B's land, but there's a collective benefit. And here are the yields, and here's the short-term benefits, here are the costs, and here's the long-term. And let's spend a day debating 5 or 6 different options. I feel that we probably would get better decisions than lobby special interest smoke-filled rooms in a Congress where people with power and money get to kind of corrupt a process. So I feel as though it would be a better process. The sort of traditional objection to citizens' assemblies are they're still small groups of people who may be deliberative and thoughtful, but they're not necessarily representative, and we have an anxiety of delegating real power to them. So we don't delegate real power, we give them advisory abilities, and it comes back to the place where the real power is, and then we dilute it down, and then everybody feels, well, wow, you just rubbed our noses in it a second time. So how do you square that circle? Greater deliberation and power in contexts where they're not necessarily representative in the way that we conceive of representation?
Well, we've written a piece which is called Getting Real about Citizens' Assemblies, and that's what it's looking at. Theories of change, power, and how do you bring in academic term, the maxi public into the conversation, because people at the moment, what we've seen and what's happened in Ireland, for instance, is that there was a citizens' assembly on abortion and gay marriage. Then it was sent back to, referendum. And so there was a direct connection between the mini public, the Citizens' Assembly, and the maxi public. But that, in the UK, people are now saying, because of the precedent of Brexit, referendums, let's not go there. And we know what's happened with Cambridge Analytica and how the discourse was actually really manipulated by what Ben is talking about. So what we're trying to do at ISWE and with the work we're doing with the Global Assembly and other processes is how do you bring this into popular culture? And we think there are different ways to doing this, how you bring basically the wider public. I think we need to have cultural engagement, so cultural figures to really get this message out there. So, and again, this is what Claire Farrell is doing with the work of Ardart and artists like Brian Eno and many others. If you look it up, you'll see that artists are trying to really work around this, around narratives. How do you take this niche concept of Citizens' Assembly into actually popular culture? So that's one thing. And the other thing I think is about what I was talking about bottom-up, and the work, I think, for me, of community assembly. So really trying to distribute all these processes in our community, really do the hard work in our, in our communities. It's hard. It's hard to be confronted with your neighbors who really don't think the same way you do. But that's where the real work, I think, is happening, especially in the face of, I'm going to use a really maybe controversial term in this room, but in the face of collapse. And resilience in our communities is going to be absolutely critical. So how do you prepare communities to grapple with what does that mean when you talk about food security in your community, when you've got, or energy security, the commons, how do you reclaim your energy supply, or water management? How do you make sure that actually maybe you stop paying your bills because the water companies are not doing their job, and as a community maybe you find ways of reclaiming your power. So it might sound really revolutionary, but I think it's actually what's needed right now.
We shall return to that as well. So Ben, I'd like you to come in. You've spent a time sort of valiantly, and I think from our pre-discussion, sometimes sort of beating your head against the wall, trying to engage the business community in various forms of dialogue and consultation. Would you reflect on that, but also on these two conversations, and build on it from a kind of a pathway forward perspective?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And I think I'd like just to start by saying that what I'm interested in is taking the concepts of citizens' assemblies and deliberative democracy into the business world, and that means ultimately changing governance and changing business models. But just before I talk about that, let's just remind ourselves of the context that we're in. So we're in a polycrisis, we're in a dis or misinformation crisis, as we've already heard. We're in a business landscape where businesses are, in some cases, trying to do their best, and in other cases are willfully blind. We're in a business context mired in acronyms around sustainability, TCNFDs, frameworks, SBTIs. We're in a context where the problems of collapse which we're in and which are coming thicker and faster are intellectualized in processes, in frameworks, in methodologies. I was recently at a very acclaimed sustainability conference where we had senior people looking at monetizing nature. We call nature ecosystem services, just like we call people human capital. Really? That conversation led into, is a bumblebee worth more than some pandas? This is the kind of intellectualized rubbish that is going on in the business world as a distraction from the reality of collapse. And this is what we need to start changing, and we need to start changing this fast. Now, businesses are, as we know, more powerful than governments. So businesses have to change. They have to become a force for good. And in some cases, of course, they are. But in most cases, they are not. And the way in which we need to change them is through governance. And we need to start looking at governance models in business. And we need to start changing the way that power is organized. And we need to start moving power devolving power from the top to the many. And this is why I'm really interested in the concept of the things that Claire's been talking about. How can we take all the goodness and all the methodologies and the concepts of citizens and people's assembly and take them into the business world? And so myself and my colleague Rachel Pryor over there, give us a wave, we looked into how we might do this. And do you want me to go into this now, or do you want to come back to it?
Go for it.
Okay, so there are some patchy examples of where businesses, I think, have toyed with the concept of customer assemblies or some form of deliberative democracy, but it's been pretty sporadic. The one place that we found that this has really taken off is in France, with a movement called the CEC, which is the Convention des entreprises pour le climat. Thank you, is that good enough? And this is a movement that brought together hundreds of businesses and basically focused around three main things. Some brutal truth-telling. Brutal truth-telling. This is what we need. You know, we are, as I said before, we are mired in concepts and methodologies, and we're turning blind eyes to racism and colonization. It's all hidden in the supply chains, but don't worry, because it's in the supply chains and we don't see it, so it's fine. This all needs to be exposed. So brutal truth-telling is a key point of this, by experts and proper information, not disinformation, who know what they're talking about. Then the movement talked about metrics and business models. So we've heard today, growth, growth, growth. What is growth? Do you really think, are you really sat there thinking that we can grow infinitely on a finite planet? What are people smoking if they're talking about endless growth? I'm sorry, but you know, this is a total nonsense. So the metrics that are all geared towards growth have to all change, because they are meaningless. And then the third thing that they did was they looked at kind of roadmaps and actions for going forward. So we found this working in France to great effect. So Rachel and I, we looked at how we could utilize these methodologies in the UK. And what we did was we looked at those methodologies in France, and we added in donut economics, and we framed this around a community resilience kind of topic. So what we said was, instead of a business saying, how can I maximize profit from you in this region, whatever region that is, we framed the question differently and said, how can we as a business maximize resilience, adaptation, and stability in the face of the collapse that we're in? So this is the kind of thing that we turned on its head, and that we were seeking to use the assemblies for. So we went out for funding, and the funders said, we thank you for your applications. It's all very interesting, but it doesn't fit our objectives at this time, but please send us some more information when you have it. So we went out to businesses, and they said, this is fantastic, but I wouldn't want to pay any money because it's a little bit tricky at the time. We're a bit in overwhelm. We got all these TCFDs and SBTIs and all this kind of ESG stuff to do, and there's a cost of living crisis, and at the time, you know, there was an election looming. And actually, between you and me, what happens if we do this and we get an answer we don't like? We're going to open a Pandora's box of hell. So thanks, but no thanks. So the short answer is, and normally on panels you come with like big success stories waving a flag, right? Well, I'm not. We were unable to take things forward for those barriers. It's a bold, brave, and scary thing to do, and at the time, you know, no one was up for it. So that's where we got to.
I think that goes in the category of non-solutions that we can learn from. But I want to come back now to sort of try to kind of take a sort of hypothetical case study and trying to get you guys to brainstorm around this about how these ideas might work in the real world. And we've done a bunch of work on EVs and the rate at which EVs are being accepted and bought. And there's a fair amount of evidence that a large-scale, quite effective and quite targeted set of misinformation campaigns have emerged. Some of them from places in Russia, some from places that are harder to identify, that have said a whole bunch of negative things around EVs, some of which are grounded partially in the truth and have plausibility, but they're incredibly well designed to sow doubts about EVs. So they say the embedded carbon in an EV is more than an existing combustion engine, and therefore you shouldn't buy a combustion engine vehicle. You shouldn't buy them because it's just a big piece of greenwashing and a hoax. Secondly, their tires let off a whole set of particles and particulates that contribute to dirty air. You have to be aware of that. Thirdly, EVs are more expensive, and the range anxiety that you all are concerned about is real, and there aren't going to be the charging stations, and so you should stick with what you know. A set of quite targeted messages. And it's been designed to sort of support or slow down a transition to EVs funded by state actors, partly by fossil fuel interests. So we're trying to figure out ways to combat that. But we're trying to, on the positive side, go to a community and say, we want to roll out wind and solar and smart grids and EV subsidies as quickly as we can. And we want to try and do so in a way that it's going to involve a tariff that helps and a local tax that supports it. And in the medium term, costs will come down, but in the short term, there's going to be a tax and a tariff. And secondly, there are going to be some eminent domain and planning overrides which stop you as local communities being able to block this, because we need this infrastructure to go through certain vital areas if the smart grids are to work and if we are to connect them to wind and solar. And by the way, some of these wind installations are going to be unsightly on beautiful hills or off the coastline, but there's a collective benefit. How would you go about structuring those processes so that you get buy-in, combat disinformation, and strike the right balance between NIMBYism on the one hand, which we're trying to avoid, but also stomping on local citizens, which is something which happens more often. So we're now doing this together. So let's role play this out. Help us with the misinformation question.
I'm going to start by recommending something deeply counterintuitive. Right now, what happens when you see those conspiracy theories, disinformation campaigns, most of which probably have some factoid in them that is actually true, and around which is built a narrative that is false? It is our instinct as a community of experts to go and argue the case, to go and build a communications campaign that addresses head-on the misinformation and debunks it, and goes out and writes a counter article and shouts back in the social media spaces. But what we have learned over the last few years is that this is a failed strategy. And it doesn't work because what it ends up doing is it ends up putting more eyeballs on the disinformation than would have seen it otherwise. And at the end, people don't remember who said what or what the end result was, but they remember there was some problem with EVs. And this is a function of the information overload in which we live. I'll explain that just briefly by saying, I sit in conferences like this on the regular, as I'm sure many of you do too. It is rare to find someone who can last an entire hour without looking at their phone. Is there really something in your phone that you absolutely have to see during the hour? Maybe. Probably not. We are just so habituated to take the damn thing out and look at it that we can hardly help ourselves, even if we're really interested in what someone's saying on stage. Now, what happens when you look in your phone? Well, suddenly you meant to look just for a second to see if you had a notification, then suddenly it's 2 minutes and you've just consumed like 10 different messages and who knows how much notifications. Multiply that by 1,000 all day long for everybody in your community. You can't remember exactly where something came from that you heard. Marketers will tell you that the number of times they need to put an ad in front of you on a digital device to get you to have a persuasive effect is dozens. To sustain that persuasive effect, They need to give it to you every day, dozens of times. So the problem that we have is that we make a persuasive counter-argument once. It's not enough, and it doesn't work, and it ends up putting more attention on the thing we were trying to downplay. So what we have to do is pivot and say, this story about particulates in EV tires, I haven't heard that one, this is nonsense. Let's talk about how clean energy is going to make your hospital better, because suddenly the energy costs are going to be lower and they're going to be maintained locally, and we're going to have a better health service. Let's talk. Let me find the farmer who's genuinely bought into the idea that she's going to give up land for that new power cable to go across it, and we're going to promote the heck out of that video. And we're going to tell the positive story, and we're going to spend as little time as possible engaging with the disinformation, and we're going to spend all the time talking about our positive message.
I love your idea. I love your idea. It's the reason why the Haitians eat cats and dogs. As absurd and factually nonsensical as it was, has ricocheted through all of our worlds, because all it has done is said, there's something wrong with immigrants. It may not be factually true, but there's got to be something wrong with immigrants. So I like your idea, and if I'm doing that world, I'm not going to say, no, they never eat. Go to Haiti, they don't eat dogs and cats. It's ridiculous, right? So now you and I are in agreement. I'm saying, let's not contest that nonsense, Ben, but they're doing it dozens of times a day for dozens of days in a row. In order for us to promote our counter-narrative, we need the resources to be able to do that. And the problem with this, as I understand it, or it's just I know it, is that we don't spend enough time or money or effort in the counter-narrative.
So we're going to have to fix that problem, but it is, on the grander scale of things, not that expensive. It is not a multi-billion-pound problem.
Right.
Let me give you a quick example. You'll have seen in the news the DOJ's recent reveal that the Russians were behind an influence operation where they paid $10 million to about 8 different right-wing influencers on YouTube in America to pump videos out promoting crazy things like cats and dogs. They spent $10 million over the course of a year, and so far we've been able to measure 1.1 billion views from those videos. That is a conservative estimate. It's probably 10 times that number. That's less than a penny per view. That's a heck of a deal. We can spend like that in more directive and less pernicious and obfuscating ways and get a similar result.
Okay, so if there's an idea to that comes from this, is we need to bake into our P&Ls, either as citizens or as foundations or as companies, an entire information effort to try and get facts across in ways that will create community consent. Now, that implies that these companies are going to be good faith actors, and we've just heard from Ben number 2 that in fact you're more likely in some instances to have assets allocated on the other side of these arguments. But I think if I'm going to take away something for the moment, one of the things I'm going to take away is that the good forces trying to build inclusive economies and good and net zero transitions take it as read that this is a good thing, and don't invest the time and energy in winning the fight of ideas in skewed information markets sufficiently. It's not in our P&Ls. It's a sort of externality, if you want to think of it that way. So we'll revisit that, but I want to now move to Claire. Tell me how I'm going to figure out the Citizens Assembly, because I think that there are reasonable disagreements about people in this community about who wins and who loses based on where you sit and what house you have and where the collective interest lies, in ways that maybe more platonic elected representatives will be better off making the decisions in the collective effort than this sort of messy process. And how am I going to build a consensus in that room and then get it to stick? Like, just tell me practically how we do it, because I'm enthusiastic about it theoretically, but when I think about it, it makes me anxious.
So in the same way, I think, where people need to hear the different perspective. That's at the root of a deliberative assembly. So you bring the range of perspectives, and at the moment there are academics who are saying, actually, we need to bring the conspiracy theory as part of the learning process of a citizens' assemblies, because some people in this assembly will believe in this conspiracy theory. So you need to bring the range of perspective. And they are, you know, you were talking about the electric vehicles and the myth potentially around that. There are also some truth to that. So there are people who are saying, you know, the blind spot of the green energy transitions, and we're mining our way and genociding our way into the transition through rare earth extraction, etc. And there are really serious scientists demonstrating that. So we need to hear this evidence as part of the learning process of a citizens' assembly. And I think at the moment, we are not really pushing the boundaries of what we need to hear as evidence in assemblies. So that's the first phase. The deliberation is where people bring their own lived experience and grapple with it and come to not always consensus, but actually they can see through the eyes of the other person. So it's not always consensual, but actually you end up respecting the other person's different view on something. So that's what it's building. So if I go back to your question, when you're saying, can you delegate the power to a citizens' assembly and take it away from our elected representative? Is that the question you're asking?
Well, if you can persuade me it will lead to a better result, I might, as an elected representative, say, this is too thorny, send it to an assembly, and then we'll take their recommendations. I mean, commissions of inquiry, there are precedents for this in democracy. So I might be persuaded if you can persuade me that this is going to lead to a better result. And I like your deliberatives. I'm getting more comfortable with better conversation of all perspectives, even conspiracies, produce better outcomes. But are you proposing that? Do you want that?
I personally think what's needed is permanent chambers that are becoming part of our democratic systems, and that's being tested in places like in Belgium, for instance, where they've got a permanent assembly in East Belgium, or in Paris with a permanent assembly as well, where you can, it's not one-off. So you use citizens' assemblies as deliberative moments to tackle systems issues. I personally think that at the moment we're not ready to say we hand over the power to the citizens' assembly. I think we need still to actually reconnect with the larger democracy public. This is why, for me, the connection with the referendum is actually a really powerful one. But then you need to have the national conversation, which bring the larger public into the deliberation. And that's where Ben's work is so critical, because then you need informed public opinion. And at the moment, we are faced with the biggest systemic challenge. So to be honest, we are prototyping, and I wouldn't say, look, deliberative citizens' assembly are going to sort everything out, but they are one of the best tools I've come across to really push the conversation and the needle.
Ben, do you think that you could use these fora to engender greater buy-in from your sort of somewhat jaded and skeptical view of what business is likely to do, and actually incentivize more pro-social behavior in instances where you haven't seen it?
I think we've got to try in the business world, because, as I say, businesses are more powerful than governments, and we need a different governance model to actually do that. In the case of this scenario, I would challenge your question. Behind your question is an assumption that EVs are good. I don't see ripping the heart out of West Africa through child labour and using precious resources so the global minority can drive Teslas around London as particularly good. So the whole question is the wrong question. And the question that we need to be looking at is how can we live in a world that balances planetary boundaries and social floors equitably across the globe. And what that means is we need to reduce our consumption rapidly in the global north, and we need to get far better equity, racial equity, all kinds of equity, social equity in the global majority of the global south. So I would say it's the wrong question. I wouldn't want to engage in that question unless I was somebody who was bringing in the knowledge to challenge the assumptions on which it's based. We need a system of private sufficiency and public abundance in the global north, and that means reducing our consumption. EVs is most definitely not the answer. It's simply electrifying the Titanic.
Okay, so what you've just said will be deeply contested, but valuably heard through these processes, because if you and I were in a citizen assembly, I would probably get up and say, what the heck, and then I go, that's actually an interesting perspective. Can we explore the degrowth agenda? I'd probably not be persuaded, but I think everybody in the room would make better, richer, more informed decisions, and in fact, maybe, take on board some of the questions of circularity or slower paces of growth, or some of those perspectives where we could probably in a Venn diagram produce greater degrees of consensus. So I think there's something interesting about the architecture here, and I think another idea for all of us to take away is Claire's idea of beginning to deepen and enrich our democratic forms by taking citizens' assemblies and architecting them into our constitutions in ways that are more, you're hacking prototypes, but we can begin to say these things, if incorporated with the mini public and the maxi public, may lead to richer decisions if we actually make it as part of our decision-making process. It's part of our practice of getting from A to B is doing these processes. Now, I'm going to kind of take the opposite view for a moment and then maybe open up for questions. There's a version of this in the world, and that is planning consent. Like, to get the Conduit up and running, we had to go and have a whole range of conversations with the Covent Garden Residents Association. Thoughtful, interesting people, but small groups of people, highly motivated, can insert themselves into deliberative processes in ways that I think there's strong precedent to say that they slow down development or slow down progress in moments where we're having to go quicker. Now that gentleman may say, actually, we want to slow things down because going quick is part of the problem. And other people may say, we have to get to net zero fast, and that requires these sets of existential investments, and we have to make them happen fast. The current Labour government, through its planning reform initiatives, has said exactly that. We are going to accelerate. And I'm wondering whether that balance can be thought about with greater nuance. When do we consult? When do we engage? When do we get consent? And when do we step above to say there's a collective interest which trumps these processes in a thoughtful way? Have you found good examples of that, of how we tackle that?
I think what I'd like to do actually is go back to a quote from the French Convention Citoyenne, because for me that illustrated the issue we're facing currently with the way these engagement processes are designed. And the French Assembly members, that was back in 2019, they started without having heard from experts, and one of the main statements that they all came up with across all groups was the obsession with growth, GDP indicators, and the logic of profits is a blocker to the transition. The logic of financial interest takes precedent over the common interest. That was a statement from actually the whole assembly, and that was parked because the process was not really about exploring what we mean by growth, degrowth, fairness at the global level in the context of France. So what I'm saying is that the current, who decides what's on the agenda, and what process, how is the process designed, and where does it land? These are the key questions at the moment that we haven't answered, and I think the power holders need to relinquish some of their power, and we need, I think, to trust the citizens that they have the collective intelligence much more than the people currently in power as elected representative.
Awesome. I want to turn over to you and ask some questions, because this has clearly been a meaty series of dialogues. Gentleman in the back.
Thanks to all the panel. Thanks, Ben, for that diagnosis of the misinformation and disinformation system. I just want to slightly disagree with the "and" statement around how we sort of what the steps we take next, and that £10 million example, because I think the information ecosystem that we have built digitally, the unconstrained actor always wins. That is what is baked into the medium, and even if we spent that £10 million, we would not win. Because what flies through that information ecosystem is always the outrage, the things that create kind of the attention, that get, you know, serious traction in the attention environment. And actually we've created an ecosystem, you know, perhaps by mistake, that we actually cannot win in. And that is a big problem. It's why, I mean, one of the reasons I do sort of fundamentally really believe in citizens' assemblies, and while that is very difficult to scale and get there, but the online ecosystem is in its current form is fundamentally flawed, and the medium, you know, as people have often said, you know, the medium is the message, and the medium for what needs to happen right now in terms of the transition that's required is entirely wrong for building consensus and for having that conversation online. And I think it is now probably one of the greatest barriers in the way of kind of serious action on the climate and nature crisis.
Perhaps take three, and then we'll just let everybody take a crack. Please, yeah.
Thanks very much. I really like the way, Paul, you asked that question about EVs, because it kind of shows us that actually the importance of the question, and the assembly itself would have a say in what is the exact question we should be asking. So it was just a beautiful example of that. And I noticed Asheen this morning, she was talking about local communities, local energy solutions, and doing that in a deliberative way. And she shone at that. Of course she did, because what she was talking about was citizens becoming part of the solution. And as I'm listening to you, Claire, I'm thinking the benefit is not just about getting policy recommendations, it's also about building local trust, or, you know, you're talking at a national and even a global level for assemblies, but the local ones, you mentioned the Humanity Project, it's also about building local trust, building local relationships, and building a culture of citizen responsibility, and that enters into a whole new story about citizenship and what you were talking about being the solution, you know, focusing on the positive stories that are coming out of, you know, our societies and our local, you know, look at this farmer who decided to put their set-aside field into a community solar farm. So I think it does more than just the recommendations. Thank you.
Yeah, gentleman over here.
Hi, look, it's a lovely panel, great discussion. My question is perhaps for Claire. I love the idea of the citizenry collective model. My question is really, how do you bridge information asymmetries when you form your collective? So let me give you a concrete example. We talked about EVs. Perhaps the mainstream is that, and my assumption is that most people might think that EVs are a good idea, but how do you ensure that when you form your collective, that alternative opinion is there so that the collective is fully informed? Meaning, how do you ensure that the group is knowledgeable or has access to information about how the cobalt is extracted, or the lithium, or the tantalum, whatever it may be, the practices in the most remote parts of Africa that go as ingredients into that Tesla or whatever other brand. So how do you bridge information asymmetries and have more equitable access to information and diversity of thought from single mothers through to other parts of society?
Quick, easy, simple questions here. So solve.
Let me start. I'll respond to the first comment. As I understood you, your point is the digital media system at its core has a business model that fundamentally rewards with audience and monetizes that which is most extreme and unconstrained. Preaching to the choir. You're right. Paul told me I couldn't come up here and tell you that it's hopeless, so. But here
it just went totally off script. I mean,
but here's what I say. You're right, but the answer to that problem is a multi-year industrial policy, which I've spent the last 5 years working on and will spend the next 5 years working on. What I'm arguing for here is not to beat the system as it exists today without changing it. My argument here is that we must lose more slowly in order to buy us time to win in the long term. And I believe it is more complicated than just the most unrestrained and ridiculous actor gets the most audience. You do see anomalies in the matrix. So let me suggest one example. You know, when Gary Lineker, world famous footballer and host of Match of the Day, tweets out that the conservatives' refugee policy reminds him of the language of Nazi Germany, it creates a national focus on that issue. He's not a political commentator. He's famous because he's a footballer. And yet it focused more attention on that issue, and I would argue got more of a positive view and a sympathetic understanding of that from people who would normally not pay attention at all or have a polarized view. So that's an interesting example of how it doesn't always follow the most common pattern, and we can see the ways in which those breakages occur, and we can try to replicate them. It will not create a systemic advantage that ultimately allows us to win in the current circumstances, but it will allow us to lose more slowly and buy time, not only to fix the information market, but on the way to help make sure that big problems like climate are also not capsized.
Clear composition of citizens' assemblies to be representative of all voices.
Well, I urge you to look at the globalassembly.org website, because that will give you probably the most striking illustration of how you bring together people. 10 out of 100 were fully illiterate. And what the evaluation showed is that these people were actually brought on this learning journey in the same way as everyone else. And we had highly educated people in that group of 100. And we had, assembly members at the start who said, climate change is God's will. I can't do anything. I don't believe it's a scientific, process. By the end of it, they went through a process, and their core beliefs to some extent were challenged, and they understood the science by the end of it, which is extraordinary. And so I do think actually the way these citizens' assemblies are designed are particularly good at sharing complex information and making it accessible and bringing a level playing field for people to grapple then with the trade-offs as the second phase. So I think that's, in a way, that's what the evidence and the research is showing across the board with all these processes.
I can't build on that.
We don't have time, but the remaking of industrial policy, how to lose slowly and win in the long term, where do people read about that? Where can people get to that? Because I think that that's sort of a slight elephant in the room here. Or give us, 4-word answers.
To my knowledge, there's no well-articulated theory written in a single tome or even a clever blog post about that. There are lots of people thinking about this and thinking about most of it is happening where the money is in the persuasion game, which is in politics and in marketing. That's where people are thinking about how to persuade in a distorted media market. And I think there's a lot of interesting lessons to be learned there. It's going to be deeply challenging for a long time, but it isn't hopeless. And there are, traditional media still plays a powerful role in shaping public opinion. Leaders in public policy still play a powerful role through public statements and through the creation of narrative. But I think we have to think differently about it. The last thing I'll say here is, since a lot of you probably come from NGOs, I think we need to, and I had to make this transition myself as a movement guy coming from an NGO background. I saw my role as a watchdog of government. The job was to make sure government did not become too cozy with corporate interests and act at the expense of the public. But now what I see, particularly in governments like the one we have here or in the Biden administration, you have governments trying to do the right thing on hard problems, but they haven't the resources or the expertise, and no one's ever tried to do the things they're trying to do. And so when we come as NGOs, as watchdogs, and we whip them for failure, for not reaching the highest standard, we're actually setting back the cause. And we need to think about ourselves less as watchdogs and more as sled dogs. Government is not the enemy here. Government is the engine, and they need help. They need to be pulled in the right direction through things like citizens' assemblies, through things like better narrative building, through things like community engagement, to help people understand, why is it that Whitehall has decided X, Y, and Z for my community, and why haven't I seen them? Well, they don't have people to send out to you, but we do. We can go out to you. We can talk to you. And we can put that farmer up on a YouTube video and sling it around social media. Will it overtop the Russian propaganda videos? No, but it'll reach more people than nothing, which is what we have now. And these are the baselines against which we should measure.
Fantastic. Well, we've hinted at solutions. We've pointed at asymmetries. We've said we've got broader reforms, but I think we've given some very, very interesting insights about how to re-architect the process of taking citizens seriously and obtaining informed consent in ways that are better than the current systems, which have clearly failed. So for that, I'm incredibly grateful for the conversation. Thank you so much. And with that, we're going to hand you over to the unenviable task of Julian Critchlow doing the final keynote. Julian.
So, thank you for having me. It's been an absolutely fascinating day with lots of very, very informative discussions. My biggest insight is never have a coffee with Paul, who says to you, would you do a summary of 8 hours of discussions in 15 minutes? So that's a big insight for the day. Let me introduce myself. My name is Julian Critchlow. In 2 days' time, I will have been in the energy sector for 37 years. I spent most of my career in business, but then about 5-6 years ago, I retired from running the global practice for one of the consulting firms in the energy sector, and was headhunted to go across to the government to be the DG within what was then BEIS. Obviously gets renamed on a very regular basis. The DG responsible for effectively net zero. So from 2018 to 2021 up to COP26, I was the DG responsible for that. So I had the government side view of what we should do as an economy in the UK, why we should do it, and all of the implementation difficulties of that, and also setting up all the governance and the processes within government. fix the playing rules, because at the moment it takes 8 years to get a connection, and we have 6 years to 2030. So just the maths doesn't work. If it takes me 8 years to build a connection, I can't do it by 2030. And so a lots need to get fixed, and we felt that green skills was one of the things which was kind of a big iceberg where much of it was below the surface and people weren't talking about the issue enough. And that what you've seen in the things like the NHS workforce plan, you have to, if you're going to move that fast, you have to be more strategic and more integrated in your thinking. And so we looked at the piece of work, and we looked at around the world where were people doing it in a different way. And again, a lot of these topics were picked up today, so it was really fascinating to hear all the examples that came out. But things like some countries are using businesses to champion. They train 2 people for 1 person that they need, the second person being paid for by the state. There are formal programs, I think it was mentioned in Germany, and also in France, where you've got transition funds actually training people up to move them out of one sector into another to retrain them. All of these, when we look at the overall plan and the scale of what we're trying to do and the speed we're trying to do it, all of these levers we need to pull. And so pretty well every idea that I wrote pages of notes today, but every idea was needed to be able to deliver this in the time frame that we're needing. And then we have the last discussion, which again, absolutely fascinating, the democratic deficit. If you look at our system that we have in the UK, I've been in the sector now for 37 years, so I was in the role for 3 years. The average tenure of a UK government minister in energy over the last 40 years is 2 years, and in the last 5 years is 1 year. So they change every one, and they change the department name pretty well every year as well. So you have, even in your elected representatives, you have a set of people who are swapping very, very rapidly. And so we do have a definite challenge, and that is why it was very important to have an overall plan, and then to be able to drop down from that plan to talk about, well, okay, if we have an NHS task force plan, what is our green skills task force plan to do that? So hopefully, it sounds like there's a lot of passion in the discussion today. As I say, I learned tons, and really was very energized to hear the different views. But I think the opportunity is significant. It's 1 million jobs. The challenge is also significant, and so obviously we need all of this collective energy to actually get it done. Thank you.
That was indeed an impossible task and incredibly admirably done. So thank you very, very, very much. I'm now going to just bring this to a close, and I'm going to say 2 quick things. The first is an announcement, and the second is an exhortation. The exhortation is, please don't not go to the cocktails. And please, when you are at the cocktails, don't hang out with the person that you came here with. Deliberately go up to somebody. Don't be shy. Don't be British. Go and meet people who you haven't met before. Introduce yourself and say, how can we work together? How can we collaborate? One of the biggest things I took away from today is that this is going to take an ecosystem. It's incredibly difficult, very complicated. Everybody's working in their silos. We need each other's help, morale, skills, capital, insights. We need to have rich conversations where we can disagree civilly, and then we need to chart out paths to act. And the reason we set up the Conduit was because of days like this, is to try and set out a problem, think about things clearly, and mobilize ourselves to action by gathering change makers together and forging community. So it's not just a cocktail, it's an opportunity to build community. Such a great way to be able to sell a cocktail that way. And I'm going to conclude by saying something about an endeavor that we're launching today that I'm very excited about. If you want to know more about it, please come and find me or anybody who works on the Conduit team to hear about it, hear more about it. So today we've heard about a wide variety of ways the green transition will reimagine the economy and the labor market. In light of the wave of vital, innovative roles required for the green transition, the Conduit is launching a new initiative today, the Impactful Careers Program. Through carefully curated talks, workshops, and networking, which form part of this program, we're delighted to be taking an active role in equipping students and recent graduates with the skills and understanding to embark on a career in social impact. We are committed to offering this program free of charge to guarantee access to a diverse audience of young people in what can be sometimes an impenetrable sector. If this purpose aligns with you or your organization, you'd be interested in partnering with us or supporting us through sponsorship or knowing of any students or recent graduates whom this might appeal to, find out more in our post-event communications or on our website shortly, or come and speak to us. And with that, incredibly grateful for coming, and let's go have a drink. Thank you so much.